Good morning, everybody. Are we you got us? Okay, great. All right. We're just making sure we're live here. Welcome everyone to our studio here on Oahu. While we are bringing you once again this simulcast of Day 3 Hawaiki Nui. I'm Kala'i Miller. With me, of course, none other than Micah Kalama, and we're here to kind of get a quick recap, first of all, of the last couple of days of racing at Hawaiki Nui, and it's been so exciting. Record set. We've been seeing the challenges for Team Hawaii and everybody doing good, and we're actually kind of always a little bit Hawaii centric since we're here in the islands, bringing you this. But it's been so exciting bringing you guys this simulcast in English and sharing it with the rest of the world and getting some feedback and just appreciating how much everybody's been enjoying this simulcast.
Yeah, that's correct, Kalai. So again, we're just Day 3, Championship Day for
Yes,
Hawaiki
sir.
Nui 2024. But currently, it looks like we're going to go to a package. We got a team down in Tahiti. It's Team Ade, and they're going to go ahead and we're going to send you some highlights from the last 2 days. But we're just really excited because, man, this is it. It's go time.
If this is your first day tuning in with us, enjoy this next little video package because the last 2 days have been exciting. And if today is anything like it's been, we're up for a great day of racing. All right, here's another great set of video shots from this. Looks like day one, Micah, coming across from Huahine to Raiatea. And man, this day, we didn't think it was going to happen initially, but it landed up being a great surfing through the middle of that channel.
Yeah, there's so many opportunities for these canoe racers to get on these nice long running bumps and take advantage of some of the surf. And just really, we were in for such a great show of a great paddling, great surfing, great action. Yesterday was none other than a full-on battle between so many different clubs yesterday. So we got to see a lot of close times yesterday. It was only a 2-hour race, so about an 18-mile sprint. But again, thank you all for joining us. We are again doing this simulcast with TNT TV. So Tahiti Nui Television is broadcasting live for us to bring you all the action for day number 3. And man,
Yeah.
what a day!
Mahalo
It's
to
gonna be.
Olivier and all the gang over there at TNT TV. And of course, with big mahalo out to Hawaiki Nui Racing Association. They've really committed to exposing this incredible race to the rest of the paddlers in the world. And we're just thrilled that they chose us to be a conduit for that for them. And of course, Are Tahiti for helping to support this broadcast. And it's been great seeing how well those Matahina canoes have been doing in this race. Beautiful. Chosen by 80-90% plus of the paddlers in the races today, and so it's really been performing well. And I'm looking for some more great surfing from that Va'a today. Real quick, so day one, we believed that Shell for the most part of the race, was in the lead, but it just so happened that a couple of crews, OPT, Air Tahiti Nui, were on a little bit different course. It wasn't being covered quite by the camera boats. And as they neared the finish line near Raiatea, it became apparent that OPT and Air Tahiti were locked in a battle, but they were in first and second place. As they neared the island, I mean, the surfing was incredible. You had to been able to appreciate that from everybody. I mean, Shell, OPT, Air Tahiti Nui was amazing. But as they neared, OPT started to pull away. And there was a battle, second and third, between Air Tahiti Nui and Shell Va'a. And on day one, OPT finished, about a minute and a half, a little bit more ahead of the rest of the field. So they had a slight lead going into day two.
Yeah, so just with that, just like you said, I mean, day one had quite some distance to cover for the course. But realistically, when you kind of look at what happened, there was 3 different lines you could have taken, similar to how it is in Molokai, for example. Some people go a little bit south, some gamble, go north, and hope that there's great surf. In this case, OPT, Air Tahiti took a different course, was able to surf maybe, a good half a mile ahead of everyone, and they maintained that lead for the rest of the time. But we had great performances from Enviropol, Hina Raurea as well. Some of the Bora teams putting on, really good battles to get into that top 10 kind of area.
Huahine did a great job.
Huahine, of course, definitely a team that I'm looking at for today's race, as they had a really good race last year. So we're definitely in for some really good competitive action.
Based on what you saw in day two and the level of paddling, was that course selection by OPT and Air Tahiti Nui, was that really the difference maker?
I think just in general, I think with any course, once you start your race, I think somewhat you have a plan. You obviously have some kind of direction. These racers have done this multiple times. Their coaches have, gone through maybe a little bit of what the day is going to be like, the weather, the conditions, the current, just a lot of things to consider. Because once you come out of that pass, for example, right out of Huahine towards Raiatea, just understanding, hey, if the current is pulling in and there's some swell behind you, I want to be in this direction. There's more action. Maybe the racers were already informed on all that. So I think they just took the course, they stuck with it, and that was it.
Because it seemed to me like on day two, and of course there are crew changes.
Sure.
The members change. But it certainly seemed like the paddling was either all at the same level or Shell was a little bit above, as they made obvious by not only winning but breaking the record, which was incredible. That I think that maybe it was a gamble at the time. We'll never know until we talk to those coaches. But the opportunity to take a different line by OPT and Air Tahiti Nui on day one might have been that extra little sauce to get them into the front. Whereas in day two, there's not much variation on course that's available. You're much more confined, I guess, to that kind of inside the lagoon kind of waters in Raiatea. And so, man, but let's quickly jump ahead to day two. So Shell Va'a 2 and 3 with Air Tahiti Nui. They're about a minute and a half behind OPT. And Shell Va'a just comes out of that starting line, as they usually do, just gangbusters, get ahead and never look back.
Yeah, they got so far ahead, and it was separated right in the first 25, 30 minutes. We saw that separation. Shell absolutely really, really informed. They were just really feeling it and just got way ahead. And, we saw both OPT and Hina Raurea definitely trying to chase and stay with it. But day two was none other than just a lot of action. And again, it was a sprint race. So we got to see some fast times, and congratulations for a record to Shell. But Kalai, we do have some updates from this morning.
Okay.
So we are going to get right into it. Day number 3. We've got none other than Mike Spalding giving us an update on Team Hawaii and what it's going to be like for day number 3.
Mikaele.
Here's a Team Hawaii crew getting set up to give it their best. Today's race to Bora Bora, from Ta'aha to Bora Bora. close, a little shorter than the Molokai Hoi. Probably take them about 40 miles. This crew is elite paddlers from Maui, Oahu, Hawaii. How did everything go yesterday?
I'd say it went really well. We got a good start, real clean. We were able to get out and away, and from there it was just once we got into the boat wake and the bumps, it was kind of like we were at home, and so we were able to just pick one boat off at a time, and kind of just kept doing that, working our way up, and then next thing you know, we're up by Paddling Connection and Enviropole, and we knew we were doing pretty well. So the boys were super fired up, and even more fired up for today.
So how long is today's race?
Today's race is 38 miles. We're thinking it's going to be about 4.5 hours, but day 1 and day 2 were close to the records. Actually, yesterday they broke the record, so we're hoping it's going to be a fast day.
What does the wind look like?
They're saying that the wind's going to be 10 to 15 in the morning and then dying to like 7 to 10 miles an hour this afternoon. So maybe we get a good downwind run to Bora, and then once we round the backside and go into the pass, we hope maybe not so much upwind.
Do you think it'll be a good surfing day in the wind?
Hard to say. This is actually my first time doing the third leg. I've only done 1 and 2 before, so I don't know. We'll see when we get out there. Hopefully we get to the pass and get out there and see what the bumps are offering us.
Have you been meeting making new friends down here amongst the paddling community?
Yeah, absolutely. When we were back in Huahine, hanging out with Team Huahine, and then some of the EDT guys that some of our teammates know, and some Paddling Connection guys. It's been fun to see. Yeah, and Mahina Hoi and everything they've done for us, especially them, because they loaned us the canoe, gave us a place to stay, and so super stoked to meet all these new people and see all the old friends that we've made over the years.
How stoked were you on the girls' first place finish?
Actually, it was pretty impressive to see Team Hawaii girls smash it by 3 minutes, and then seeing the other Team Hawaii crew come in second, that was really cool too. So super stoked for them, and yeah, we're focused on day 3.
How well organized is the race?
The race is much more organized than it was in the past. I mean, even down to the starts to the second. Nobody seems to move. The filming is incredible. We got Ocean Paddler TV doing some English translation stuff for all the people around the world that don't speak French. So, yeah, it's been pretty cool to watch.
Have your best day ever. Go get them, Jimmy. Team Hawaii. Over right now. Aloha. Everybody's super excited about the start of the last leg, the longest leg. This is the premier race of the 3 races to Bora Bora. And you can see how everybody's getting organized. Apparently yesterday there was a protest. Shelba'a was protesting. Competing crew was surfing the wake from the boats. They made a rule that you have to be 25 yards away from the boats, but anyway, I don't know what the result of the protest was, but anyway, Team Hawaii's in the hunt. They got an 8 yesterday, they got a 23rd in the first day. They got locked up in the start on the first day. Somebody banged them from the back and spun them around, and then they had to fight their way through the crowd to get a 23rd finish, but they got redemption yesterday with an 8th place finish, and hoping to do better today. More to come.
Uncle Mike, I think you've missed your calling in real estate. You should have been a reporter for the New York Times or something. That was pretty good interviewing. Mahalo for that video, and mahalo, Jimmy, for taking time to share what your experience has been with all of us. And the hot pants never looked better, Jimmy. But Micah, it looks like it's going to be another beautiful day of racing. Like he mentioned, we're looking at about 38 miles. And on the right, from our feed from Tahiti Nui TV, this is the women's finish from yesterday, and you can see Team Hawaii there with the overall, and in second was
Kalahui
Team
Kai.
Kalahui Kai, also from Hawaii. So we're really proud of our ladies from the islands here that went up there and represented well. And I again, Lauren Spalding, Uncle Mike's daughter, just how she mentioned about, and kept her humility about every day of racing. It's great to see, and it's great to see their joy and just being in Tahiti. And today they're gonna have fun watching the fellas work.
Oh, for sure. They're definitely probably on the cat on the way. They're going to go ahead and trail the entire day number 3. But super good inside look at what's happening on the ground currently, as we did see a lot of, last-minute preparation, setting up. This is, again, a 38-mile stretch from Taha to Bora Bora. So it's going to be, definitely want to make sure everything's in place when you're about to race. Hydration packs, maybe some food, fuels, provisionals if you're taking them with you and you don't have somebody to drop for you. So just that last-minute check, but really excited to see how Team Hawaii will do this today, because yesterday I had a really great race, finishing obviously top 10. They came 8th overall in day 2. They've actually moved up in the ladder overall, so it would be great to see them, knock at the door. Hopefully, they're about 30 minutes off of first place, so their time to make up obviously would have to be in some decent surf. Weather's looking pretty promising right now.
Yeah, that's nice that they're going to have some wind off the top and perhaps kind of calm down a little bit.
Yep.
It seems like it would be, just great conditions for our race today. So we're going to head out real quick and give a mahalo to all of our sponsors, everyone making it possible for this simulcast today. But we'll bring you right back to hopefully the start of today's race.
Of course,
You sent me this.
it's the number one V6 we go to when we talk about the Matahina.
Maybe for him it's heavy, but for us it's very light, because in Tahiti we can increase the speed, The canoe is more adapt in a long distance.
When you are steering it, like you are able to manage the steer easy, she change her way very easy. I feel very comfortable on the canoe, and I love the glide of that canoe.
It was awesome to see the Matahinas do so well. They glide super smoothly. It's like cutting butter.
Inside in the lagoon or outside and in the ocean, it's a canoe that can catch waves easily in every kind of conditions. This is the best canoe right now at this moment. Yeah.
For sure, the new Matahina is amazing.
Around the world and in every type of water, the Are Tahiti Matahina is at the front of the pack. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. Zone Media is proud to be celebrating 20 years of Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, Hawaii's leading action sports program. 10 years of Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to perpetuating the sport and culture of paddling. Our groundbreaking and cutting-edge live broadcasts have made paddling and surfing spectator sports, showcasing Hawaii's heritage to the rest of the world. Zone Media is the world's leader in Hawaii-based action programming. Let us help you grow your business or sporting event. If you love the water, you'll love Outrigger Paddling. The absolute thrill of paddling a canoe, connecting with nature, the community of a canoe club, getting fitter, stronger, and happier. Find out why more and more people are enjoying traditional rudderless canoes. Go to areoutriggerworld.com and we'll help you get started. All right, we're back. Looks like they're getting ready to start the. Would that be the veterans?
Yeah, it looks
part of today's race.
Yeah, it looks like again we're gonna have 2 starts here. We're gonna have our veterans 40s and 50, and then followed up by our senior men. So the open men will follow up right now.
So, Michael, while we're at it, let's kind of get a quick review for those that may be kind of tuning in with us on the first day. Maybe they've heard from their friends. Hey, they're showing Hawaiki Nui in English, but kind of explain just real quick the premise behind the race. How many days, total distances, total times?
Yeah.
how they can switch crew members, but it's all iron. If you wouldn't mind sharing some.
Yeah,
of that
not
with
at
us.
all. So Hawaiki Nui is a 3-day event.
Okay.
There's multiple different divisions for every day. So we do even have the sailing as well, a part of this entire event, and we have the men and women, we've got the juniors, but it's 3-day event. Day number 1 for what we're covering on the men's side. So the senior men, day number 1, we've got about, give or take, we have, a really fair amount of distance that they need to cover on day 1. It's close to a 3.5-hour race. In total, we're looking at almost 90 miles of competitive racing. So day 2, we have a sprint day. We saw yesterday's record-breaking sprint, which was 18 miles. And then today we're looking at 38 miles. So we go from a little over 25 miles to 18 miles and then back to 38 miles. So
Wow, that sounds far for any paddler, any one of those legs, especially that last one. But it's not necessarily the same, although it's iron. Every race is iron. It's not necessarily the same 6 paddlers in every day of racing.
Yeah, there's a lot of strategy that's used by many of the different paddling clubs. So you can choose up to 12 paddlers, and every day is an iron race. So you're allowed to obviously race 6 paddlers. You choose the 6. Now, if say you're racing and one of your paddlers cramp up or get sore or hurt, they can get pulled out, go onto their chase boat, and then you have to paddle with the remaining paddlers. So you can't replace them with somebody else from the boat fresh. So it's just the straight 6. You choose them at the beginning of the day, and that's it.
But if that paddler were cramping or not feeling great, you pulled them out onto the boat, you hydrated them, you stretched them out. They're like, hey, you know what? I can finish this last hour. You can put them back in, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So we saw that last year, and Shell had to contest with a few of that going into the day 3 last year, and it was really man, it was surprising to see, because at one point we just saw 4 paddlers inside of their boat and kind of trying to get some updates, wondering what happened. We did find out a little bit, maybe a dehydration, some crampings, things like that. We didn't get a full report. However, one of their paddlers did return going towards the end, so they finished with 5 paddlers, still managed to pull off top 10. They got 8th place on day 3 with running at 4 or 5 paddlers.
That's incredible.
So just in general, we all know day 3 is absolutely can be a grind and a grueler, and man, these athletes are just so well prepared, and again, anything can happen, and obviously no matter what happens in a race, we always want the best for all of our racers, and just shows how competitive and how much perseverance that most of these clubs have. So,
yeah, but you likely would want to do whatever you could to get fresh bodies in as often as possible.
Yep.
But there are some crews that don't take advantage of that 12-person roster. They have maybe 8 or 9 paddlers only.
Yeah, and I think sometimes it's a lot of pride within their hometown community or their hometown club, and they want to represent where they're from with the paddlers from their area. But definitely we've seen in the likes of maybe like someone like Pat Dolan, who's from Hawaii, wants to go up and race, maybe didn't have a set crew, but, and Viral Pool was able to, allow him to race with them, and so put him out on loan, and now he's a part of that crew today. On your screen, we're 2 minutes away from our start, from day number 3. Upper left-hand side, you're going to see Depart Veteran 40/50. So this is your 40s and 50 division right here. We've seen some great work by some of our elite paddlers, such as Manuteo Owen. I think they took 2nd yesterday. The day before, they took 3rd. They're currently sitting in 2nd place with his club. But again, we're seeing also teams like EDT, Nenui in there. We've got the older, I would say, paddlers that were from other clubs and generations, but now they're, racing with their friends and family. And
right. They're doing their 40s and 50s, and, man, these guys, their times are dang fast, too, and some exceptional paddling by them. As was mentioned in the interview earlier with Jimmy Austin, the starts here are very controlled and very organized. And you don't really see a lot of that creep trying to get ahead a little bit. They just very much wait where they need to be and wait for the flag and try to get a clean start, because as you had mentioned earlier, Micah, or yesterday, that the Racing Federation has no qualms about offering a penalty.
Absolutely. I mean, right now it's a really big, high prestigious race. It's considered the Super Bowl of paddling, if you will, or like a marathon. So just in general sense, there's no sense to creep past the line. Everybody's been really good about it because, like you said, there is potential penalties that could be put in place, such as right now. We're good. This is your start, and we're off. Like you said, look at all those propellers. It's just like boats just taking off there. All right, so day number 3, departing Taha and heading and making their way to Bora Bora. And man, that finish is going to be incredible. It is lined up with hundreds and thousands of people. It's insane.
I can't wait to see it. It's definitely one of those bucket list kind of things just to go and see this in person. And hopefully sharing this broadcast with so many of our viewers kind of encourages them to put that on their bucket list, because seeing it here on TV is fantastic. But the opportunity to go in person is absolutely the next level. And again, mahalo to the gang over there at Tahiti Nui Television for sharing this footage and making our simulcast possible. And then, of course, to Hawaiki Nui Va'a organization for having the vision to share the world's most competitive race with us for this English simulcast. So we're super stoked to have you, whether it's here on our Ocean Paddler Facebook page. We're live streaming this. We also have it on our Ocean Paddler YouTube page. And then, of course, you can always find us on our app, which you can download onto your Roku, Amazon Fire, or Apple TV. That's Adventure Zone Sports Network, Adventure Zone Sport Network, and you can watch it in full HD on your big screen in your living room, or you can bring everybody in the office into the conference room today and enjoy some coffee watching this broadcast on the TV there. Yep. So please, share with your friends, let them know. I was really pleased last night to see a whole bunch of folks that I wasn't aware of or didn't follow on social media that were just putting out there how stoked they were to get the pump of watching this in English.
Yeah, and just, in general, there's a lot of people tuning in and, just really love Va'a, and they just want to see it, be a part of it. And, for us is to really inspire a lot of the younger generation, but as well as, the older ones that can actually make the opportunity to head down and check it out and go to Tahiti and, experience, even if it's day 1 or just going to the final day. And being in Bora Bora is just an absolute treat for so many people. But right now in your men's 40s, some of the teams that we're looking at is Hina Raurea from Raiatea. They've absolutely been dominant. They've done really, really well over the last 2 days, as they are currently leading for the men's 40, followed up by Nunui Va'a of Bora Bora. And again, that's in the likes of with Manutea Owen and company. But also in third place is Hawaii. And those 3 crews have been going at it, exchanging kind of blow for blow. We've seen a really intense battle between Hawaii and Hina Raurea yesterday for the men's 40s. So that was really exciting to see. And also, the program for Hina Raurea seems to be pretty impressive because their open or senior men as well is in the top 5. So pretty excited to see that. And then your men's 50, we're looking at Toa Tai Va'a, Mata'are Va'a, and Te Whiri Nape as your top 3. So for those of you that have been viewing and maybe know some of your family or friends, those are your top 3 for the 40s and 50s. So super exciting to, be able to watch this start here. And again, this will be the same course that the senior men will be taking in about, give or take now, 10 minutes in separation. So, man, just really exciting.
I mean, can you imagine 50-plus guys ironing a Molokai Hoi?
Yeah.
These guys are top shape, man. It's really a testament to, their paddling is life for them.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And they've always been athletes of this caliber. And to see them go out there and attack a distance like that is amazing. And I'll be looking forward to see these guys come across the line. But you mentioned earlier, it looks on our screen real quick on the top left, we're about 6 minutes. Yeah, 6 minutes to the start of the open men, or senior men as they call it down there in Tahiti. But you mentioned how exciting the finish is and how many people will be there. Can you kind of share a little bit from your experience about how dominant and strong and pervasive, really, va'a culture is in Tahiti.
Yeah, va'a culture in Tahiti is, I mean, to me, it is the epitome of what it should be when it comes to, why we're alive today, and that's what they promote there in Tahiti. I mean, everything that they talk about, all of their words is related to the va'a, so their lifestyle and all the things that they talk about. But I mean, I've heard stories, and I've obviously have family and friends down there. Basically, I mean, it's in their education to actually paddle va'a. So as
it's
elementary,
part of their
their curricular,
their PE is to go paddling.
Yeah, and
Wow.
that's great, because not only is paddling a great way to live a healthy lifestyle, but it teaches you so much discipline in just in life in general. How to take care of something and care for something. Also, it carries on that rich culture and tradition of, for us, we look at a koa canoe as family member. So it's our ancestor, and
Right.
not only that is when you tie a name to a koa canoe. For example, in our family, we've had manuiva for generations, and when you get past that 100-year mark, you start realizing how many people have been inside of that canoe. And it's similar to Mataya. They have the plank matahina that they race all the time, and it's very much revered as we do for the koa canoe. And you can only imagine how many people got to paddle that boat, or if they haven't, what the feeling is like. So just in general, I mean, you're going to see thousands of Tahitians coming out and supporting the finish, and whether it's, family members or not, they're all giving you hugs, lays, just welcoming you, and just a lot of gratitude in paddling in general. So it's incredible. You'll see it when we get in, I promise.
I'm looking forward to a lot of the video footage of the finish, beyond the finish line, as they bring the canoes in and start the celebrations. But man, I mean, you look at the courses, you look at the land they're on them. These people are close to the ocean. They are tied to the ocean. It is very much a part of their culture, and I love seeing these va'a filled to almost to a man all the way across the field with these people with Tahitian descent. They're part Tahitian blood. They have the koko in them, and it's really not only part of their culture, but it's in their blood. In their blood, every one of them is a paddler in their family, So it's kind of, I love to see that, and all these great Tahitian names that make up the rosters. But it's cool, and man, if you really want to see the epicenter of outrigger canoe paddling on this planet, is right here in Tahiti.
Yeah, so right now, currently on screen, we're 3 minutes out. There's a 2-minute warning, so any time within that 2 minute, we can start the race. So less than 1 minute, gang. We are on day number 3. This is your championship. Teams to look for is going to be Team OPT, which is holding the current leadership. So they're in first place.
By a very slim margin, right?
None other than just literally like 8 seconds. So it's anybody's race at this point. Whether you're anyone in the top 4 or 5, absolutely have a great chance of winning this race. But we have Team OPT leading the leaderboard at first place, Shell Va'a in second. We have Team Air Tahiti in third. Huahine rounding it out in fourth place. Hina Raurea in fifth. Enviropol, a very strong team as well. And we have a black flag, so we're about to get started, gang. We're about 8 seconds. We're going to start, I think, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think we're going to see a green flag very shortly.
But Micah, especially for those top 3 crews, Team OPT, Shell Va'a, and Team Air Tahiti Va'a, it's like a reset. The splits between these 3 crews are so minimal that it's like all that matters is today's race.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, absolutely, you want to podium on every single day. You still get the championship. For example, Shell, breaking the record yesterday was incredible to see, and just I mean, it's been that record's been up for almost 11 years, and just to see it be broken was absolutely great. But like day today. Conditions look extremely favorable. As you can see, not too much wind. Yesterday, we saw a lot more wind coming into this area. So today, it looked like it backed off quite a bit. We're seeing maybe just under 20 miles per hour, which is pretty consistent and easy going. But again, we're 1 minute away from potential start. So anytime now, we're going to see.
Look how well the field just holds the line. They're all calm. They're not getting too excited. They know it's a big day ahead of them. They know that, the penalty of crossing that line is going to be far worse than, any half a boat length you're going to get by trying to creep up. And so it's very controlled here. It's kind of that light morning wind, like it hasn't really turned on yet, but we're hoping that as soon as they get, we've had our start just now, and look at them go.
And there we go. So what they're going to do is head outside. They're going to wrap around Taha, head straight out through the pass, and on their way to Bora Bora they go. But we are on our way. 42 canoes, and they're going for it. Right there on the middle of your screen is none other than OPT, it looks like. They have the yellow jerseys, so looks like, again, they're putting them as the leader team there. Shell
right
is
on
on the
front,
inside.
yellow, yep.
So here we go. It's going to be the battle. Hino Raurea just right next door. It looks like Huahine having a great start. But as we all know, this is top 42 canoes here, all elite paddlers and all just going for it. So we're going to see a really heavy start. We're going to see everyone try to push the dominance going out of the pass. You're definitely not going to want to be set back more than 10, 12 boat lengths behind anyone, because at that point you never know what happens when you come out of the pass. So you're going to see OPT, Shell, Air Tahiti, Hino Raurea, Huahine all push each other, and they're going to try to make sure nobody gets too far ahead or too far back.
There's not the level of surfing in every one of these crews once they get out into open ocean is exceptional. And so you're not going to be waiting, we surf so much better than those guys, we'll be able to pull ahead. You cannot hold back anything because the margins between these crews are so slim as far as fitness and skill. But you think, man, it's a long day. It's like 40 miles. But
right.
No, they're coming hard out of the blocks here. And beautiful, smooth paddling. It looks like OPT has just asserted themselves here by at least a half a boat length.
Yeah, OPT right there, directly in the center point there. You can see they had a great race start, and the main thing for OPT right now is, yes, they have the leadership. The split seconds between them and Shell, as well as Air Tahiti, not much, maybe a minute and a half in separation. So a minute and a half for those of you that are watching is probably no more than a quarter mile in that length for that time duration. So for Air Tahiti, they would need to be a quarter mile ahead of everyone to actually win, because that's what the time difference states. Shell only needs to be ahead and win by 8 seconds to take the complete championship. So
that's nothing. That's a few boat lengths. But it's truly amazing that after 40-plus miles of racing, 2 days, different crews, different conditions, everything, that leaderboard is so tight. That's incredible.
And that's the testament to the Tahitian paddling here and how elite they are. They're all incredible. All 42 teams on the water right now are great paddlers, and right now they pretty much have their best, what they feel is their best 6 for today's duration of give or take that 40-mile length. But it looks like just inside of OPT, you've got Air Tahiti just trying to hold on. I think in that inside, it looks like it actually might be the Poporo, Tehoi Mamu. Mamu, that's again from Bora Bora. So we'll get a little bit more information. Obviously, we've been following a handful of teams. You can see Shell is more to the inside of the pass, and it looks like Huahine and also Enviropol in the middle as well, and Huahine outside of OPT. So, man, this is going to be a really good sign to see who comes out of the pass first, and who's going to maintain the dominance. But just to note, when you get back out, they probably will pan out and show a map view of the direction. There is definitely different lanes you can run. I've never been out in this channel where it wasn't textury or windy, so I'm kind of curious to see with less winds what it's going to be like.
Because honestly, to me right now it looks a little sticky. Like they're not just totally flowing out of here like easy kind, the water looks a little sticky.
Well, this is the finish of yesterday's area and the location, so we did see a little bit of that that trans winds coming through. So today we're seeing a little bit more of that kind of like deadish kind of wind, but creates a real interesting texture on the water. And of course, we're coming in from heavy water outside of the pass and into just real shallow water as well. So tides are a little bit different as well because, again, we're 7:46 a.m. in the morning. And as we know, there's various different tides going in and out.
There's a little bit of texture on the top, but we don't know what's happening
underneath
and how it's the water's filling in and out of that lagoon. I mean, these guys make any water look fast, but they are kind of it does look a little sticky. And I'm not sure whether that's camera angle or what, but now it seems like OPT is
they're all even
challenged by Shell, and they're kind of all right there.
Yeah, it's going to be like this for a good, distance. You're going to see your top 15 or 20 crews that have been kind of holding that dominance. They're going to stay together for quite some time. Again, making sure there's not too much separation for sure. And you can see they've kind of settled here. You see Shell is real smooth, settled, probably give or take maybe 54 strokes per minute or so, maybe a little bit less than that, because really you got a long race ahead of you. These Matahinas and also these unlimited, such as the Well, they can maintain the hull speed even at a low stroke rate.
So, yeah, that's something you mentioned yesterday about this, Val. You can bring it way down and still maintain, she's out of the water. She's still pulling ahead nice and easy. And so on a day like today, that is
key.
Super key, but at the same time, you can press, pick it up, and the nose will drop into that trough in front of you.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of this va'a here that we see on screen. I mean, as you know, we do see Huahine inside. It's a little bit different, but kind of a predecessor of the Matahina, if you will. I mean, very similar in design and a shape. Comes from a talk, and then inside we've got the Matahina now currently being built by Baptiste Gossin himself and team from Are Tahiti. And Shell has absolutely dominated in this canoe, just race after race. And so has everyone else found that same type of glide and feel on the va'a. But you can see the water line. I mean, it goes pretty much from tip to tip. As you can see, is not too much happening other than that. So it's got a really fast loaded water line, and it's just moving extremely well in all kinds of conditions. We saw this boat surf literally the smallest 8-inch bump, and it was just running extremely fast.
There was a lot of small stuff yesterday, and these guys were just making it look so fun.
The other thing we will take note is that right now, with the idea of having 4 hours of racing, it's important to keep this type of smooth, slow, and steady stroke rate because, one, it reserves you. 2, you're not working as hard as somebody else who's maybe pushing the rate. So there's a lot to learn when you're watching any of this type of paddling. And, man, it's just impressive to see.
And you have to have a really efficient stroke. I mean, these guys are obviously applying as that blade is going through the water, but it's not only the rate, but it's that back half of their stroke that is giving them a nice, relaxed recovery. You look at them, there's no tension in the shoulders, none of that stuff that you try to coach out of your paddlers. They're really relaxed, and they're applying together in unison. The stroke is a very efficient one. There's not extra movement that's unnecessary,
right?
All of that. And so it's all these little elements that put it together that allow these guys to perform in a 40-mile race.
Yeah, and then that's the thing about watching live on screen. You get a good feel of what each canoe is doing. So right here in the yellow canoe, we've got Shell. Right next to them, we've got a team from Bora Bora. I believe that's going to be either To'amak or it's Popora Te Hoi Mamu, which had an excellent showing the last couple of days. And then Huahine is just inside of them. So all of these teams are all within the top 7 or 8 currently leading. But right now, we're not even close to getting off of Taha. We're just still kind of making our way around. And once we get through the pass, we're going to see a little bit more aggressiveness. I think we're going to see some attacking for a good stretch, maybe a good 10 minutes.
Once there's some surf.
Yeah, maybe or maybe even just a little separation now. Let's try to create some distance. Let's make people work. And it's going to be interesting because like we said, Shell is known for trying to hold that dominant lead and maintain it, right? We got teams like OPT who's outside right now, so we're only focused right now on Shell, but there's a whole nother group just slightly outside, maybe a good 50 yards to the inside of your screen. So it's going to be great to see.
It's great to see, like, they have little pickups. If you kind of pay attention, you'll notice, and how seamlessly the other 4 paddlers in the middle respond to what the stroker is doing.
Yeah, so there's that little rate change, whether it's, just 4 strokes, you can see the rate pick up, back off. But what's going to be great is we're seeing Air Tahiti move in on Huahine on the inside. So we're starting to see that, that predominant pack that's going to hold the group together. But on screen, we've got Kevin, CJ, captain and team leader for Huahine. He's currently steering that green boat on the very inside with that reddish ama. And excellent paddler, had a great race last year with his team. I believe 3rd place overall. Last year they got 3rd in the final leg. So I think they'll show their classmates later. But there you can see 42 canoes heading outside around, going through the open channel. And I think, as you can see, it's just incredible to see how natural and untouched and just beautiful, beautiful water. I mean, we've got 3 different colors of water there. The clear reef line that you can see entire, all the sand, and probably, go grab some, octopus or some poke if you want.
Yeah. And really it's, you got to realize too that this is, for how clean it is, this is still inshore water. They have another reef outside that is to the, that gets them out into the open ocean. But, man, that water is still coming in here. The current's moving, cleaning it out, and just beautiful, beautiful water here in Tahiti, even on the inside, man. Wow, what a privilege.
Yeah, just a great drone shot here. It'd be interesting to see, just for some of our viewers, Team Hawaii has an all-white canoe, and, they had a really good showing yesterday as they finished in the top 8 yesterday, so a really good day for them. They're currently sitting 19th place overall. I mean, coming back from a pretty hard deficit on
day 1.
They had
a rough start on day 1.
And yet still managed to get into the 23rd overall, I think 18 in position, and now they're sitting 19th overall. Again, they're racing an all-white canoe. Their boat number is 647. You'll probably be able to pick them out at some point, but I'm assuming they're trailing, maybe not too far back, maybe within the top 15 there. So kind of just holding a good rate and a good pace. I think they're going to have, again, another great day. That's some strong paddlers. I think we have a list of the Team Hawaii paddlers.
Yeah, so we got a text yesterday afternoon, a message from Jimmy Austin there, and he was saying that their plan was, unless something changes last minute, they're trying to go with a lean, mean machine today. And he said, but of course, except for him. You're lean. But they got Tristan Koho'okele Santos and his brother Kikoa Koho'okele Santos in there. Rylan Hart, Avon Mokoa Becerra, Miles Orr, and of course, Hot Pants Jimmy Austin.
Nice.
And so just a little backstory. He was one of the first guys out there in the paddling community to put on the tight pants. I don't know whether it was Lululemons at the time or whatever, but they kind of had some of those tight pants that the girls had started to wear during races, and he was one of the few guys that was an early adopter of that. And now you look, so many
everybody
of them
has
everybody is doing it, and they're great when you're sitting in a canoe, because those kind of compression pants help to help recirculate the blood flow back up to your torso where your heart is and stuff like that. And so he was ahead of his time. So good for you, Hot Pants, and good luck steering today. But Jimmy definitely had a great race yesterday. Team Hawaii had a heck of a race.
Yep.
They had a good start. They were able to pick off a few canoes in the middle of their run yesterday, and had an 8th place overall finish, which was in my mind just a few minutes behind the winners, right? So they were, I think, within, on an 18-mile course, maybe about 4 minutes.
Yeah, they
behind.
were 4 minutes back. I mean, really extremely.
That's darn good.
That's excellent. I mean, today, battling and going into, a location that you've never been a part of and a team that, you put together and you try to get as much water time as possible, you're going against teams that have been training, year round. And years round and nonstop, and they know each other. Not saying that Team Hawaii doesn't know each other. They race against each other and paddle for different clubs, but to come together, come in here and put on a great effort.
Can you expound on that real quick, Micah, about how the Team Hawaii paddlers, to our knowledge, of course, were kind of selected for this race and how the team was kind of put together?
No, so from a little bit of our understanding, trying to get some, insight on how their training went and what they were doing. Basically what happened was, we definitely want to have a little bit more presence in a race like this. So I guess the team had reached out. I know both Jim and John Fody, one of the most, I would say, dominating group of paddlers and racers decided to work with other groups around Hawaii, but ultimately they used the OC1 season as a way to kind of pick and select multiple different paddlers. And I think there was a pretty good list of paddlers that might have been available, and I think it was based on who could commit to the obviously going on the trip and making the time to practice. But they used that season and they kind of took like the top, give or take 15 or 20 paddlers and try to see, which would work, what combinations would do well. So they went off of more of an OC1 perspective. And, man, you look at that list, every single one of them is a champion.
All hammers.
Right,
but I think it's interesting how it sussed out that you landed up getting good representation from, every island, different clubs, different crews.
Sure.
But I think the point is that these guys are all great paddlers.
Yep.
But they haven't been, like you mentioned, training. They don't have a lot of hours in the VA together.
Yeah, not together. I mean, and, it's kind of when you look at what happens in Hawaii in general, we have, various seasons. We've got our regatta season, which is dedicated mostly to the koa canoe for the HCRA or Okra side. And then you've got, Huiwa'a, which uses the fiberglass styles or koa canoes. You kind of have an option. But, again, they're all the Hawaiian-style boats, and it's more sprint racing. So we're just turning on quarter-mile flags, whereas, we move into the distance. And then, of course, we've got our distance seasons where we're doing water changes and getting a little bit more leverage on that. So to select the team, it does take some time, and most of us stay within our club and train with everybody throughout those seasons. So they've got, a handful of practices. Literally after the IVF World Sprints, I think they had one practice then. After Queen's Race, they had one practice then. So really maybe, a handful of practices, come down and let's go. Let's race in Tahiti.
But, a lot of these paddlers, even the younger ones, they have a lot of experience and they understand how to blend real well. And so that's kind of a neat thing, too, is that they're able to kind of, although they haven't had a lot of time in the boat, top-level paddlers, they have feel, they have blend, they have fitness, and they can use that to make that canoe really move.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, like on screen, again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you tuning in, we are about 28 minutes into the race for the veterans, 40s and 50 men, and we are 20 minutes into our senior open here. On your screen currently, it looks like we have Shell Va'a battling it with Huahine. It looks like Hina Raurea and Enviropol have now just put themselves into that big pack there, but we haven't seen much separation yet because, again, this is going to be about 4 hours of racing. We're looking at about 40 miles here. So I think we're at probably a good, mile in to the race for sure. And we're kind of going to be getting out of the pass. We're going to see a little bit more texture. You're going to see the water has moved a little bit more, but right now it's just going to be, slow and steady in the beginning. Kind of keep everyone close, and at some point, I think we're going to see a rabbit. I think we're going to see somebody just say, you know what, okay, let's go.
My money's on Shell.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's going to be a yellow rabbit.
I wouldn't put it past Shell to try to push the pace at some point. But you've got teams like, for example, Team Air Tahiti. They came back yesterday. They were kind of back. They were maybe sitting in 6th or 7th, maybe a good hour in, and all of a sudden we turn around and there they are. None other than right there, Air Tahiti's Kyle Tarafao, incredible paddler, Te Aito champ, and just kind of the captain of Air Tahiti. And I mean, just if you watch this man paddle, you kind of get a sense of how much desire and just a lot of power and just go in that man right there. And just an incredible paddler. I mean, we've been following Kyle for a little while now, and Air Tahiti has an excellent program. Matahi down there, just a big shout out to Coach, and I've been in his presence, and just such a good person with a lot of heart and just a lot of pride in his team, and they're doing really, really well, having excellent races. And that group of paddlers, are similar to many of the other ones. They all know each other. They're all in their own rights really excellent V1 paddlers. And I think that's a big testament to Tahiti paddling. There's no secret. Everybody thinks there's a secret. I think if you get on a V1, you start to realize a little bit more about how the boat feels. And
time and feel.
Right? They're just incredible, and it teaches you so much. But I think on screen, we jumped back to the veterans there. So it looks like Manauvea Va'a and Hina Raurea. And yes, that's going to be your looks like your veterans teams there. And they look like they're having a pretty good race against one another. Manauvea Va'a was 5th overall, and Hina Raurea is 1st place for that men's 40s there.
A couple of other teams right behind them.
Yeah, it's going to be Hawaii, and they're 3rd overall. So
not to be confused with Team Hawaii.
Yep.
This is Hawaii. One
with
I and a V in the middle, right?
Yep. And they're doing really well. Hawaii is from Raiatea, and of course Hina Raurea is also from Raiatea. So, 2 Raiatea teams up there in the men's 40s in the top 3, and looking to close it out in a podium finish here for Hawaiki Nui Day number 3, Championship Day. On your left-hand side, it looks like you can see the boats have separated, and that's your veterans 40s and 50s that they're showing on screen right now. So for those of you just tuning in, we have started our race, and we are on our way to Bora Bora, and we're going to make our way to Matira and just see an incredible finish there.
So we're about 20 minutes into what's going to be a 4-hour, maybe plus race for these guys. And right now, Micah, it's all about like low and slow. Don't get too excited. Kind of keep your pace where you are. Don't keep your reserves and really managing it. And in a race like this, what is each paddler going through as far as managing their own body when it comes to stuff like caloric intake, hydration, output, cramping? What have you found from your own experience and from these guys as well?
For now, it's just a lot of it is a lot of preparation prior. It's building yourself up, months in advance of obviously conditioning, making sure your body's endured and can go through something like this. Obviously, most of the steersmen are doing 3 legs, so they're paddling all 80 miles or so. Wow. And and it's a lot of wear and tear. And as a steersman myself, I definitely have sat in every seat, and I noticed your body will break down. Doesn't matter if you're doing sprints or obviously in distance. But in this case, most of these guys are definitely ready, hydrated. They have hydration packs with them, or eventually when they get in the channel, they'll have provisionals ready for them. So you'll see guys jump in, giving them water. Also even just like gel packs. You might want a little bit of that sugar intake to keep you, feeding some of the cells that might be kind of going haywire.
Yeah, for sure. I've always learned that if on these longer races, if you're hungry and then you eat, it's too late.
Yeah, it's too late.
You got to eat before you're hungry. You got to drink before you're thirsty.
And the thing is a lot of these paddlers, this is an iron race, so it's not a change race as if like Molokai, or if we're doing like any of the men's race or dads or Dukes for the women, the men's and stuff, and just you don't get a chance to get on an escort boat to eat. So carry some poi packs with you, or some some taro. And
so
yeah.
underneath that spray skirt that they have, there may be like little pockets in there where they can reach in, grab something.
Yeah.
They have their hydration packs tied up to their seats sometimes, or they got different provisions in that canoe with them to kind of help that. The other thing, you talk about under the spray skirt and in the va'a that you don't see anybody bailing. Why is that?
So right now, I mean, there's not much bailing that needs to be done.
But in all these races, a lot of them, they have pumps.
Also, actually, there's no pumps.
Foot pumps?
Nothing? No pumps. It's just hand bailers.
Okay. Because I haven't seen anything, and it looked like there were like little spigots coming out of the side.
Yeah, so, but a lot of these boats, though, I mean, a lot of them they're much more high gunnel than, say, like a traditional Hawaiian canoe. And then also the conditions right now, as we're seeing, I mean, pretty favorable. There's not much action, not much water going in, but you will see just hand bailers just pumping them out just like naturally. But some boats do have pumps, like, regulated pumps. But from my knowledge, I didn't see any put in. So as of right now, just hand bailing.
I thought I saw some coming out on one of the boats the other day, so maybe
probably have to reach out. I'll reach out to maybe I see Taroa signing on over here. How's it, Taroa? And
they can foot pump it though, right?
Yeah, you could retrofit it inside the canoe.
I don't know if you'd want to put like a electric bailer with a battery. That's a whole different.
I mean,
deal,
they got that in California now. To me, the safety factor, maybe like on a training day to carry one with you and stuff like that. But let's go all natural.
All natural.
Just that kind, flip them over, press it up. Like I know you can press it one time.
if I'm standing on something, but not the swimming. I suck at treading water. But it is wow. We have a
so right here, great drone shot right here. We've got Huahine. Looks like they're trying to be the rabbit right now. So at this point, we're 26 minutes into the race. We're probably covered just a give or take 4 miles. And right now, at this point, we're still coming around. We're going to make our way through this other opening and get into the channel. But we see these 4 canoes, great video right here. Look at this drone video. Just impressive.
Props to that drone pilot. He's getting us some fantastic footage today. So Enviropol on our right, To'amok on the left, Shell Va'a, and it looks like Huahine up here with Kevin Saran Jerusalemi steering them. Beautiful flow right here. And they're using a whale, right? You can see that kind of on the front manu. There's a white sticker of a whale up there, and that's the design of this canoe.
Yeah, so just in general right now, we just see Huahine just kind of holding a little bit of that precedence and that dominance here. We've also got, again, this is what happened the last 2 days here. They got a 4th place and a 5th place finish on day 1 and 2. Overall, they're in 4th place. So for them to ultimately win this entire event, they would need to be ahead of OPT by roughly 7 minutes. So it's definitely a task at hand, and I think anybody that's kind of looking into it will know. I mean, it's very challenging to do to be 9 minutes ahead of any of the leaders at this point. But to win day 3 would be incredible. So of course that's also the ultimate thing, is to say, hey, we won day 3. So anytime you can win.
Manutea Million in
it looks like seat 5 is Manutea.
Awesome.
It does look like Manutea's in 5.
Talented paddler, and I'm sure CJ is going to appreciate a little bit of help from him if they get into some good bumps out there,
Yeah, I mean, in natural responses, your seat 5 absolutely is, critical. To me, is probably one of your hammers that you absolutely want in there at this point, because, to be that backup steersman is no easy task, because you're constantly reading the water just as much as your steersman, but without making the reaction, because you do find that sometimes is people make the reaction and
it's
too much for your steersman.
Or having just enough reaction when it's appropriate.
Yeah.
That's like the next level. Like, hey, you are if that guy is a steersman is having to poke hard on the right side to stay in the wave, 5 can reach out and make sure there's a little bit extra stability on the AMA side, maybe coming with an assist. But beautiful paddling here from Enviropol.
Yeah, Enviropol, I've definitely come to enjoy this team here as they had a 6th and a 10th place finish day 1 and 2. They're in 6th place overall, hoping to creep inside that top 3 podium finish. So they would have to do a very similar thing. They need to again be about 10 minutes ahead of top 3 in order to actually podium at this point.
Right.
So
this is a team that Pat Dolan jumped on with.
Yeah, that's
I don't
correct.
know if I don't necessarily see him in the VA today.
Yep.
And I'm wondering what day he may have raced.
Yeah, and then just in general, I mean, right now we're seeing some just steady, easy paddling. We've seen a little bit of a separation here. We're looking at quite a distance between the top leaders and now the middle of the pack, if you will, in the likes of the 10th through 15th place area right now. But just so much paddling to be had, and conditions look, man, just absolutely fantastic for a day of paddling. I'm sure these paddlers would like a little bit more wind, a little bit more action.
At least when they get out into the open ocean,
for sure. You're definitely, keeps you a little bit cool as well, because dead wind, we all know it's going to be hot, and an iron race in any essence is absolutely a challenge all by itself, even if it was just say 12, 15 miles.
Yes.
But in this case, we're looking at again 38 or so miles. But there we see all exchange again. Shell putting back on the gas and kind of walked a little bit on Huahine.
Look at all the folks in the cars following along. That's classic. That's Tahiti traffic right there. That's rush hour traffic.
Yeah. And then they're like, go slow, go about 14 miles per hour so we can watch the whole race.
Following. That's awesome.
So there we see our right now what the order is. So Shell currently leading, Huahine in 2nd. It was Poporote Hoimamu in 3rd, and Enviropol in 4th. Team Air Tahiti, that's your top 5 of your senior men. So again, looks like Air Tahiti keeping Shell right in line with them, and kind of keeping that idea of, hey, you know what, we only need to be a minute ahead of them. Right. And we
look at that breakfast on the beach watching Hawaiki Nui.
That's so cool.
Wow.
And then look at all the outside, the chase boats, the catamarans, and what have you.
And the motu outside.
All right, let's see. So we got Team Pire right there. So Pire is currently right there. I think this might be Team...
We're looking for Hawaii.
White and
on
white. So it could be Team
right
Hawaii.
There on the left there, maybe?
It's a purple AMA. And then right here is... That looks
right
like Kikoa next to OPT. So I think we do see potentially our Hawaii team right on the inside potentially. We'll get an update on them shortly. But right now there's OPT, your current leader here. And again, so OPT just kind of holding in. They're still in a good spot. They're 8 seconds ahead of Shell, so they do have some work to be done within this last 30 minutes. There's been a good separation of maybe 10 canoe lengths between them and the pack.
And this is our current leader overall after 2 days of racing. But we're not quite sure what place they're in as far as today's race. Probably just out of
I would say
top 5.
I would say maybe 7th or so. Because right now that's going to be your top 5. So they're in 6th place right now. OPT just keeping everybody within range, a little bit within striking distance, and not letting too much separation happen, hopefully. But there you see Shell, as expected, trying to maintain the lead. And from watching Shell over the last handful of years, you definitely, this is very common, to just stay out in front, hold the line, make sure nobody outruns them. And Huahine always has, they have something, they dig down deep and they can find ways to make moves. So for them, I think they're just trying to stick and just be within, again, firing range of Shell.
Within striking distance of Enviropol right there in blue. God, I just keep looking at the scenery, man. Look at What an incredible place to
It's almost
call
like a
home,
almost
yeah?
like a replay.
It's
Yeah.
a dream, yeah. Wow, beautiful, beautiful. They have those really cool boat lifts that they make out of with the wheel going, the
Yeah,
rope going
yeah.
around the pipe.
All right, so now we're getting our way outside of the Taha. We're getting into more of the channel kind of look right here. We see Air Tahiti right on the inside there on your left-hand side. Definitely, again, keeping everything in range. Poporo Te Hoi Mamu been having a really good race from Bora Bora. Again, I think we all know they have a lot of power in that boat, and they've been having a really good race recently. So, man, just take this all in. Great drone shot of our leaders currently for the senior men, and you can see kind of that distance and that separation between them and OPT, which is just that canoe just slightly outside of your screen on the left near the Hawaiki Nui sign there.
Did you feel fairly confident that that white boat just behind OPT was Hawaii?
I felt pretty confident. I mean, I looked at the front too. It looked very much like the two brothers in there. Again, this is going to be the veterans. So you see the blue shirts. The blue is again going to be your 40s and 50s. So for those of you tuning in, just really exciting for day number 3. We're going to crown our Hawaiki Nui champion today within probably about 3.5 hours. But if you're tuning in, share this with your friends on your Facebook Live from Ocean Paddler TV, as well as you can subscribe on the YouTube channel for Ocean Paddler TV, and you can share that feed as well. But don't forget, we also have our Adventure Zone Sports Network. You can download it for your Roku or Apple TV or Amazon Fire. But right now, currently on screen, looks like they're showing a good battle here from your veterans, 40s and 50s. That's Team Hawaii right there. And again, that's with a V. Team Hawaii is with the senior open men.
And so these 40s crew, if you're just joining us, they started their race about roughly 10 minutes, as you can see on the top of your screen there on the left. The veterans, 40s and 50s. Veterans is what we would call our masters division here in Hawaii. And then senior is what they would call the open men. And man, look at that shot to your left, and that's the mountain of Bora Bora in the background there. So as our men haven't even left the lagoon here on Taha, and you can see the motu outside there with the cabanas. Oh my God! Is this a postcard or is this our feed? I have yet to see a day of bad weather in Tahiti, but these gentlemen will be getting out of this lagoon shortly here and racing to that island in the distance, Bora Bora, there where the finish of the Hawaiki Nui is. And as Micah had mentioned, we're going to be crowning our champion, not only in the open men's division or the senior division, but with our veterans 40s and 50s as well. Again, the story is this battle that's going to be ensuing between Shelva, OPT, and Air Tahiti Nui. They are very close in cumulative time after 2 days of racing. And for everybody logging in here in the English-speaking world, we are going to be doing our best to keep close tabs on Team Hawaii. And they look like they are in about 7th place right now overall, just slightly behind OPT.
Yeah, so, and again, just following up with everything Kalai said, just really exciting. We've seen a lot of great racing over day 1 and 2, but, just kind of in a more viewer's approach, we get to witness some of the best paddlers in the world just go toe-to-toe, or paddle for paddle, I should say.
Yes, sir.
And, we really are excited because there's not much time difference. We're going to see potentially, some drama because we might see somebody, who knows, it's anybody's race on day 3. So once
it's really even possible now that we think about it, after getting a record-breaking time yesterday,
yep,
it is really possible not only to have another record-breaking time today, but even perhaps an overall record-breaking time, because they are so close on days 1 and 2 to
Yeah,
those.
because even day one
times.
was really, really close. Not even like a minute
Yes.
away from breaking the record.
So
And
these
then
paddlers can go out here and have our top teams can have a great day today.
Yep.
And really make it a special day for everybody, all the fans out there watching.
yeah, just currently right now on screen,
The back of the boat.
we're on the back of the boat, but look at this finish line that we're seeing right here on your screen. That's what the finish line looks like. We've got all the flags, we've got the loaded buoys there, and man, it's just incredible to watch them come inside of that bay, and just is an incredible opportunity for our viewers to see how much support the VOD community gets. And man, I'm just looking forward to all of that and just super, super excited. And man, just looking forward to a little bit of that adventure that we're about to see in about 3 hours. So looking forward to that, Kalei.
Look at that finish line, and again, holy postcard, Batman. My goodness,
Holy postcard, Batman. Wow.
We're going next year, man. So but really, for all of the racing organizations here,
just well done.
Just no, here in Hawaii.
Oh yeah.
Take a look at this. Maybe jot down some notes.
Take some notes.
And just as much as it takes a bigger push from the community at large to bring up the excitement and the hype around paddling here in the islands, it also takes the paddling community and the organizers to make the events special enough that the community at large wants to really tune in and watch. And although it's been just one of the joys of my life to be part of bringing this the experience of watching this outrigger paddling to our Hawaii community, man, it really takes a lot of different factors coming together to put outrigger paddling in Hawaii onto the proper stage that I believe it deserves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for me, growing up in paddling or being a part of the paddling world in general, I mean, to me, it's our national sport,
For sure. As a Hawaiian, yes.
Yeah, as a Hawaiian. And, just in general, I think you're right. We just need a little bit more help on all sides.
Yes.
And I'm talking about not just organizations from in general, but just, the families, the friends, and then as well as the government. They need to realize, because Tahiti just really loves and supports everything with Ba'a, and we need that because
we're known as being the people that brought surfing to the world. But as far as and I could definitely see how surfing is Hawaii's sport.
Sure.
But when you think about what is Hawaii's team sport, a lot of people think it's football.
Well,
and that's fine. Hey, football is
love
awesome.
football.
But as far as part of our indigenous culture and being what is really birthed here in Hawaii, and because we're English speaking and what we can affect into the world, I really think paddling is Hawaii's team sport for sure. But we're going to take a quick break right here. Head out to a commercial. Is that what the signal that I got there? We're going to take a quick commercial break here and bring you back more live action from day 3 of Hawaiki Nui.
Of course, it's the number one V6 we go to when we talk about the Matahina.
Maybe for Hiwi it's heavy, but for us it's very light, because in Tahiti we can increase the speed, The canoe is more adapt in a long distance.
When you are steering it, like you are able to manage the steer easy. She change her way very easy. I feel very comfortable on the canoe, and I love the glide of that canoe.
It was awesome to see the Matahinas do so well. They glide super smoothly. It's like cutting butter.
Inside in the lagoon or outside and in the ocean, it's a canoe that can catch waves easily in every kind of conditions. This is the best canoe right now at this moment.
For sure, the new Matahina is amazing.
Around the world and in every type of water, the Are Tahiti Matahina is at the front of the pack. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. Zone Media is proud to be celebrating 20 years of Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, Hawaii's leading action sports program. 10 years of Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to perpetuating the sport and culture of paddling. Our groundbreaking and cutting-edge live broadcasts have made paddling and surfing spectator sports, showcasing Hawaii's heritage to the rest of the world. Zone Media is the world's leader in Hawaii-based action programming. Let us help you grow your business or sporting event. If you love the water, you'll love outrigger paddling. The absolute thrill of paddling a canoe, connecting with nature, the community of a canoe club, getting fitter, stronger, and happier. Find out why more and more people are enjoying traditional rudderless canoes. Go to areoutriggerworld.com and we'll help you get started.
All right, and we are back with our 2024 Hawaiki Nui day number 3, championship day right here. And currently, we are watching, looks like, just trying to get an update, but it looks like we're starting to see potentially Shell catching up to some of our veterans crews on the water. So we're just kind of getting the pan out view. We're getting some updates as to who's on screen. And then, so yeah, just on screen right now, just holding that dominance is going to be, again, Shell Va'a right there on screen. Shell is currently in second place overall. They did win yesterday, as well as setting a record for day 2 for the sprint course that we had yesterday. So just really incredible to watch and witness. So the Raiatea to Taha leg for day 2, Shell absolutely, just breaking a record by 8 seconds, and nonetheless just holding on to something new.
It looks like a yellow rabbit. For sure, right?
I think you're right. I think you're the magician today.
No. I got no magic, brother. But yeah, looks like as was expected by so many, that Shell is gonna jump out to the front, and it seems like they're starting to develop that lead right now. They're a couple of boat lengths ahead of the other canoes right now, and as you can see, this is our kumpad over here, down in Tahiti. This is their announcer for TNTV, Tahiti Nui TV, and he's talking about one of these scenic points here on the island that are somewhere that they stop to kind of watch the canoes as they come by. And so beautiful church on the water there. But man, I'm sorry. I'm loving the paddling, but I keep being mesmerized by the scenery, bro.
Yeah, I mean, so we saw this when they were coming in towards Taha to the finish. So obviously the course is going back out, and then they're going to wrap around and go towards Bora. But just incredible. I mean, so much backdrops that, I mean, like you said, just a postcard. Everywhere you go is a postcard in Tahiti. And it's just, man, just really incredible that we get to witness all of this and bring this live to a lot of our viewers, because I mean, I've been down there, I've got to experience Tahiti multiple times, and every time you go down there, it just brings you back, floods you up with like so much like feeling and emotion.
There's really, when it comes to a sporting event, there's nothing like being at the event.
Yeah.
You're at a football game in the stadium, feeding the energy of the other fans, and eating your hot dog and your cold beverage, and wow, it's here. It's a whole other experience,
right?
But it's not necessarily the best viewing,
for sure,
of the athletics that's happening on the field. And so sometimes it's actually better to, you sit in your living room and you watch what's going on the big screen. You get the replays, you get all that, right? But here, we're able to get this wonderful simulcast feed from Tahiti Nui Television. We get the drone shots. You can see the backgrounds. You can go from crew to crew and get the updates and all that. And so, although, trust me, Roy, in my heart of hearts, I want to go and see. I want to go and see this live, and experience it, with the Tahitian people as it's going on, and see their culture and be up close and witness what's happening with all the paddlers before, during, after the
Right.
events itself. But man, as a really close second, it's really fun and a privilege, and I'm enjoying every moment of bringing this live feed to all the folks on, whether it's our Facebook, our YouTube, or Adventure Zone Sports Network, and it's really cool. And again, mahalo to Tahiti Nui TV for really, kind of reaching out and building this partnership with us. We were able to share with them what we did during the World Sprints in Hilo. Just how long ago was that? A month?
Oh man,
months ago?
a few months.
It seems
back
like an
now.
eternity.
It's
now,
been a while now.
But and it's really when we're able to foster these give and take relationships with places in the world where other paddling events are happening, that we kind of start to raise the level of
Right.
experience and consciousness for all the paddlers and try to make this globalize this thing a little bit.
Yeah, and what's incredible is right now, because we're able to follow this entire 40-mile course, and we're getting everything. We're getting drone shots, we're getting water shots, we're getting GoPro shots. I mean, just incredible job done by TNT TV, and just providing all of that in and out aspects of every crew. I mean, we get to literally see crews just either breaking down, getting tired, slowing down. We get to watch incredible surfing. And so
the drama.
It's just incredible. But currently, right now, we are 50 minutes into day number 3, championship day for Hawaiki Nui 2024. Currently, right now, it looks like in your leaderboard is Shell Va'a, and outside of them looks like Huahine. But man, Air Tahiti, I think Team Air Tahiti, if I could say so, I mean, it's my fan favorite. I definitely enjoy watching them paddle. I do think they have a really good shot at taking this day and making it the best.
Look at them; they're only like 2 boat lengths back.
So for sure, they have every skill set of what it takes. I mean, they've got an incredible steersman, and they've got a great captain, as well as just a lot of good chemistry within the boat. They've been having really good races, and I'm hoping to see them put it together. But of course, we are seeing Shell do kind of what they do best: get out into the leader stance and then just kind of hold. So it's really their race to lose at this point,
for sure,
because they're in that field to lead.
So really quickly there, you mentioned chemistry. How important is chemistry within a crew?
I mean, chemistry is one of the most important things in the crew. I mean, for sure, you need someone in there that is a great leader and can hold the entire team together.
And usually, like when I think about it in Hawaii paddling, that's usually the steersman. He's kind of doing everything, but it's a little different in Tahiti.
Yeah, in Tahiti, it is a little different. I mean, they do have what they call like the captain seat. It's usually like a 3 or a 4 that does a lot of that, the voicing in the boat. Of course, that's where the chemistry side comes in. The steersmen absolutely are doing their job, and the captain trusts exactly what he's doing. But there might be a moment where he's like, "Hey, I need you to do this," and just the idea of the understanding of what the captain wants, but also just the calls, the pickups, when to slow it down, and feeling the bump and things like that. But really, I mean, you definitely have 40 miles of this. You should be as close as you can with one another, because you do have to rely on everyone. The motivation levels need to stay up, and you need to just be well in tune with everybody in your boat.
So there's certainly an advantage then to having a kind of feel for each other, maybe a trust that is built within that crew over, several hours, miles,
right,
years of paddling together as a crew. Like, I know this guy, he's solid the whole way. Like, you have a trust in the next guy, built upon experience, not just like, oh yeah, he's a good paddler.
Yeah. You need to know like what they're eating, where they're going out, when they do things. It's like that's how you build that chemistry,
kind of person
right?
He is,
you
all
know,
that, right? Yeah.
Maybe they're quiet, but then when they get in the boat, they're like an assassin. Just like So it's just understanding and then how to kind of like bounce off of that, because there's a lot of energy that can get used up if your minds are all in different places, kind of thing. But chemistry is absolutely important. I mean, for our viewers, for those of you that paddle, I mean, and for those of you that don't paddle, we're talking 6 paddlers in a canoe, all working and vying for one thing, having the best race they can. We've got a lot of time in the boat together, 4 hours now, and in the same sense, having good chemistry and that idea of like, I'm not gonna let down my other brother or whatever, kind of gives you that sense of, man, we're going to do this. It's going to take 4 hours, but we're going to give it all we got.
That's the unity. That's the trust that you were talking about. Right there, this is senior men. We have our places right there. Shelva, of course, in the lead. Right behind them, Team Air Tahiti Nui. Micah's favorite there. Huahine, another very capable crew. Enviropol in the blue va'a. And then OPT, our current overall leader in 5th place. Tumara Va'a in 6th. And Hinaraurea in 7th.
And then just for all of our viewers on Facebook, thank you so much for tuning in. Definitely excited to bring to you Hawaiki Nui 2024. Chief Miko from out in Wamanalo and also from Tahiti. Just aloha and thanks for jumping on. And, of course, just everybody else here watching. We're just excited. This is, again, the championship day for Hawaiki Nui 2024. We're seeing an excellent race by all of these paddlers. And, now we're getting that movement. We're coming out of the channel. We're starting to see that little bit downwind swell. So this is it. This is where we start seeing the separation. We're going to see, which teams pick good lines, which teams can maintain the certain runs. But this is where the battle really, really begins.
It'll be interesting to see where they get the graphic up, and you can see them starting to go for it right here already. Look at Huahine turning it up right there, jumping on a bump and slowing back down. The spray there is indicating to you that they're, they got a little bit of a drop in on that wave right there, and so they're certainly responding to this aggressive attack. Look at that. They just got people standing on the motu like it ain't no thing. I love it.
Yeah, you're going to see this throughout the whole entire day for this beginning part out of that little channel because there's that nice reef line that runs there. And that's kind of what we're seeing. We're seeing a little bit of, you can see the swell. It's pushing behind them. It's kind of a cross swell, some going into the motu or the reef line there. And then you can see it kind of drawing back out.
And I don't know, man, but just in that short piece, Huahine put a couple of boat lengths on Shelva. And, Kevin Sarah Jerusalemi, CJ showing his skill and adeptness at kind of surfing this swell that was coming kind of off his rear quarter and really was able to put that together right there. Almost looks like they kind of befuddled this Shelva team, who almost seems to be slowing down and being caught by 3rd and 4th place here. So Huahine, as you had mentioned earlier, very capable, great at surfing. And look at that. They are putting it on and kind of using what's happening at this little corner in the reef pass.
Yeah, so they're using kind of like a little zigzag motion. I mean, like I said, there was two different swells, one coming up behind them and then one pushing off of the reef line. So you kind of like push in and then you kind of zigzag back out because it's two counter swells. So you got one, again, pushing directly behind you and one coming right off the reef line. So you've seen it right there. We've seen CJ almost point right back to shell and then shoot right back out, and that's really what it is. He's just reading the water, getting great opportunities to maybe create some separation. I think he's looking at maybe the opportunity to say, hey, put some pressure on, let's create our own gap, and I think that's what we're seeing.
And he was kind of almost like he was using one swell to get on the other and to be shifting back and forth, but nice little work there by the team from Huahine. As they seem to be approaching deep water here. Although this is OPT here, looking very calm and reserved. They got their own game plan. They're working hard to get out there, but they're not getting too excited about what's going on. They are within that top 5 or 6 canoes, and with that much mileage in front of them, it's almost like the top 10 are in striking distance almost, right?
Yeah, and I mean, again, just it's so early in the race. We're looking, again, 3 hours. There's a lot of time to be made up in 3 hours. When you're pressed for, like, say, 20 minutes, there's not much time to make up ground or any of that. So for now, it's just, race your race. Don't let somebody else's race dictate your opportunities. Don't change your game plan because somebody else has a different game plan. And they're no stranger to this. It's happened before.
Look at all those boats, bro.
Yeah,
there they go. They're gonna do their course thing like they did over the last couple of days. Great graphics from Tahiti Nui showing you the start of the race, what just happened, and our paddlers here, the leaders, just headed out the pass.
Yep.
Pass de Pa'i Pa'i.
Yeah, so this is the Pai Pass. So this is the pass going in and out of Taha. And as we've seen, that was the exact finish. That red line there was the finish from yesterday. Now they're just coming back out and recreating that start line. But here we see Huahine leading Shell and Viral Pull moving into that third place position. Team Air Tahiti not too far behind, and then followed by a few others, OPT, Poporoite, Hoimamu, Hinaraurea, and Tumara'ava'a. And I think just outside of that, I'm going to go out and say I think Hawaii is probably right in that threshold, probably in that 10, 11, 12 spot, similar to yesterday. Again, I think we're going to see some incapable hands right now with how we've seen with CJ kind of using the surf for some of his advantage. And right there you see all four paddlers on the left-hand side, while one either takes a water break or is bailing, and maybe even just a little, just a snack. Just kind of getting some gel packs in, and right now they're probably going to do some rotations. Two is going to water.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think right now is the perfect time to do it. They got a little bit separation, get some energy back in, and just go right back to it. Put on maybe another 15-minute piece and try it all over again.
This is a good kind of time. They're about to head out into open ocean, making sure that they got everything working properly, because right after this, it's on.
Yeah, and then we've seen this multiple times where. I seen last year, for example, Huahine had a great run last year, and they took advantage of all the surf that was happening, especially coming in towards Bora Bora. There was a lot more action, but again, conditions look absolutely great. There is definitely some energy running within the water right now. So for now, it's about really taking the opportunity to pick off every chance you get, whether it's a smaller bump or a bigger one, but Shell just, settled, just nice and calm, not trying to, go crazy, because, again, it's only 1 hour in.
And really, it's a string of small successes over time, right?
Right.
And how consistently you can do that. That is what makes, a good race for any crew, a successful race for any crew. But, right here behind Enviropol is just right at the heels of Shell Va'a. And behind them, just behind them, Air Tahiti Nui. Look at that.
So it looks like the escort boat right there, just kind of telling them where they can actually make that turn into the channel there, giving them that room, saying, okay, this is where we're going. So we do have some official boats on the water. We've got a lot of chase boats, just kind of, following their crews. We've also got some, catamarans with a lot of just passerbys and spectators that just want to follow the race for the rest of, the duration of this. But we're going to have about 2.5 hours of open water challenge. And then we come back into Bora, and we've got a good 4.5 mile stretch to kind of finish out the race. But, okay, we are
kind of a dynamic course. You start out,
Yep.
taking some of that inshore lagoon water
Yep.
for a good hour. Get out, like you said, come up about 2.5 hours, and then a little bit shy of an hour inside the lagoon again at Bora.
Yeah, so just, right now, this is where we talk about the lines that you can take. You've got opportunities to go in. You've got opportunities to go out. I think we're going to see some crews take a chance. I think we're going to see teams gamble. There's some teams that I feel are willing to gamble, such as Air Tahiti. I think they will try to do some of that. They did it yesterday. It did pay off for them.
Well, their gamble worked on day one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It worked on day one. It's also worked yesterday, as they did sit outside, and, we were thinking, where were they? All of a sudden, right there in third place, like nothing. So there's going to be some opportunities for that. But even right now, we see inside, we have Popora, Tehoi Mamu making that inside run as well. But right here in the provisionals for the 40 men, we have Hina Raurea currently leading, Manu Vea Va'a in second, and Nunui Va'a with none other than Manu Te Owen in third. So just kind of following up on that, they're an hour and 13 minutes into their race. Again, that's your veterans 40s. Some of the senior men's have now kind of caught up to them as well. So you'll see red jerseys and blue jerseys dictating the different classmen's.
God, look how many boats there are. My goodness. Pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
See all of this happening. Like, just, that is, these people are fans. I mean, this is their thing.
It's incredible.
Like, it's
and that's, I mean, there's just so much, and there is a lot of logistics going into that. There's a lot of control. So by the boat patrol that they have, their marina patrol, and obviously kind of like their DLNR, if you will,
right.
Very much in control and making sure that people, abide by staying outside of the official boats, because, I mean, you're talking 300 more vessels out
At
in the
least,
water,
right?
And just following, and it's, look at that. It's just a bunch of water, just boats just motoring up, trying to get back up to the top and, get ahead. It's crazy. I'm sure maybe the Hawaii women are out there,
Oh, yeah.
Maybe they'll be able to send us some clips.
They're enjoying this race right now, but they, you can see they're kind of pinched between that barrier reef and all the boats. So if you're a little bit back, there's potential for you to have a lot of boat wake and a lot of wishy-washy.
Yeah, maybe some
water,
interference
Yeah.
For you, and but I think in the same sense, some of that energy is getting kind of drawn out because conditions are not too crazy, and it's just one of those things where we just gotta take your gamble sometimes and try to run with it.
Oh yeah. Nice work from our current leader in overall time, OPT. They are, if I remember correctly, about 5th place in today's race, working their way, trying to work their way up back towards our leader, who is at this moment, it looked like it was Huahine, but Shelva'a right behind them. And you can see that's the island of Taha'a in the background. They've just made their way out the pass, Pu'i Pass, working their way out into open ocean right now, and will be making an attempt to surf across the channel there to Bora Bora, where the finish of the race is. And Micah, they kind of almost pass Bora Bora, have to go to the far side of the island where the inlet or the channel, the pass is, and then race, quite a distance of
coming
inside
back
lagoon
in
water again.
Yeah, it's coming into Bora Bora, into that pass. I mean, we're gonna see if conditions are favorable, we're gonna see a lot more surf coming in on that last hour and a half mark, and then we're just gonna be able to kind of see if there's gonna be any more separation. And as we know, if there's surf, chances are if you're on a few swells ahead of everyone, you can create the gap 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. And I think that's kind of what teams like Huahine can bank on. If they want to make up ground for the 8 minutes deficit that they have to actually get into the podium, they're going to have to take advantage of everything that's out there.
For sure.
But like right now, currently, I think we're seeing, it looks like either in viral pole right there or Hina Raurea, and as well as OPT on the left-hand side, just holding on to whatever line or course they are running. Again, we're out in the middle of the open ocean right now. There's definitely different types of opportunities of swells, and the directions are kind of a little bit different, right? There's some pushing out and some pushing in, but as we see on the left side.
Yeah, that was kind of today's wind forecast, and it seemed like if there was wind, it was going to be earlier in the day, and then later it kind of calming down into the afternoon. So hopefully the wind is there to help these paddlers surf across this channel. And then there is that kind of windy section of the race. But if the wind dies today in the afternoon,
it's going to be great.
That should be making that last leg a little easier, helping us work towards maybe like a faster time.
Yeah, there we see some great paddling right there from EnviroPole on your screen. Again, they're having a great day 1 and 2, still in the 6th place range. They've got some time to make up if they want to get into the podium side, but definitely not out of the running to actually podium today. They are still within the top 5 currently, so just really excited to see what they're gonna do and what the overall outcome is gonna be for this team EnviroPole here. Also, just to note, I mean, Hawaii had a great race. They had a good battle with Enviropol yesterday. So I wouldn't say they're probably not too far behind, if they are, if anything. But as you can see right now with this drone out panning view, we're starting to see the separation, how much distance you can get just coming out of the pass. Right now we see probably 100 yards difference between Enviropol and the canoe next to them. So just that in general is kind of a telltale. And they're also picking the same line as Shell right now. And Shell just picking off some good little bumps and runners. And you can see it right now. There's a nice little bump coming up behind them. They're just kind of catching what they can.
Right.
And
making use of what is ever out there.
Some good paddling, some great steering. Also holding on to Huahine's ama here and just, maybe tracking them, seeing what they do. You can see there's a different style in both of these paddlers' steering. One kind of like CJ, if you watch him, he does a little bit more free lining. He lets the boat do what it's going to do. Like right now, he's taking that inside. Shell looks like the steersman is just holding a nice good line and just maintaining that and just keeping it steady because it's obviously working for them as well.
Yeah, two different approaches. Both seem to be working well. I mean, it's like any stroke, right? As long as everybody's doing it together, it can be efficient. And on the left there would seem to be one of the canoes from the veterans race that they're going to be passing here.
Yeah, you can see the veterans in front of them with the blue jerseys. All of the other paddlers have red for the senior men except for OPT, which is carrying the yellow jerseys, the leadership jerseys, if you will, and also the returning champions of Hawaiki Nui 2023. But it's kind of a good thing too, and I am curious. I haven't really had this conversation, but there is like other teams, for example, like maybe another Huahine team in the veteran side, and I'm wondering if their boat coach is calling back and saying, "Hey, inside is running, no, outside is running," things like that. It would be kind of cool to hear a little bit of the inside on maybe that type of communication.
Oh, for sure. At this level, there's got to be intel. There's intel.
Yeah, for sure. But I just would love to hear it firsthand from them and say, hey, yeah, this is why we went in or why we went out. So it's kind of cool to maybe get a little insight later. I think we'll get that opportunity.
Yeah. Or next year when we're down there. But you can see by that TNTV flag that there is a little bit of wind developing out here, and hopefully as they, get away from Taha'a a little bit, there's going to be even more opportunity for these guys to catch some surf.
Yeah, this, any open ocean, open channels can always be unexpected, not necessarily consistent, but just incredible view right here. Just unreal. Bora Bora out in the distance there on the horizon, but check out that turquoise blue lagoon right there. Just amazing on that sandbar shelf there.
So many different hues of blues and greens, from the sky to the deep water to the shallow water. And what an incredible, imagine if we had this kind of participation from spectators at the end of the Molokai Hoi. Launch your boat at Hawaii Kai and, follow everybody down.
Straight
and
boat
watch.
parade.
Yeah, would be awesome. Would be kind of more challenging because it is a change race. But here comes Bora.
Yeah, it looks like a good battle right here. Hopefully get the boat number, but it could be, it might be Bora Bora Hoi.
Looks like 584, 594, something like that.
Yeah, we just don't have a full update, but it's to me that looks like Popora Tehoi Mamu right there. So that was Popora Tehoi Mamu right there from Bora Bora, having a great race. Again, they finished overall 7th in classmen, so they got 6th place yesterday, 7th overall, having a great race right now as they are in the top as well. But you can see just having fun, some good surf, some technical surf too, because we've got counter bumps coming in as well. But just outside of them, if I'm not mistaken, might be Arui Va'a, but we'll get closer and be able to kind of see in a second. But this is a great battle. And none other than Mark Monate, got to spend some time with him out in Bora Bora when we went to the Talifit race down there. Mark, just an incredibly nice gentleman who actually invited us over to kind of check out some of his places and whatnot, and just seen all his boats.
You said he has that
like Home Depot looking kind of. Yeah,
cool.
It's crazy cool.
Beautiful paddling by these guys. Nice.
This is a great battle, though, by these paddlers right here, and he has a really strong team. They've been doing really well. Obviously, for the last 2 days, finishing overall top 7 so far. Guarantee they're looking to crack into that top 3 today. They're probably going to try to put it to test when they come in about the last hour.
And who is this crew next to them? We're looking for a number to try to find out here. But it definitely looks like the ocean is opening up and starting to provide these crews with something to surf. I would love to see what CJ is doing with this stuff here and how that's affecting their chosen course line.
Yeah, this is none other than Hina Raurea. So Hina Raurea is from Raiatea. They also are, they've been having great races. They've got 5th and 4th place, currently in 5th. But this team is strong. They're also, Hina Raurea, the men's 40, is currently the leaders. So just a great program, obviously, and, just a great group of paddlers out of Raiatea.
Beautiful. Well, we're going to take a quick commercial break here just before we start to get into the real action of surfing on the way to Bora Bora on day 3 of Hawaiki Nui Va'a 2024. We'll be right back.
Of course, it's the number 1 V6 we go to when we talk about the Matahina.
Maybe for him it's heavy, but for us it's very light because in Tahiti we can increase the speed, The canoe is more adapt in long distance.
When you are steering it, like you are able to manage the steer easy. She change her way very easy. I feel very comfortable on the canoe, and I love the glide of that canoe.
It was awesome to see the Matahinas do so well. They glide super smoothly. It's like cutting butter.
Inside in the lagoon or outside and in the ocean, it's a canoe that can catch waves easily in every kind of conditions. This is the best canoe right now at this moment.
For sure, the new Matahina is amazing.
Around the world and in every type of water, the Are Tahiti Matahina is at the front of the pack. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. Zone Media is proud to be celebrating 20 years of Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, Hawaii's leading action sports program. 10 years of Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to perpetuating the sport and culture of paddling. Our groundbreaking and cutting-edge live broadcasts have made paddling and surfing spectator sports, showcasing Hawaii's heritage to the rest of the world. Zone Media is the world's leader in Hawaii-based action programming. Let us help you grow your business or sporting event. Why do the top Tahitian paddlers prefer Timi Va'a? It's the way it cuts through the high surf, big bumps, and flat water. It's a V1 that's tons of fun, and it puts more paddlers on the podium. Timi Va'a, fast by design since 1968. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com.
All right, and we are back to 2024 Hawaiki Nui, and thank you so much to Tahiti Nui Television and Olivier and the crew down there in Tahiti, giving us this simulcast live coverage for you here.
So cool, and we're just stoked here at Ocean Paddler to be able to share it with you. You have several opportunities to watch. Make sure you share it with your friends, of course, on our Ocean Paddler Facebook page. And then we also have our YouTube channel that you can check out, which is great. And then, of course, on Adventure Zone Sports Network, you can see us there. But we're keeping an eye on our Facebook feeds here and different folks. You can see on the bottom of your screen here different ways to follow us. But we're checking out your comments and stuff. And it's so cool. We have people from all over the world watching us. Again, Sardinia, we just have Matt Appleyard from Aotearoa checking us out. We had Martin Ramos, mucho mahalos, checking us out from Santa Clara, California. And again, Micah, what a joy it has been to bring this simulcast to all of our paddling ohana in the English-speaking world, whether that's mainland U.S., parts of Europe, New Zealand, Australia. pretty cool, and we're stoked to be here. And only place I'd rather be than here is right there on the on the right hand side of your screen with those guys watching front and center. But we're starting to get into that part of the race where our crews are surfing, getting into open ocean, and they're really starting to put it together. Did we get a check on?
That's going to be Tumara Ava'a right there. So that club is coming out of Raiatea as well. And so we're seeing a couple of really great paddling crews out of Raiatea. And right now we're in the mix. We're early on into the channel, but there's surf.
There's surf. That's great news that there is surf. Props to our camera guys over there at TNTV who are kind of taking the opportunity to check out crews other than just our first, second, third place guys. This team is definitely top 10. You can see over here in the blue jerseys, that's one of our 40s or 50s crews.
Yeah, so, and it just kind of giving everyone the update. So we're going to be giving you a little bit more of the split screens every so often. Obviously, we do not have control of the video. We're kind of presenting to you everything we get from TNT TV. But right now on screen, having a great race right here is this crew from Raiatea. That's going to be, again, Tumara Ava'a. And, we're seeing some really good surf, some fun waves. And, man, just really, really impressive to see all of these paddlers go out into this channel. Something to note, the channel is, like any other open ocean, you can create a lot of separation between you and any of the other crews. So we're seeing a different variation of lines. We've got some paddlers just kind of running a more, if you will, northerly line, and then we have some that actually gambled and went more southerly. So it just kind of depends on a little bit more of that the placement here. But looks like they're in they're just showing boat 777, and that's going to be again very important person, VIP. So I guess that's their boat name, but they're from Tahiti, and
like
just
that.
really cool, just really cool. I guess I've seen some really fun names in here, and I'm wondering if they just had it in there. But VIP is the club, and then we also had other clubs in there that said basically we are going to go. It's one of the club names. So
we can do it.
We can go. So I mean, just really cool. But right now we're kind of catching up with a lot of the veterans crews here as well. So the vets 40s and the vets 50s that were 10 minutes ahead of the senior crews. So, just in general, we're finally getting a great opportunity to see some of these veterans out in the channel as well. And we're seeing, a lot of the differences of the styles of paddling and what it's like out there. I mean, you see hundreds and hundreds of chase boats and spectator boats and catamarans, and of course you've got our 42 men racing for the seniors, and then we've got probably just a little over give or take 15 of the crews for the 40s and 50s.
Here's another crew. This is in the open.
So Mato Urava'a right there.
Okay.
They're currently
Mato Urava'a.
They're currently sitting in 40th. They're actually right now almost tied with the team from Japan. Japan was Shonan Outrigger Canoe Club. And, just really cool to know that there's, a Japanese team here from representing Japan and competing in Hawaiki Nui. So there's only two international teams outside of Tahiti. That's going to be Team Hawaii and then Team Japan here. Not on screen, but in the race.
And, Team Hawaii, again, having a great race yesterday, kind of really getting into that top 10 in 8th place with their finish. And we're excited to see how well they're going to do today. And again, our Hawaii paddlers, our lineup looks like it was from Beam. Speaking of Team Hawaii, are you ready to bring that to us, Senor? Okay, we're going to get a quick video update from our gang following the Hawaii men's crew, and let's send that out to them.
All right, so here's our team from Hawaii sent by Mike Spalding, but they look like they are, as well as they are in the channel, they are definitely getting some bumps in surfing. Look at that.
Nice movement, fellas. All right. that is, unless there's been a crew change, to our knowledge, it is Tristan Ko'okele Santos, Kekoa Ko'okele Santos, Rylan Hart, Avon Makoa Becerra, Miles Orr, and of course Jimmy Austin in 6. Looking good, gang. Liking the paddling. All right.
Yeah, so
Hawaii boys making us proud.
Yeah, and we actually know exactly where that is. So they're definitely kind of within the mix right now. We've seen Hina Raurea and Viral Pool, so it looks like they're just slightly back of those groups. So maybe just outside of the top 10, but looking like they're having a great race as well. You can see that they've definitely taken advantage of some of that surf run that we're getting right now on the channel. Got an update via Facebook Live, and just definitely any questions that you guys might have. We're looking at Team Huahine, which was actually leading the pack previously, to them pulling back more to the middle of the pack. But the question was it going to take for Huahine to make it into the top 3? So just overall, you take the cumulative time that they've had for day 1 and 2. Huahine is currently back just quite a ways. They're about 8 minutes and 16 seconds. So in order for them to podium at this point, you take the difference of first, second, and third. So they basically need to be about 6 minutes ahead of the top 3 crews, which is Shell, OPT, or Air Tahiti. So as long as Huahine creates a separation, gets anywhere between 7 minutes on any of those top 3 teams, they will podium. So
that's going to be tough to do.
Yeah, it would be tough to do, but as we've seen,
nothing is impossible.
They're definitely having a great race. I mean, if anybody can take advantage of the surf and do what they're doing, it would be Kevin and his crew, because they've done it multiple times. They look like they've found some really good groove early on in the first hour.
Yes.
So just to answer Tupu's King, and what's up, brother? Hope everything is well with you.
Hey, from New Zealand.
Yeah, hope everything is going great, and looking forward to seeing you and watching your race soon. But that's what it's going to take. Huahine is going to have to create some separation with Shell, OPT, and Air Tahiti. They need to put out about close to 6.5 to 7 minutes to get into that top 3 podium place. But right there on screen, we've got none other than Pire Va'a. Just incredible performances by them. We've got their captain, Stevie Teotata, in there as well. And, obviously no stranger to any podium or just in general, a really great paddler with some really good team members in the likes of, as I mentioned before, Hititua, Darren, and a few others. So
there also was a mention from one of our Facebook followers of another international team, possibly from New Caledonia. I did kind of see that.
Maybe
yesterday.
District, yeah, I did see that. Maybe the Rurutu, possibly. We'll get an update for you, but it could be. I think it was Maui'i Va'a, and Maui'i Va'a from Nouvelle Caledonia. So just that would be the other outside. So we do apologize. There looks like there was 3 outside of Tahiti teams that traveled down there, and we do know New Caledonia has some incredible paddlers. We've seen them in the sprint races. We've also seen them in the distance and Samoa, having a great time down there and watching them win. So thank you very much for the shout out there, and thank you, Catherine, for mentioning that. So really, really good. Props to them. I hope we can catch them on screen at some point. But
I speaking of international participation, after being in Hilo and being part of the world sprints there, I kind of and then juxtaposing that to this race here in Tahiti, I would love to see consistent international participation, of course, continue not only from Hawaii but
everywhere.
New Zealand.
Yeah,
Tupu and his gang, they've done this race before.
Right.
They would be great to see. Herbert's on tour. And a bunch of those guys put together a team for this.
The Reti family.
Yeah, the Reti family. How about there were some really strong Canadian paddlers I saw, like the Canadian women. I think
they could do really
well in this race.
Absolutely.
Even guys like Danny Chang putting together
maybe
a team
Southern
from California. And kind of now that the
doors kind of have been
open, right? There's exposure, via this simulcast, and we'd really encourage some of these other crews to get in there. Malulaba could put together a crew. They could really open it up to. These are some serious distances, and you got to be some serious paddlers. But those countries that we named, from what I saw in the World Sprints. They all have the opportunity. And who is this right here?
Yeah, check this out. This is Tohi Vea. They are the only team representing Mo'area on paper. So in general, they just had a really cool looking surf run right now. But Tohi Vea is actually, again, from Mo'area Island. They are currently sitting in 38th place. So they definitely want to have a great performance today, you know, and just kind of put themselves out there, see if they can start maybe working up on the list, and just see what day 3 is gonna be like for the rest of this overall general classment.
We're gonna take a quick look at a map that we have been using to kind of show us.
Yeah, so this is gonna be
this race today.
Yeah,
this is day 1. We're looking at here in green.
Yep, day 1 right here. Again, you're looking at about 45 kilometers. If anything, that's going to be about 28 mileage.
Right. And this yellow is day 2, the kind of inside the lagoon race that we had yesterday.
Yeah, so just a really fast course. Again, we were looking at about 18 miles. We've seen a record time yesterday set by Shell. So. And then this is the day 3, so you guys can follow along with us in pink here.
Right about there.
And we're just about about a third done with the race. So we're going to give you guys as much updates. But right here, when they come in towards that pass into Bora Bora, that last hooking location, so you can see it looks like a fish hook. Right when they come into that area, there's going to be some surf. If it looks like today, it might be pretty good surf. And I'm hoping to see a lot of these crews take advantage. But
that would be fun. Is it kind of similar, maybe even longer than that area coming into the end of Molokai Hoi, where you can catch a little bump there and ride actual, not open ocean swell surf, but surf.
So it's along the reef edge of Bora, and it pulls really, really hard. And I've been out in Bora Bora last year, and I was watching it reel on the outside, and it was like 8+, and it was like firing on the reels. I mean, we were all in the studio, or we were filming, and we all looked out, and I was like, get me my board. We need to get out there.
Right.
But on screen, we got a flashback going to OPT here, your current leaders, looking like they're trying to chase down the leader pack right there of Air Tahiti, Huahine, Shell, even Hina Raurea, that's kind of ahead of them, including, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be, again, probably they're in 5th place right now, trying to make their way back up. And this right here on screen is Shell Va'a. So they gave us a good view of Shell and OPT. So Shell is in 2nd place overall. They won yesterday. OPT is your overall first place contenders right now.
I would love to see not that I don't enjoy watching Shelva win, but it would be kind of cool to see somebody that isn't in the top 3 currently get out there and win like what Huahine is trying to pull off.
Yeah, we got right there none other than looks like Hotuporoi steering Air Tahiti. They look like they're having, again, a really good race. So Team Air Tahiti, again, just kind of staying on it, keeping it nice and informed. I'm wondering if that looks like Manatea in there as well. Man, just really good paddlers and really strong. So they are very known for being very consistent. Great opportunity to surf as well. And I got a feeling we're going to see them start pushing the pace. You're hour and a half in. You've got, a possible 3 hours left. So this is where you kind of have to dig deep a little bit in the early stages to not get too much separation. So depending on how everybody's feeling, that's the other thing when you talked about chemistry and, kind of what you feel. You need to know, in the boat, hey, hour and a half we're in. Okay, can we turn it up a little bit, or should we just maintain and keep it where it's at?
Yeah, because if you were to ask them, can we turn it up, pretty much nobody's going to say no.
Yeah, nobody's going to say no.
Has to be able to feel it.
For sure. But you got to know when to tell yourself that we don't need to turn it up, because no sense risking getting anybody into that point,
Yeah, there's might be a point where there's an opportunity to kind of chase down a boat in front of you, but if all that extra effort causes you to lose a man or somebody bonk or cramp up or whatever, that might actually, in your effort to get ahead, might put you a couple canoes back at the end of it,
So I did get an update from my brother Mark. He went up there this year to go follow Team Hawaii. He said, "Yep, bro, there is surf going into Bora Bora." So they're up there right now, currently on one of the catamarans, and just hanging out, checking it out with Team Hawaii. And got the update. There's some surf coming into Bora, so I'm pretty excited. Definitely looking forward to seeing a little bit more of that. But as we see right here, Shell on screen. Again, being that team of dominance, and we did see some mixture, right? OPT coming up from behind yet again and falling right in line, second place right now. Team Air Tahiti slightly behind OPT. Huahine right there in fourth. Hinaraurea, Poparate, Hoimamu, Pireva'a, and Tumara'ava'a. So those are your top 8s that we can account for right now on screen, and we're seeing some, just some smooth, clean paddling right here.
Yeah.
Settled in.
Not quite as bumpy out there as they would have liked, I think.
Yeah, and that's also the thing too, right, is some people, really take advantage of that windy, choppy type of conditions. And
there they go, dropping some hydration and whatnot.
Here's some provisionals there coming on board for Shell, maybe some gel packs or, like you said, just some new water bottles, and they can put it back in.
They really like those, like, Coleman thermoses,
Oh, dude,
don't they?
they're the best.
Tahitians love that.
They're the best, though, because they're easy to mix things in, and they pre-built, like, a little – kind of like pipe holders, and you just slide in the whole thing.
Like a cup holder with
you
that.
just slide it right in.
And it has that flip up, drinking tab, and you just can slide your
tube right inside. So your hose goes in for your, your water line.
Nice.
But incredible, right here to see live on screen, just watching some really, really good paddling. Again, we kind of said it before, we figured Shell might try to push the pace and stay out in front. But right now, also just kind of considering a little bit of things, with the team. But here's a good look at Shell. This is their chase and, team boat here. They're so easy to identify there, but a good boat to kind of keep in contact with their team there for what's on the course.
Beautiful work here by
More
Shell.
bumps.
I was under the impression that Huahine was just ahead of them for a moment, but we'll see. Hopefully, as the
drone
camera
view,
kind of expands out where all these other crews are and how close they will be. I'm not surprised at all to see Shell up there, but man, Huahine was almost looked like they were pulling in front of them at one point.
Yeah, I think in that passing they try to create some separation, but again, this is a big channel, lots of opportunities to take different lines and runs. Want a big shout out to Mario Mausillo. Hey, thanks for tuning in, and congrats on Molokai. You guys had an awesome race there. Also, Helani Kronstad, thanks for jumping on. How's George doing?
George Kronstad.
Where is he paddling, and who's he paddling with? We didn't get the update. Hopefully you can let us know, but much aloha for everyone to tune in. If you're here and live with us, we're 1 hour and 40 minutes into our possible 4-hour race here. This is a 38-mile stretch from Taha to Bora Bora, and just really excited to kind of give everyone this live coverage here. But right on screen we have Ta'a Nui here, boat 174. They are from Taha, of course. They also had a really good race this past couple of days, but just more in the 30 range, and so just trying to represent Taha and just have a really good showing today for day number 3. But incredible to see everybody out on the water.
Kind of cool to be able to race from their own home island, kind of representing
for sure
at their takeoff point there, and jumping across this channel over to Bora. But great to see Taha Nui out there in their green canoe with all the motu in the background there. And what a beautiful Tahitian day to be racing. But I'm sure everyone wishes there was a little bit bigger bump out there. There is definitely some texture to have, for sure, but not quite the sort of stuff we were seeing on day 1.
Yeah, I think in this
Maybe
channel,
as they get out a little farther.
Yeah, I think in this channel it's going to take a little bit, only when we draw in more towards Bora, since it's such a wide channel, and of course there's not that much wind. There was no real swell on the direction, but I think when, again, you come closer to the islands, you kind of get that tidal swell, if you will, and that's when we see the difference for sure. What's up, Cora Wolf? How's it going? Didn't get to see you at Hawaiki Nui, but man, would have been cool to see another women's crew over there. They had a great run last year, so looking forward to, I don't know, maybe they're going to go Vodafone or something. But
yeah, we have Darna Aporo from New Zealand. She's saying, yes, Aotearoa will be there in force next year with some juniors as well.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, let's see it. I loved really at World Sprints to see that mashup between all the Polynesian cultures, especially from the juniors, the kids. You know, they all got together and hung out. The Tahitians and the Hawaiian kids and the Maori kids. It was pretty cool.
And then a shout out to none other than Coco. What's up, Coco? Coco is a paddler for Team Air Tahiti. And Coco, I hope everything is going well for you, brother. And looking forward to seeing you in the VA soon. But right here on screen, we've got, again, Shell, your leader of day number 3, trying to maintain this position for the rest of the evening. All they have to do is be ahead of OPT by 8 seconds, and they will take the overall win. But, of course, OPT is not going to just let that happen. But we're going to see a little bit more of that possible pressure here.
Here.
Yeah, it looks like we have Enviropole on screen, boat 374. Just incredible paddlers here in this Va'a. I think we have none other than one of the Cowans in there. And, just really, really excited to see teams like this put on really, really good efforts here.
And is this Huahine here? Looks like it is.
Yep.
Huahine Va'a. They are, being hotly pursued by Enviropole right there. Not sure exactly. We'll get an update shortly here on what the placing is, but beautiful work by both these crews. I think they had Huahine earlier in 3rd, I believe.
Yeah, just currently right now it looked like Huahine was in 4th place. So in 1st place currently was Shell. 2nd place followed by OPT. 3rd was Air Tahiti. 4th we had Huahine. In the 5th and 6th was kind of spread out a little bit, but we did have Popora Tehoi Mamu in there, as well as Enviropole kind of hunting down. But you could see right now, you see that a lot of the chase boats have intertwined with the other canoes. So again, picking your line and making sure you can hold it, you're going to have some possible, obviously sputter off of the boat wakes here, and that will be kind of affecting you as you fall behind. So that's also the challenge here, is making sure your line doesn't get too interfered. And of course, the chase boats do know and recognize there's canoes around them.
You can see it looks like Shell Va'a's chase boat kind of slowing down there and trying to get out of the way of the other paddlers. And there's the 2nd place Va'a right there in front of them. And so I'm pretty sure they're trying to avoid providing any wake for the other canoes. But, yeah, Shell already has a good 100-yard lead or 100-meter lead on the
OPT.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, again, we're kind of nearing that, that halfway mark, if you want to put it at that, if it's a 4-hour race. But it's going to take, a little bit of kind of getting back in the groove when things like this happen. There's a lot of, interchanges, whether people are dropping off water to the boats or some provisionals or things like that. But just kind of really making your adjustments too. I mean, you could see there's a lot of turbulence from who knows. Yeah, and you got to figure there's, 100 extra boats on the outside chasing everybody and trying to watch the race as well.
This is one of our 40s crews here. CMIT Moana Va'a, crew number 306. So with a couple of guys from the Poroi family in there. I love these Tahitian names: Tevenino, Poroi, Teroro Hauepa.
Yeah, they've kind of right in the middle of the men's 40. They're kind of sitting right in the middle, so they too can potentially make up some time and some grounds. But definitely, excited to see that these
And
50s
here's Team
are.
Hawaii on the right. That is Jimmy Austin there
All
in
right.
6.
Yep.
Getting on a little bump here. Resting and riding.
Nice. So yeah, great look right here of Team Hawaii. Oh, it looks like no, it looks like Mahina Hoi Va'a.
Are you sure? I could have sworn that was Jimmy Austin. Am I wrong again? Yeah, probably. God, I swear that was Jimmy Austin in 6.
Good looking.
My bad.
Good looking.
That guy was a nice looking, kind of tall. I could almost hear him.
But there was no hot pants on there.
I couldn't tell what kind of pants he was wearing. My bad.
No, this is going to be Mahina Hoi there. This boat is going to be number 438. Let's see where their placement was. So again, they're 35th overall. So a little bit on the back half of the pack, but really cool to see.
Tell me that doesn't look like Jimmy Austin.
No, it does.
Thank you.
I'll give it to you.
You're a real friend.
I'll give it to you. But no, just right here. But you do see the Kamanu composite sticker on there.
Right?
So I'm going to go out and say that is totally them right now. That is.
Am I right or am I wrong?
No,
I don't know.
You're totally right. And I'm going to go with that being, a little shaky, but.
Was that Tristan? I don't know. 432.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's going to be 432. That was Mahina Hoi Va'a, which
Jimmy's steering 2 canoes today. Amazing. That guy is incredible. What can't he do? My word.
Yeah, no, boat 647, but I mean, I do see, we saw that Kamanu composite sticker.
Did Jimmy Girl get kicked off and sent to another crew? That's possible, too. That's totally possible. Well, while we sit here and try to figure this out, folks, we're what is the number for Hawaii? What is the number there?
So the team for Hawaii is supposed to be 647A, but trying to get a closer look, I mean.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, because I couldn't make out anyone in the middle, so I'm gonna go out and say. We have an identical twin.
A doppelganger.
A doppelganger for Jimmy Austin here.
How incredible is that he can be in 2 crews at once?
Now, this is a boat 432B.
Did they switch canoes?
Yeah, so just incredible right here. But on screen, we're just getting a lot of footage of a lot of the back half of the different types of paddlers here and different crews, but for us,
sorry, but that looks just like the picture of Jimmy Austin that I have in my bedroom. It looks it's the same shot, I swear, so I get confused, man. Sorry about that.
So, hey, Jimmy, if you're watching and tuning in later, we found your doppelganger. But I guess the hard part was we did see a Kamanu composite sticker on there. So, obviously, we got to see that, and, a lot of that correlated to possibly being the Hawaii team.
You should have been a lawyer, bro.
But,
thanks.
But I'm just doing my best to defend my co-host
you're defending
here.
me in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Making sure we get
We'd
through.
We'd like to provide this picture of Jimmy Austin as evidence.
Oh, man.
Shucks. We have a quick, if we can't get Jimmy Austin right now, we got a quick video from last year of Kalahui Kai's experience at the start of day 3. It's kind of an example of some of the stuff that what can happen during an event and what can go wrong and all that kind of stuff. And I guess, Alex, are we ready to throw that up on screen? So here's a quick video. Once again, this is of Kalahui Kai men's crew last year, Hawaiki Nui 2023.
Okay. To start off the race, we lined up right next to the previous champ, Shelva'a. We started off the race, and then because the pack is so tight, a boat ended up hitting our tail and causing us to spin out, and we, lost a little bit of control because that one boat's pushing us. And so happenly, Shell was also getting pushed a bit, so we ended up colliding with each other, causing our alma to climb up onto the boat and actually cracking. So the first 40 minutes, we were paddling around with a cracked alma, filling up with water slowly. We were just trying to hope for the best, that maybe it wasn't that bad and maybe we weren't taking in water, but we started noticing as it was harder to surf. So we were able to change it. We took about 7 to 10 minutes just trying to, take off the old alma, put the new alma on, rubber it down. While we're in the rough water, escort boats are everywhere, canoes are going by.
They definitely seemed defeated straight off the bat, but then halfway through the race, they came alive. I guess they were by us. They were like dead last by themselves, so you just end up picking crews off one by one, and they just got stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger.
Wow. Amazing, trials and tribulations of racing. But you can see, one of the things I noticed here, it looks a bit rougher last year than this year.
Yeah, there's more surf. There was definitely a lot more wind and surf last year when I was in the channel on the Latin side. It definitely was a lot more bumpier, and we definitely seen a little bit more exchanges. Anytime we line up and you've got 40 plus canoes on the race start, that first 5 minutes can be absolutely exactly what happens, right?
Yeah, and really, as Tristan mentioned, regardless of what that steersman in the Hawaii crew was trying to do, he's getting pushed from behind by another crew, and it really can just lose control of the whole direction, and unfortunately puka the ama. But not only it's like they had to solve the problem twice, right? They had to remove it, put a new one on, and then later on in the race they had to fix the rigging on the replacement one. And so that's a lot of work, and congratulations to them for just kind of pulling it off. But thankfully, Team Hawaii not experiencing any of that so far this year, except for in day one. I'm sure they had a similar experience, and we're guaranteed going to get a report on that. But before we take a look at who's in the lead here in the water, we're going to take a quick commercial break and bring you back some live footage of the 2024 Hawaiki Nui Va'a on our way to the finish line in Bora Bora. We'll be right back.
For me, it's a Ferrari, this canoe. The V1 teaches you a lot. It can be a boat for beginner because when you're beginner, you don't expect nothing from a boat. You will learn with the boat. So the Marara is a boat for everyone. It's a boat who can increase the glide like very high. You can, in 2 or 3 strokes, you can improve like 1 or 2 kilometers. So that's why I love the Marara.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
The Miko has made me a better paddler. It helps you read the wave even better because you're on that wave for a longer period of time without having to think as much. Yeah, having the Miko be a little bit bigger and wider in the cockpit actually is nice to have you able to move around and situate yourself different. It gives you an option to be able to be more versatile in your seat. It kind of reminds me of a longboard. It stays on the wave, it's easy to ride, it's super stable, so it's friendly for beginners or expert level. There's nothing like the pure paddling performance of RA Tahiti rudderless canoes.
All right, none other than Chase Van Ordheim there, paddler from the Big Island who is racing with Team Hawaii. Looked like he was in the Va'a yesterday.
Yeah, so
yesterday's race.
Yeah, it looks like actually day one, I believe he was in there, and I think today just a lot of strategy. I think changes here, but Chase showing he paddles the Mako, just a great V1 paddler. He's definitely brought V1 paddling in Hawaii to a different level for Hawaii paddlers. So just excited to see him out there. And, of course, just looking into everything, just thank you for tuning in. Of course, thank you to TNT or Tahiti Nui Television for providing this simulcast for us to go ahead and bring you this live coverage in English, and as well as our supporters, Ade Tahiti. But right now we're just kind of going in and out of our Facebook and our YouTube channel. So just a lot of shout outs to be had. And of course, Let's Go Air Tahiti. Got a bunch of that on here.
Dennis Lorenzo.
Yep. And then of course, Go Huahine from Tupu. And of course, Auntie Vera Marston, Uncle Christian Marston. Much aloha.
Yes.
I hope everybody is doing well. And man, I wish I was out on their catamaran right now in their backyard, but
for sure,
definitely next year. But other than that, we're back live. This is your 2024. You can find us on Facebook live as well as YouTube. You also can find us on our Adventure Sports Network on Roku, Apple, and Fire. But man, it's been exciting thus far. Shell is currently leading the pack. But what do you think is going to happen in this back half of the race?
You know, for me, I am hoping for more water out there, but I don't see it in the cards. And by that I mean more surf. I think they're far enough away from Taha'a that they're and deep enough into this channel that you're seeing as much as they're gonna get. I would have loved to see a little bit more surfing, but I think this opens up an opportunity for the real top paddling crews to kind of get out there and eke out, squeeze out every little thing that this channel has to offer them. And then, you know, they're not getting help from the waves. When you're getting long surfing runs, your paddlers are of course working hard to get on the bump,
right?
But they're also getting the opportunity for this, you know, 5, 10, 15 second rest where they're, you know, can stretch out, can put the, you know, paddle down on the gunnels and relax. And they're not going to have that. So coming into the finish line in the lagoon area at Bora Bora, they may be more taxed than they would have been otherwise because it was a challenging crossing of the channel. And so we'll see how much some of these top crews have left in the tank, and maybe we're going to have an unfortunate repeat somewhere of what Shelva'a experienced by losing paddlers you know, midway before, you know, due to cramping or exhaustion. So
so, you know, you're right, Kalai. I think the conditions, as we saw last year's 2023, a lot more texture, more water movement. Definitely the weather played a factor. It was pretty windy, definitely more swell conditions. I think for many of the paddlers here, maybe they would want some extra bumps, but I think they're still getting really good conditions. Overall, like you said, I think they're going to really have to challenge themselves on trying to get whatever they can get, whether it's a small bump or a good size one, but take all advantage of it just to get that recovery and that relax.
You know, and I'm, you know, are you willing to wager on some of these teams? Well, let's have a bet.
Okay.
Let's have a bet. Which Jimmy Austin finishes first?
Oh, man. I'm going to go with Team Hawaii finishing.
Okay, you're going to go with Team Hawaii, Jimmy Austin.
Yes, Team
finishing before the other Jimmy Austin.
Yes.
In the other, okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm with you on that one. I think the real Jimmy Austin may finish before the doppelganger Jimmy Austin. So we'll see what's happening here.
Yeah. So currently, right now on screen, it's really cool because you know, Tahiti Nui television has been doing a really good job of covering as many crews as possible.
Whole pack.
And as we've seen, this is more on your tail end of the senior men's here, but none other than, you know, another Tahitian team, Oporu Va'a. They're just from Tahiti. They've been, or sorry, from Taha. They've been having a pretty decent day as, again, they're in about the 36th placement out of 42.
Mm-hmm.
So just, you know, trying to make some ground up and take advantage of maybe the conditions for themselves. But
here goes that map again of today's race. And wow, they're halfway across the channel already. We're about 2 hours into this race. And don't forget that when they get to the far side of Bora Bora, they need to make it around and back into that finish line. So great strategy by this TNTV crew. They're using their camera boat to work its way up throughout the field, showing all the different crews, and while simultaneously deploying a drone to get the footage of the leader that you're seeing here, with probably a strategy to that by the time they get over to Bora Bora, they'll have given all the other crews a little bit of camera time, and then they'll finish the leader and the top pack into the finish line. So great work again by our our friends there at Tahiti Nui Television. Mahalo for sharing us this video so that we can provide this simulcast in English. And, of course, a big mahalo out to the Hawaiki Nui Va'a organization and their vision to share the world's most competitive race with us for this simulcast in English. So pretty cool. Again, on the screen via drone footage is your leader, Shell Va'a, with Team Air Tahiti right behind them, and OPT in third. Looks like Air Tahiti is probably, about 100 meters back, maybe about half a dozen boat lengths or something like that.
Yeah.
But they're right there, but certainly they need to, at some point, put on the attack.
Yeah, there's a lot of race still to be had. Like you said, we're halfway there. We're not going to get too much more different conditions as of what we have right now on screen, which, again, for our viewers, the winds are slowly dying. It's going from about 20 miles per hour, and it's going to start dropping to maybe just half of that. So, in retrospect, sometimes you would like the wind. It keeps you a little bit cooler. You also get a little bit more texture on the water, so it gives you a chance to make some moves. But right now, on screen, I believe this is going to be Hina Raorea right here. They've been having, a really good race as they are in 5th place overall, but they're vying for a potential podium finish as well today. Man, they just look really good. They've definitely got a really good program. Like I said, the men's 40s were winning the 40 division, and right now you can see they're having a great race right now. I see some of the Porois in there as well as the Ro'opinias in there, the Leon family. So, man, just a lot of great paddling family names in here. And just really excited to see. They look like a bunch of younger phenoms and just having a really good race right now.
And there is that what that means over there? Raiatea on the left? Is that the...
Yeah, that's the island that they're representing.
Okay, cool.
So this is Hina Raurea from Raiatea Island. And, man, just looking like they're having fun, actually. I mean, we're still seeing some really good, fun bumps. Just got to take advantage of it.
Right. You got to have a good surfing crew. And a lot of times a good surfing crew, they're working out there to get on these. And the concern for me would be that they're working hard to catch whatever they can and not really getting the kind of rest that they might need to make it all the way into the finish line, 6 members strong.
Yeah, definitely, just a lot of attacking, a lot of movement that you're trying to take advantage of. So you see Shell and you see the styles that Shell has with a really smooth, long, relaxed rate. And then all of a sudden they'll attack it for a while. But I'm sure we're seeing very similar type of paddling from all of these Tahitian crews here. But clearly just tracking really well, catching every little bump that comes behind them. So kind of like that fun, tiny downwind type of run. But no doubt what we're seeing on screen, it probably could be a lot different right there in the canoe. We see what we see, and that's kind of what we have to give you based on that.
Beautiful paddling.
Yeah, there's in your background right on the horizon. The good thing about this is, when you're doing Molokai, you can't see it for a while because of the way the islands are angled. But this one, you can see Bora pretty easily.
Bora stands out. It's got that big mountain in the middle there. But yeah, you definitely, from a distance, you can definitely pick out Bora Bora. Looks like second and third place are kind of
neck and neck,
nice and even, neck to neck, as they say in Tahiti, and a decent gap with
but
Shell Va'a in first place.
Yeah, this is the things that we can talk about too on screen on that pan view with that drone kind of pulled out. There is different lines that you can take. You can kind of keep running a little bit more south, or you can kind of do like that point-to-point kind of idea. But really,
hey, the VIPs.
Really, everyone is trying to kind of take advantage. But cool shot here of Veterans 40. So this is your 40s plus here on screen. The boat 777. That's going to be, again, that VIP team. They're from Tahiti. They're currently sitting in about 13th overall. They just got, again, they're halfway through their race as well. So we're gonna see how they do at the end of this course. But what's really impressive though is like ironing at 50 or plus years of age, and
that's far, bro.
I know.
That
and
is far.
If you look at the crew list, some of them only had like 9 paddlers. So a handful of these paddlers or a couple of these paddlers probably paddled all 3 legs. Putting in about 11 hours of paddling in 3 days, accumulating about 80 miles of just pure grit.
At 50, you've learned how to suffer. Learn how to suffer well. So they look like they're doing good, especially 1 and 2. They have a nice stroke going on there, nice and consistent, big reach still. So a lot of real estate in front of them, a lot of water in front of them still, but looking great. This is the VIPs, the 40s crew. I like that 777, Lucky Luck.
Yeah, so, just for those of you that are watching and kind of viewing, man, we're halfway through our day number 3 for our Hawaiki Nui 2024 championship. We're getting great coverage of pretty much every club and every crew that's out there. Hopefully we'll get some pan footage eventually, maybe coming a little bit more closer to Bora. We'll probably see what that top 10 looks like. Definitely curious to see where Team Hawaii is in relations to everyone. We did get a previous update. It looks like they were just back of that main pack, so hopefully we'll get a good idea of where they are. But right on screen you can see just the flotilla / boatilla of just nonstop boat wake of all of these spectators and chase boats, and man, it's just incredible.
That is quite, as you mentioned, a flotilla chasing our leaders there. That must just be such a fun experience in and of itself, following the race, motoring across this channel between the 2 islands, seeing the whole start and the beautiful backdrop of Taha'a and the drama of a exciting finish line there in Bora Bora. What an experience, man. We're gonna have to go, man. Simple as it is. We're getting some great commentary from the folks following us not only on our Facebook page but on our YouTube as well. Mahalo to everybody joining us for this English-speaking simulcast. Pretty cool. We're stoked to have you with us. And we continue to try to check out our live chat and respond to everybody that is taking the time to make a comment and chat with us. So mahalo, gang, for being part of our experience here.
Yeah, just following up with some of the people that were talking earlier, we do have what it looks like 3 international teams. We've got a team from Hawaii, we've got a team from New Caledonia, and a team from Japan. So the idea is, a lot of times, maybe people aren't aware that you can actually go down there and race and be a part of something as big as Hawaiki Nui. But I think it's a great.
These guys are getting a good rest. Look at that.
A great challenge for people.
Nice wave right there by.
Yeah, that's going to be Shell right there on screen. And again, Shell finally looking like they're getting a little bit of that extra energy, maybe mid-channel.
All right, we're going to throw out to a quick update from our man Batiste. He's the guy that builds the Ade canoes. He's right there along Shell Va'a. He's going to send us a quick video update. Let's check it out.
Guys, after 2 hours of racing, as you can see, we can spot Shell in first position, following by Tahitian UPT. So those 3 leaders, they are really fighting, and no one took a different option. Wine is right behind with Enviropol as well.
Yep.
But as you can see, the 3 leaders, they don't want to go away from each other,
Yep.
So they are marking each other, and we'll see what's going to happen.
What was saying is they were kind of like covering each other. They don't really want to break out and try to take a different line or a different opportunity, a different shot at the finish line, where it seems with this kind of more mellow conditions, it makes sense just to kind of cover each other and and slug it out,
Yeah,
toe to toe.
definitely seen that. And thanks, Baptiste Gosen, again, the builder of the Matahina here. On screen, he's been following, Shell and just kind of getting a lot of the response on some of the things that's happened on the changes of the boat, whether it's just, maybe changing the accessories on there, whether it's the rigging or anything like that. But realistically, right now on screen, we're seeing Shell holding its dominant line right now. But we do see Air Tahiti, OPT, kind of tracking that same line. Nobody really wants to try anything new just yet because right now it seems like that line is working. There's no need to kind of change anything. But I think at some point, if you're going to try to beat them, your move's going to be probably within the next hour. You're going to start thinking, okay, we got an hour left. It's gotta be now, and it's not going to be the last 20 minutes, that's for sure. So at some point when they get closer to Bora, somebody's going to have to start really pushing the rate and the pace in order to kind of catch up to Shell right now, even though it's only about maybe a good 100 yards in separation.
Nice work by this team from Shell Va'a, coming off a record-breaking day 2 here at Hawaiki Nui and a win once again at Molokai Hoi. But they are just looking really smooth. Beautiful drone footage. Getting some water, a little bit of rest, sharing the water. Trying to keep nice and cool.
That's a good inside look and a good indication that definitely the weather is,
Yeah, the conditions are less than optimal. It's not only maybe not the best surfing race, but it looks like a very warm day as they start to head into the 10 o'clock hour shortly. So we're getting into that hot point of the day, and you can be assured that that's going to weigh a little heavier on a lot of these paddlers. And he's at Air Tahiti on the right.
No, that's
170. Who is that?
No, so that's going to be.
Oh, this is Enviropool maybe? I'm having a hard time seeing 170. Who do you got on there? Before we keep guessing.
I think that might be just a regular boat number. It's going to be a Te Whiri Nape right there.
Ah, there we go. Thank you. Te Whiri Nape.
So that's going to be the 50s men on screen. So they're actually.
This is one of the top 50s men right here.
Yeah, so they're in the third place classment right now. They got third both days. They're looking to podium finish once again here. So this is going to be your men's 50 on screen, 170. And again, they're in third place overall. They're from the island of Moorea.
These guys are looking good for 50s, nice and smooth, plenty energy, really moving that canoe and
some big
catching some surf too. Yeah, there's some meat in that boat. Good example of a number 5 helping out his steersman.
Yeah, that was a really good look at just kind of maintaining that line, getting on that surf bump, and C5 doing a really good job there on the back half helping the steersman.
Nice work by this 50s crew. Again, one of our top 50s crews. This, as we would say it here in Hawaii, this is kind of like a masters crew, 50 and over. They also have a 40s and over division, and they started their race about 10 minutes in front of the open men or senior men. And so, man, they're having a great race right here, and this is definitely one of the top crews in that 50s division.
Yep. So, again, just looks like there was only 6 teams in the 50s division. So it looks like this is the top 3, so they're doing really good. They're going to, again, try to podium here. Your 50s, as we refer to the Masters, and this is the Veterans 50s here for Tahiti. I'm just really excited because, as we get closer into the pass, we're going to see, man, he looks great for 50.
That guy ain't 50.
It's a C5.
Not a gray hair on him, man. That guy looks great.
Yeah, just really, really, that just goes to show you that healthy lifestyle of being in the Va'a and, just, man, taking advantage of everything.
They better check his birth certificate. Nice work. So we're just past the 2-hour mark in the race. We're just around 10 o'clock here. And so great work by this 50s crew and great work by Shell Va'a, who continues to maintain a lead on the whole pack in the open men's race.
Yeah, so for our viewers, today's race is, again, the finals day. This is Hawaiki Nui 2024. We're heading from Taha all the way to Bora Bora. It's 38 miles, roughly. So we're nearing the halfway mark or so, or maybe just slightly past. We're 2 hours and 15 minutes in almost for your senior men. So, again, looking really good. I believe right on screen looks like potentially Air Tahiti here. We're just once we get a little closer look, we might be able to kind of give you a good update, but it does look like it might be them. Shell currently is your leader. It was Shell, Air Tahiti, OPT, kind of 1, 2, and 3 again.
So Shell is in the lead there with their big canopied chase boat right behind him. This is
Air Tahiti.
Air
right
Tahiti.
here.
They kind of were a little bit separated into third place, and it looks like OPT is starting to kind of close that gap a little bit on Shell. What does it look like to you, Michael?
Yeah, I think so. I seen OPT just upwards of Shell, kind of on the right side, and maybe choosing just a little bit different line, kind of what we're talking about. Maybe the run is better. Air Tahiti tracking a very similar line to Shell. They've got, again, really strong paddlers, but they're looking to maintain that, second and third place position and hopefully make a move shortly and maybe potentially either pass Shell or, somewhere along that line. But there you go. You got all of your team paddlers there on the team. Trying to see who they have. Looks like, again, Hotu Paroi steering there. Got Kyle in there as well. And then in seat 2 look like Manatea. But again, just a really good strong group of paddlers here, and man, just really well done right now. Just maintaining good rate, slowing it down when they can, good recovery, but it looks like they're starting to kind of put a little bit more attack onto their paddling right now.
Well, mid-channel, this would be the time, right? If you're going to get any surf, it's here. If you're going to use it, it's here. I don't know if there's almost at this point of the race, if you want to maintain your standing, there isn't a point where you can not be on the attack,
Right. Yeah, just really good paddling right now, and we're getting a really good water angle of your team Air Tahiti. Still some good surf bumps here and there. They're just trying to pick off what they can, but it looks like you can see OPT is just to the right of them, and they're just right on OPT's tail. Mm-hmm. So you can see they've started to move up just a little bit and trying to take advantage of, like you said, Kalai, anything on the water that they can get any momentum to kind of close the gap up here, there, and make sure there isn't any other separation from them and Shell, because they're still within, striking distance. And like everybody's anticipating, as we get near to Bora Bora, we're finding out and we're hearing via, kind of boats in the water that there is a little bit more surf as we get closer. Mm-hmm. So we could see a good opportunity for all of these crews. But there on screen, we have OPT just out of the distance of Air Tahiti. So we see there's still like a good battle for this top 3 position.
There's no letting up between these 3 teams that have been going at it all week long. Right. Every race has been these 3.
Yeah, so just now we're kind of getting a good idea of where everybody's at. Your top 3 teams still maintaining the podium positions here. But, man, this is going to be a great showdown coming in for this back half of the Hawaiki Nui 2024.
It's going to be interesting to see once we get into that flatter water who's really got something left at the end. I mean, Shell has shown that they have the ability to keep hunting down at the end of a long day. But I would imagine both of these other crews do as well.
Yeah, and again, cool, great drone shot. I mean, look how spread out the field is.
Wow.
We're seeing, obviously, a bunch of chase boats in there as well as spectators. So what it is there's spectators on either side of these canoes. And when you're looking in relationships right now to these top 3 canoes, you can see OPT and Shell almost look level. They almost look like they're even across, but we won't really be able to give you that exact pinpoint because the island is so far away. And then we see, you know, Air Tahiti just on the back end of Shell, just kind of keeping the similar line. So left-hand side, you see OPT. Right-hand side, we see Shell. Behind them, we have Air Tahiti. And I can't really pick out, but I don't see Huahine in that mixture, but I think Huahine is slightly back, maybe a good football field length behind this group, as well as Hinaraurea, Enviropol, Tehoi Mamu. So just, you know, kind of giving a good idea of where everyone's at. This is a great drone shot right
Looks
here.
like OPT is going to get a hydration drop there, some provisions for mid-race. You can see that's their boat right there in the top.
Yeah, this is going to be great. We can see Bora Bora right there in the background. Again, visually we can see the island, so there's a little bit of excitement as you get closer to Bora. There's a little bit of more of a groundswell, so you can still see the energy sweeping through, but again, they're going to have to take advantage of everything they got. Right here we have Ta'a Va'a. Of course, they're from the island of Taha. They were in
nice surfing,
27th
Look
place.
at that.
Yeah, man, just it's so cool to see, you know, when they get on a bump and then just maintain for a while. And like you said, the energy kind of is dying out, so you just got to just keep going at it.
Beautiful stuff right here. They are, you know, kind of middle of the pack in the senior men's race, but definitely putting on a good showing for their island where they're from, Taha'ava. Nice work, guys. Watching them catch some fun bumps out here. And here they go again. Beautiful work, beautiful work. And so you could see over there that their placement is 27th overall after a couple days of racing. Great job by Tahiti Nui Television to show all of these different crews as their camera boat towards the back is kind of picking its way up through the pack of paddlers. Everybody getting their moment in the shade. Big shakas there on the Va'a.
Yeah, you got it. So that's the Enjoy Life kind of looking shaka there, clothing brand that definitely got some of that when I went down to Tahiti.
Oh, yeah.
Just really cool. I mean, just that vibe, the idea of enjoy life, you know, just, yeah. I mean, pretty simple.
It's a pretty simple yet effective. And look at some of our top canoes are closing in on Bora Bora, but definitely important to keep note that they're not racing straight to the island. They need to make their way to the far side of the island through a channel and then back up and around, which actually from the shores of Bora Bora near where the finish line is kind of makes it a neat spectator deal. You will be able to see off in the distance all the boats coming in, and then you'll see the canoes pass you by and then have to work their way up inside of the lagoon area. And so really the multi-layered waterways and the texture of these islands is making for real great opportunities for spectators. All right, we're getting a report from Uncle Mike Spalding saying that Team Hawaii is kind of doing like a rum line thing. They're kind of just trying to go straight in with a lot of the other far right of their course, and so they're always trying to play the course a little bit, trying to eke out an advantage. But it looks like our top canoes here, being Shell, OPT, and Air Tahiti Nui, are kind of covering each other and keeping themselves, definitely entrenched into this top-level competition right here. And you could tell OPT, they have this different colored jersey. It's that with the yellow panel on the torso, indicating that much like the Tour de France, the yellow jersey is your current leader in time, overall time. And this is certainly the Tour de France of the South Pacific. It's the same kind of hype and energy that goes into
100%.
Cycling is like the individual national sport of France, and whereas paddling is here in Tahiti.
Yeah, we gotta really admire just how much effort that Tahiti Nui Television has put into it, as well as Hawaiki Nui Va'a organization, and just all of the participants just coming out here, putting it all out there to go and race. This marathon of a outrigger canoe paddling, and it's just incredible to see how much boats are on the water supporting every single person out there. And I'm looking forward to seeing what it's going to be in about, give or take, about an hour. We're going to start seeing whether or not any of these teams can make moves on one another, or see who's going to kind of hold on to that placement or that finish.
Man, what a cool! I just keep marveling at how many boats are just chasing this race and following along with the action. It is certainly impressive. I've heard the stories, and yet seeing it really for the first time has been still yet impressive. OPT looking great right now. They have an opportunity to take the lead from Shelva'a at any moment, and so they're working towards that as they near the outer reef here at Bora Bora. And what a magical island this is going to be, and what a incredible! I can't wait to see that finish line just teeming with spectators and fans as our Va'a come into the finish line. It's going to be pretty neat. We continue to bring you this live simulcast feed shared with us by Tahiti Nui Television. On the screen right now, you're looking at OPT. They are in second, if not first place right here, but they are our overall leader in time by just a small margin. After 3 days of racing here, they are just ahead by a very small margin, and it's really anybody's race at this time. There isn't a lot of time for either Air Tahiti Nui or Shelva'a to make up to cinch the gold away or snatch the gold away from OPT. But this shot on screen right now, this is Brasire de Tahiti. This is a crew that is about 21st place after 2 days of racing. They had a great showing yesterday, 16th place, but crew 356 representing the island of Tahiti. And you can see them putting on a great race today. Beautiful movement by this team. And you can just see how the front of that Matahina is cutting through the water there. That's a Kamulao lookalike right there stroking this crew. A lot of doppelgangers out in the water today.
Yeah, definitely right now, Kalei, as we're watching, we're still seeing like some movement in the water, but like you said, it's just definitely becoming more of that endurance type of paddling, more of the challenge of, kind of reserving some energy, but still being able to just power through the channel. They're more than halfway done now for a majority of the senior men. But like you said, this crew currently maybe sitting more to the middle of the pack, but just having a really good race, trying to stay on, just get towards Bora Bora and just keep, keeping the energy up.
Big strokes by these guys. Gilbert Ihopu from their crew here. One of those days, again, where I wish I could speak French. Once again, being followed by that big catamaran there. We're going to take a quick commercial break here to mahalo our sponsors, and we'll be right back with more coverage live from Tahiti of the Hawaiki Nui Va'a 2024.
Of course, it's the number one V6 we go to when we talk about the Matahina.
Maybe for Hiwi it's heavy, but for us it's very light, because in Tahiti we can increase the speed, The canoe is more adapt in long distance.
When you are steering it, like you are able to manage the steer easy, she change her way very easy. I feel very comfortable on the canoe, and I love the glide of that canoe.
It was awesome to see the Matahinas do so well. They glide super smoothly. It's like cutting butter.
inside in the lagoon or outside and in the ocean. It's a canoe that can catch waves easily in every kind of conditions. This is the best canoe right now at this moment. Yeah.
For sure, the new Matahina is amazing.
Around the world and in every type of water, the Are Tahiti Matahina is at the front of the pack. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. Zone Media is proud to be celebrating 20 years of Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, Hawaii's leading action sports program. 10 years of Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to perpetuating the sport and culture of paddling. Our groundbreaking and cutting-edge live broadcasts have made paddling and surfing spectator sports, showcasing Hawaii's heritage to the rest of the world. Zone Media is the world's leader in Hawaii-based action programming. Let us help you grow your business or sporting event. If you love the water, you'll love Outrigger Paddling. The absolute thrill of paddling a canoe, connecting with nature, the community of a canoe club, getting fitter, stronger, and happier. Find out why more and more people are enjoying traditional rudderless canoes. Go to areoutriggerworld.com and we'll help you get started. All right, all I'm missing on today's broadcast is my bucket hat from last night. So how was your Halloween last night? Did you go out trick or treating, get some candy?
No.
No? Oh man, I was out with the kids over in Kaneohe.
Yeah.
You know, begging for sugar from all the neighbors. It was kind of cool. But we got dressed up. I reused that tequila and lime costume, and it was just. It's fun to have everybody saying you were saying team what? Team all night is all right.
Yeah, team all night is all right.
So no, we definitely we're getting our required rest to be ready for today's broadcast because we wanted to be top of our game to be able to witness what's going on here. And mahalo once again to our partners from Tahiti Nui Television to send us this live feed of their broadcast of the Hawaiki Nui Va'a 2024. And Micah, just again, thank you for being here to correct all my mistakes. And when we find out which one of the Jimmy Austins finishes first, we're gonna send them a box full of donuts as a prize. So mahalo for that, Jimmy and Mike Spaulding, Andrea Moller, all of our ohana down there that are sending us these video clips and all that. Keep it coming. We really appreciate that and having the ability to share it with the rest of our Ocean Paddler Va'a Ohana. But again, what you're seeing on the right over here is our leaders in the open men's closing in on Bora Bora, but they have to paddle all the way to the far side of the island to get the into the pass and then come back around. So we're going to see what crew this is here.
Yeah, so just in general, right now we've got this is Air Tahiti Nui. So there's,
not to be confused with.
So there's Team Air Tahiti, which is currently leading. This is Air Tahiti Nui. So just a variation of the name. But in general, right here, we've got them in 23rd overall. That is your list of crew members on the bottom. So we've got Team Air Tahiti, which is currently sitting in second or third place right now with the leaders Shell and OPT. And then we've got this crew, Air Tahiti Nui. Obviously, you can see a great symbol right there, Air Tahiti Nui. Also, you know, the airlines that plenty of people refer to. So just in general, we're just kind of covering as much as we can based on all of the different paddlers and crews. So really, really just happy to bring all of this live coverage for you.
Beautiful paddling. We have information about what place they are in right now? Are you?
So Air Tahiti Nui, I believe, is going to be more on the. They were like in the 23rd range. Yeah,
Okay.
so they had a couple really good opportunities to kind of close the gap, but I see them in 23rd overall. They've got a chance to kind of move up maybe into the top 20, provided that they kind of close the gap maybe about 5 minutes ahead of those crews that were in front of them. Then they can really solidify a top 20 finish here. But right there on screen, looks like we have our stroker sitting in seat 1. And you can see just a more up front, kind of on that front half, not really all the way pulling back towards his back. You know, the rate is more up on the top half. So just a really interesting style for a lot of our different paddlers. And you can see it, right? We've seen it with Shell. We've seen it with OPT. But it's so, you know, it's identifiable. We have that here in Hawaii. We can tell, like, sometimes we're like, oh, that's so-and-so sitting in seat 1, or that's so-and-so in seat 6.
I can always tell Carell when he's he's usually steering, but in the one man or the OC1, whatever, you can definitely tell Carell's stroke is very distinct.
Yeah, and that's the thing about, you know, like understanding a lot of the style that goes into picking your seat 1. And I mean, you can see it right now if you're watching Air Tahiti Nui right now on screen. You can kind of see a more upfront, just right in the first part of the stroke, and that's it. Not pulling completely back on the full body. But right here, as you can see, we've got Shell Va'a, followed by Team Air Tahiti. Then we've got Team OPT, Huahine, Pire, Enviropol, and Hinaraurea. So kind of your expected top finishers coming up into the last day and a half. But now that we're on day 3, Shell is trying to just pull off a overall win. All they need to do is stay about 8 seconds ahead of OPT, which currently they look like they are. But, you know, again, we still have a good, give or take, maybe an hour and a half-ish.
Look at how tight this grouping is after 2.5 hours of paddling. And they, I mean, really, nobody is out of range at this point.
Yeah, no,
Not at all.
anybody can still win this race. We still have to go all the way around that outside of the reef line of Bora Bora, and then we still have to come in through the pass. So we've still got a ton of racing to be had. We've got a little over, if not, maybe about an hour and 40 minutes left before we see a finisher. But look at this battle. This is Team Air Tahiti and OPT just going at it. This is your top 3 crews right here, but OPT, your current leader of overall, but battling Air Tahiti right here. Just
there seems
unreal.
to be an interesting dynamic, you know, and hey, perhaps I'm just making it up in my head, but when you have a couple of canoes next to each other like this, they tend to kind of push each other, right? You know, when you have your competitor just, you know, off your shoulder that you can see, it kind of adds a little extra heightened awareness, and it kind of makes you go at it a little bit harder. Whereas, you know, Shell Va'a is out there by themselves in all on their lonesome, just trying to maintain a lead on these two, you know, this pack of 2 wolves here fighting off each other and trying to catch Shell Va'a. And so I wonder if that's kind of a little bit secret sauce that they're kind of maintaining here to really try to hunt down that Shell Va'a team. Although, as demonstrated several times in the past, Shell Va'a is not a team that needs much motivation to maintain a lead.
No, they definitely go off of just pure instinct and just kind of the talent and skill set that they have in their crews. But this type of battle here between OPT and Air Tahiti is literally like what many paddlers live for, and it's kind of what our viewers live for. We get to see the intensity of these 2 crews, and of course these are top level, you know, top tier paddlers and elite paddlers on a level that, you know, not too many people can say they are a part of, because really, I mean, right now we're looking at the best in the world, and we just saw Air Tahiti just kind of scoot right past OPT off of just one bump, and it gave them motivation, because right now they're chasing down Shell, and Shell got way closer than they were.
And you know what's neat is when we're looking at 2 crews that are both at this level in the same view plane, you're going to be able to appreciate did that little catching of that bump make a big difference? Did that little change in pace or that one hard change that they did, how much of a difference did that make? And then it kind of really gives you an opportunity to gauge how effective in your overall race plan small moments like that are. And when you can stitch together enough of those small moments that give you that extra half a canoe length, one canoe length, that's where you really begin to put together a winning race. And and you can see right here now, Shell Va'a's coach, I'm sure, is sensing what is happening here. He has scooted ahead, is going to be taking the opportunity to drop off some hydration to them. But really, it is anybody's race, and we're really going to be getting the opportunity to witness the metal that these paddlers are made out of right here.
Yeah, this is like exactly why, you watch the Super Bowl. It's exactly why you watch things. So for us in paddling, I mean, really, we got to see so many good, tight battles here in literally almost 3 hours of paddling, and we're still seeing some of the most epic battles between those two top teams. But right now, Shell just got some provisionals, a little bit more water, I'm sure, and maybe some gel packs or something. But at the same time, it might give them a little boost that they might need because, man, Air Tahiti and OPT is hot on the tail of Shell.
I think they'll take whatever help they can get at this point, right?
Yep.
And anything is going to be usable at this point of a race. And man, it is really just a treat to watch these guys go at it. This is, folks, paddling at its very, very best.
Yeah, and you can see right here, still nice and relaxed. We got Bora Bora Va'a. This is, the Jerome and family, and, just a big shout out. It looks like I have my Maro on there and a few others. Just was fortunate enough to go down and actually race with them when we went to Arizona and got to be on their sprint team. Cool. So just a real big mahalos to Bora Bora Va'a right here. And, just this team right here, a lot of strong and endured paddlers, had a really good Molokai race with some of these paddlers as well.
It looked like, I swear, there was. It was Hiro Manaflores, looked like he was over there in seat 4.
Yep.
A great paddler. I've seen him stroke Shell Va'a in the past. A solid paddler. What a great guy.
Yeah, Bora Bora Va'a, just a great opportunity I got to experience with all of them, but real, just unreal paddlers, strong. They had really good finishes here as, right now they're in 16th. They definitely have a chance to kind of move on up into the ranks, but, man, just having a really good Hawaiki Nui 2024 right there.
We're right at about the 240 mark here in the overall race. And as you can see, our crews have more or less made it across this channel. They are skirting along the outside of the outer reef of Bora Bora Island, making their way to the far side of the island where they will enter into a pass and then race back halfway around the island again. So it's very much not a straight line course. But takes advantage of all kinds of different water.
Yeah, so definitely right there, we got Hiromana in there as well
C4.
as, definitely some of the best paddlers from Bora Bora right now. And, going into your hometown, I'm sure it's an unreal feeling to being over there representing and having a really good race. Again, boat 492 there on screen, Bora Bora Va'a. And, man, just having a really good time right now as they finally got a few bumps in there and making their way around the inlet and the reef line of Bora Bora.
Another chase boat here. Looks like fun, man. Looks like fun in Tahiti.
Yeah, just some really good water. I mean, the texture is fine. It's just again, it's probably a lot hotter than Wanning, and it just less wind. As we got the report, it looked like the wind is definitely dropped off quite a bit. It's gonna be maybe 10 miles per hour. So for sure, the heat is gonna definitely start playing a factor in this last back half. So we've got about an hour and 20 minutes.
Look how tight they are now. We broke off for a couple of minutes just to look at Bora Bora, and it looks like OPT has snuck past Air Tahiti, and they are closing in on Shell right at their tail. It's Manu to Manu at this point. And wow, what a race we have developing, folks, as we're coming in here to the pass at Bora Bora. And OPT is trying to let Shell see these yellow jerseys over here, remind them who is the overall leader at this point. And really, Tahiti Nui is on the other side telling them, hey, man, this is anybody's race. But what a great performance being put together by these three teams. It's always fun to watch a race where there isn't just this one dominant crew going out and doing their thing, which is cool too. Don't get me wrong. It's great to see that as well. But when we have this battle like this for the lead, for the gold, for the win after this many hours of racing, Micah, this is the stuff that can make paddling a spectator sport, and how stoked we are to be able to simulcast this and bring it to everybody out there watching us. If you have friends that love paddling, that are into paddling, that are not watching this right now, you need to share, because right now they need to watch at least the next 2 hours, 2 hours of this race, because this is what paddling at its highest levels is all about. My goodness, look at that. Yeah, and look at the background.
This is going to be incredible right here. I mean, we've got literally, again, the top three paddling crews in the world right now going neck to neck to neck. It's going to be insane. 1 hour.
All I got to say,
intensity.
Brah. Look at that. Wow.
OPT is just going to keep Shell in range. OPT just has to, obviously OPT wants to win this. Air Tahiti wants to win this. Shell wants to win this. We've got 8-second break in between the top two teams here. So OPT trying to hold on to the lead to make the win. Shell needs to beat, and look, we're getting some movement now from Air Tahiti sneaking up from the back. They are definitely on the tails of both Shell and OPT. This is going to be an unreal battle to the end, Kalai. This is going to be insane.
And it's neat that it's not just two crews. It's three teams. I mean, 4 would have been better, but just having this trade-off and not knowing who can sneak up, because any of these crews has the potential to make up a small gap like this in a moment. I mean, look at Air Tahiti. They're closing that gap right there.
Yeah, so if Air Tahiti, so put it in all perspective, if OPT wins overall, they're going to be the winner of this entire Hawaiki Nui. Shell needs to beat OPT by 8 seconds to win the overall.
8 seconds, how many boat lengths think that is? 2, 3?
It's probably just around 2.5 to 3 boat lengths.
Okay.
Team Air Tahiti has to, in order to win the entire thing, they need to be 1 minute and 30 seconds ahead of the entire field, or entire two teams, right? Mm-hmm. So when you look at that entire picture right now with those top 3 teams, you kind of get an idea of what we're looking at right now. We're looking at a spectacle.
Bro, this is amazing. What's neat about this is, as we just did, we took a quick break away. We're looking at Bora Bora. If you came back, whoa, what happened?
Changes.
So, hey, we're going to do it to you again. We're going to take a quick break from this action at the front of the pack. We're going to break off and get an update on the progress of Team Hawaii from our buddy, Uncle Mike Spalding. Okay, they again are actually not that much farther behind the leader. So you got to imagine this was sent to us several minutes ago. We had to kind of package it into this right here, but they are closing in on Bora Bora. Fellas are looking good and strong. There's the other Jimmy Austin steering them back there. What are you seeing, Micah?
Yeah, so we just have Team Hawaii. They're in that same type of area that all the other paddlers. They took more inside route. They actually looked like they had a little bit more surf involved into their paddling. So they definitely picked a pretty decent line. As you can see, there's a lot of attacking, good swells, good little condition runners, and they're just trying to kind of maintain all of that. So that's, again, on screen. That's Team Hawaii. We've got that sent to us from one of none other than Uncle Mike Spalding, who's been following Team Hawaii out in Tahiti and sending us some imagery. But, man, just incredible to see. Again, they're not too far behind from this main pack.
And the boys look strong. The Hawaii boys, they looking strong. Nobody looks like they're falling apart. They're still attacking. They're looking good. And again, look at this. Now, OPT. Hey, look at that. And let's see if Air Tahiti could take advantage of that. it is really the prerogative of the canoe that's in front to jump on whatever bump they want. And there they go again. Look at OPT relaxing right there, catching a small swell. Okay, and back up on it. Here they go.
And then here's Shell with another return.
Responding on theirs.
Man, this is going to be incredible to watch this finish. If you're not tuned in and you're not sharing this and you love Va'a, well, you better get on it because we've got 1 hour of pure excitement. It's going to come down literally to the seconds. It's obviously a dogfight to the finish. OPT trying to hold off Shell. Shell trying to get at least 10 seconds ahead of OPT for the overall win. And, of course, Air Tahiti is hunting down both of these teams. And this is what it's all about right here.
And for all of you that got your young paddlers in your family at school today, make sure that when they get home, you show them at least, at a very minimum, the last hour of this broadcast. And it's
look
really,
at this, bro.
My goodness, look at that.
And Shell just, kind of presuming his dominance right here and trying to say, okay, well, we're here too. But a great change by OPT. All paddlers going on the left side just to avoid the AMA. And, it's a part of racing. This is what it's all about.
Yep.
And, this is what we live for when you're competing at this type of level. And even if you're on the novice of levels and you're going against another team, man, it's just such a excitement. There's a lot of energy and rush and this will definitely help you get to the end if it doesn't break you.
But think about the mindset right now of the paddlers in these crews.
Yep.
Right? They are paddlers through and through, been doing it their whole lives. They have worked hard, they've excelled, they've capitalized on their talent, and they've made it onto one of the top teams in the nation that they grew up in, where paddling is all. This is like you made it on to the football team for the Super Bowl.
Right.
These guys are in the midst of an endurance race right now, and they've got easily about an hour left. They are in these canoes, and with everything that they've put into this over the years, with their family behind them watching, they're representing their family name, their community, where they're from. These guys, they're ready to die for this right now. I mean, think about what it would mean for these guys in OPT to get out there and win a Hawaiki Nui Va'a. You are forever, for the rest of your life, a world champion.
Yeah, and then that's the thing is they're trying to repeat right now. So OPT is trying to repeat the exact same thing that happened last year, and Show is trying to redeem themselves from maybe the mishap of coming in 8th in the third leg, winning the first 2 last year. So, man, just a lot of potentials and just kind of putting all the variables together and saying, what is it going to be? Are we going to be the first ones to break, or are we going to hold on? Because, again, we have about 1 hour left of competitive paddling, and right now there's no chance to just let up. You're not going to be able to. But
speaking of not letting up, on screen right here, Nui Va'a, this is in the 40s division. They had a great race over the last couple of days. What place were they at the beginning of today?
So they're actually currently were in second place overall. So they were trying to beat Hina Raurea for position. They took first place yesterday. So, it's going to come down to, obviously, today. They were 2 minutes back, so they need a win by 2.5 minutes or 2 minutes, 11 seconds in order to take the overall. So, but again, right on screen, we have a split screen. Left side, we've got our battle with our senior men's there. That's Team Air Tahiti. And
Team Air Tahiti just got some provisions from a swimmer there. They're getting ready to kind of, now is the time where without falling back too much from what's going on, you need to hydrate to fuel up. Like in any race, that last hour is critical.
Yeah.
You've spent, you've tried to manage your resources, your conditioning, but now is the time to do whatever it takes so that you can perform optimally for the last hour of this race.
Yeah, and there we see, again, Team Nunui over there having a good race. That's your men's 40 on the right side. But back to the main action here. This is your top 3 teams, OPT, Shell, and Team Air Tahiti. Again, that's exactly the placement that it is currently right now. So Team OPT just leading Shell by 2 boat lengths, or about a boat length, and then Team Air Tahiti kind of back maybe about 4 or 5 canoe lengths, but easily can squeeze the gap once again.
They just took some hydration and some food on, so that may account for a little
a few strokes back.
So that might be something that they'll be able to make up shortly once they get all of that provisions consumed and re-energized through whatever that hydration or food is that they took in. But what an exciting race here. And look at OPT continuing to kind of open up a little bit.
Yeah, just, right now, just kind of looking at what we have. We're just getting some updates as we, are getting this live feed. But right now, we're going to go and tune it to a live update out on the water to get some more inside information. And again, right there, Team Hawaii, again, just kind of pushing into the pass there. So right now, they are currently, just slightly back of all the leaders in the pack. So not sure exactly if they're like in around the 10th or 11th spot, but right here we see them on screen. So for those that have been following, trying to find out an update of Team Hawaii, looks like they're more in the 10th place pack area. But man, just some great footage here from Mike Spalding that's following Team Hawaii. Man, just really, really good shot. So left-hand side is exactly kind of where Hawaii is right now, coming around Bora Bora, and they'll be making their way back. So in relation to your right screen, we have the top 3. They're kind of more on the very entry. So you see all the chase boats. That's kind of where Hawaii's at.
Right.
But
and you can imagine this was sent, again, several minutes ago from Mike.
So
by the time it gets here and we boot it up, they're going to be back. But look, there's a little bit of a swell line kind of compressing in there and following these canoes in. So hopefully there's a little bit of something for them to use.
Yeah, so this is the reef line that we were talking about earlier. I've seen that reef line generate some incredible big surf. So as we kind of trail down this back half of Bora Bora and we follow this shelf line, you're going to get that, that swell and tidal kind of pushes. So you kind of use it as like a conveyor belt and just kind of run with it. But right now is the best chance to take some more opportunities to kind of relax a little bit and kind of get some of that energy levels back up. But this is going to be one of the tightest finishes in Hawaiki Nui for a while. Last year, we've seen a pretty big separation with OPT, and then, of course, Air Tahiti, and then, of course, Shell was in 8th place last year.
Yeah, right, because they only had 4 guys for quite a bit of the race,
at this point, I remember Shell basically not having an entire crew. They basically had 4 in the boat from this duration, almost to the entire finish kind of thing.
I have yet to see a crew that is down
a paddler.
A paddler, yeah.
Yeah, I do think there's been a lot more emphasis on making sure everyone is, up to par. I mean, last year we saw multiple crews go through some of that kind of problems, cramping or dehydration. And so, like you said, I haven't really seen much. We haven't really got any reports of anybody going through that, so it's a really good telltale for us to say, hey, it's been a really good last 3 days, and man, that's all we want, just really healthy and really good paddling.
This is another 40s crew, Manauvea Va'a.
Yeah, Manauvea Va'a, we've been seeing them every so often. They were 5th place coming into this race. So we're not sure exactly where they are in relationships to the other crews, but we're just getting some great footage of all of these senior / veteran racers, the 50s and 40s. So just really, really cool to see. They are also on the backside of Bora Bora on that reef line. So they still got a good ways to go. And again, we're looking at just around the 4-hour mark is when we're going to see potentially the first finishers coming in. So
these guys are top shape, man. Look at this.
And then for those of you that are into records, the senior men's record is 4 hours 7 minutes. So that'll give you an idea of where we're probably going to see this race finish up. So currently the senior men are at 2 hours and 55 minutes. The race time, the fastest race time was 4 hours and 7 minutes.
4 hours service back in 2009 by Team OPT. So it would be kind of cool if they were able to break their own record. I'm not quite sure where they were during this record year at the same point in the race. But we shall see. We may, it wasn't a lot of surf coming across the channel, but that lack of surf, lack of wind might be to their advantage as they come into the lagoon and work their way back upwind.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, we know that surf definitely provides a lot quicker times, but doesn't mean it was in challenging surf either.
Yeah,
so,
right.
So in a sense, we'll get a good idea once they come inside the pass. It's going to be a handful of miles before they get to the finish line. But, man, incredible. You can see right here what a great view of the backside of Bora Bora. And we see all of our chase boats. I mean, like I told you, you're going to see hundreds and hundreds of boats. And as we get into the pass, there's going to be thousands of people waiting on the shoreline. It's incredible. But this is it.
There's their coach.
Yep, just kind of feeding some information to their paddlers on maybe what to do, some type of pushes or provisionals or, what to expect. So really cool to see this live shots right here.
Oh, opening up that gap a little bit is OPT here. Man, I thought Shell was a little far ahead to be able to catch, but they obviously did not think the same thing.
No, and that's the thing about OPT. OPT is definitely one of those teams that are great finishers. Last year having, obviously coming across and having the win. So, of course, looking for the repeat right here. And, coming in second yesterday, and kind of back of Shell. Shell kind of really making up that time difference from day one and almost, coming across in first as overall. But right now, 8-second gap, and OPT is not going to let it just be easy.
Still a lot of time left. We are just about 3 hours into the open men's race. And again, the previous record is 1 hour and 7 minutes from now. So we have at least an hour left in this race. So let's head out. We're going to take a commercial break of our own while my man Micah is studying his paperwork there. We'll be right back with more of our live coverage from Hawaiki Nui 2024.
Of course, it's the number one V6 we go to when we talk about the Matahina.
Maybe for Hiwi it's heavy, but for us it's very light because in Tahiti we can increase the speed, The canoe is more adapt in long distance.
When you are steering, it's like you are able to manage the steer easy. She change her way very easy. I feel very comfortable on the canoe, and I love the glide of that canoe.
It was awesome to see the Matahinas do so well. They glide super smoothly. It's like cutting butter.
Inside in the lagoon or outside and in the ocean, it's a canoe that can catch waves easily in every kind of conditions. This is the best canoe right now at this moment. Yeah.
For sure, the new Matahina is amazing.
Around the world and in every type of water, the Are Tahiti Matahina is at the front of the pack. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. Zone Media is proud to be celebrating 20 years of Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, Hawaii's leading action sports program. 10 years of Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to perpetuating the sport and culture of paddling. Our groundbreaking and cutting-edge live broadcasts have made paddling and surfing spectator sports, showcasing Hawaii's heritage to the rest of the world. Zone Media is the world's leader in Hawaii-based action programming. Let us help you grow your business or sporting event. Why do the top Tahitian paddlers prefer Timi Va'a? It's the way it cuts through the high surf, big bumps, and flat water. It's a V1 that's tons of fun, and it puts more paddlers on the podium. Timi Va'a, fast by design since 1968. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. All right, welcome back to our live simulcast coverage of Hawaiki Nui Va'a 2024. And that's a quick shot there of what I would presume is the beach
finish
in
line.
Bora Bora, the
Yeah.
finish line.
Tira.
All the spectators starting to gather. They know it's about an hour, just more than an hour left before our top crews will be coming through those finishing gates. And, man, what an exciting day in Bora Bora. We are stoked to be bringing you this simulcast coverage courtesy of our friends there at Tahiti Nui Television. And it's been an exciting day of racing so far. You know, the cameraman just likes the bikini more than the va'a. Don't blame him. It is, yeah, they're still allowed to, you know, they're still one of those countries. Good for them. No complaints here, but you can see the wall and the beach lining that finish line and how our paddlers will come back up along a finish. The line is perpendicular, but the finishing course is parallel to the beach, and I can just imagine the ruckus
it's gonna
cheering
be so exciting,
that you'll
bro.
be hearing. You know, if you're one of these paddlers after just leaving everything that you have in the water and coming up along that shoreline into this finish, you can just imagine how exhilarating it's going to feel and how much you're just going to appreciate the cheering from the fans.
Yeah, just it's an incredible spot here. This is the finish line here, and you're going to see, you know, a flotilla of boats just lined up all alongside of those flags outside into the bay. I mean, it's just really, really incredible. There's going to be a ton of people lined up, kids, moms, dads, uncles, just enjoying that opportunity to see the finishers come across the finish line. But, you know, just kind of looking at that scene right there is going to be a great feeling to be that person coming across that finish line for sure. But they're just giving the kind of an overview right now. We're still behind the reef line of Bora Bora, and we're still making our way down. Again, we're going to see the map right here. So they came out of Ta'a, out of the pass, so Pai Pass, and then kind of made their way. Right now, they're on kind of like that southeast line, and they still need a little ways to go in order to finish. So right now, we're 3 hours and 4 minutes in. We've got about about another hour left until we see a finish.
There is still a lot of paddling to be happening, and you can see the tide is low right now. Looks like a low tide, and these paddlers are going to be coming. Hopefully, it's a low into a filling tide, which is going to help them get through that pass. But we'll see. I'm not quite sure what the tides are doing in Bora Bora at the moment. But like you said, we're about an hour left into this, and our leaders are ready to come in, and I can't wait to get footage again of where they are and how the last few minutes has affected a change in the leaderboard.
Yeah, then so just right now on screen, we got Pire on the upper side, and it looks like Hina Raulea right there on the inside or in viral pool. But right there is Huahine. Huahine, again, strong group of paddlers, very much love to take advantage of that surf run. But it looks like
some 40s crews.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of mixtures of crews here. Team OPT back. Looks like Team Air Tahiti passed Shelva'a just now. So, oh man, this is gonna create some
I need
drama.
Gary. That's what I'm looking for.
All right, so here we go. We've officially kind of got a better pull-out view here. We got OPT up in front leading the pack. Team Air Tahiti inside passing none other than Shell. Huahine is edging on Shell right now and making moves. Huahine wasn't even in the scene.
What?
But I told,
where did they come from?
Like before, Huahine definitely knows what to do and where to find those runs. They went on the inside.
They
got
must have
a little
taken
bit
a little
surf.
bit different line.
Yep, and that's the same line that Hawaii was trying to take when they went inside.
So this purple canoe or blue to the left of our screen,
is
that
a
is
veteran boat.
That's a veteran boat. So that is
that's not included to the senior men.
Yeah, to the senior men race.
So right now what we're seeing is, again, Shell is trying to get back into the leaderboard, but OPT has absolutely made a move. But Air Tahiti is making their move as well, because they need to, again, be at least a minute and 37 seconds ahead of OPT to actually take first place.
but they only need to be 1 minute and 30 seconds ahead of Shell to get second place.
Yeah, so that is correct. So basically, at this point,
well, that's one for me today. We're gonna count these.
You're doing pretty well.
They're few and far between.
You're doing not bad. Not
I got
bad.
a little more sleep last night.
Right. So in all the overall picture right now, in order to kind of accomplish everything, OPT just wins outright if they cross first, and then Air Tahiti wants to take this away. One, just beat OPT right now and at least win day 3 and say we won day 3, or beat them by 1 minute and 37 seconds and say we won the whole
Which
thing.
at this point is going to be a challenge, but they could beat Air Tahiti and look, they could beat Shelva'a. But look at that, Shelva'a has just dropped back.
Huahine is now past them.
Moved in front of them, and we're very curious right now if Shelva'a is having a similar sort of challenges that they did to last year. We're concerned about the fitness
energy
of their paddlers. Of course, on the screen here, Enviropol.
Yeah, Enviropol having a great race. Enviropol was sitting in 6th place overall, but them too trying to make some moves. They were not too far away from Huahine. And, man, this is just becoming very exciting. Like we said, everything is changing really quickly on this back half of Bora Bora.
Oh, Micah,
you gotta love this.
Drama, bro. The drama. It's always a little more exciting with a bit of drama. This is we're not going to have Deflate Gate or something like that in here, right? But we want to definitely get information to you if we can about the condition of Shelva'a. And when we pan back, trying to find out if all of their paddlers are intact and what might be the reason for them dropping back to what seems now 4th place. As you're watching Enviropol on your screen, they are in the senior men's. They overall are in 6th place coming into today's event. But we're not sure where they are in today's event, and just inside of them
looks like they're battling Pire on the inside, and I think they're just exchanging for 5th place right now.
Okay, great.
From what it looks like, Huahine was just slightly in front from when they panned out.
Okay.
So right now we see Enviropol and Pire having a battle for that 5th place position. Probably just back of them we saw the Poporo Te Hoimamu back there, so from Bora Bora. So man, this is just becoming a great race.
I am seeing a little bit more texture in the water as well. And where is Shelva'a? They are out of our screen right now. Huahine has moved into 3rd place. And in fact, it would seem to me like although Air Tahiti is just on the heels of OPT, your boys from Huahine are closing the gap.
Yep, definitely.
Where is Shell, brother?
Right there.
Okay, there they are, back still in 4th place, but they do seem to be dropping. They seem to still have all 6 paddlers in the Va'a, but it is not looking particularly good for them right now. What I am noticing, as I'm sure everybody else is, there is more texture on the water. It looks like there's some wind swell to use, and probably lending towards, as you mentioned, the
advantages.
Great surfing ability of Huahine's steersman, Kevin Saran Jerusalem.
Yeah, definitely. You can see that just basically taking advantage of anything and everything is what Huahine is doing, and they're just surfing right into 2nd place.
God, look at that!
And just really that's what it comes down to. A lot of this can come down to the simplest parts of paddling, which is taking advantage of all elements.
Yeah.
But we're gonna move into a split screen right here as we see an update of who is
the
that.
Hawaii boys. Probably again. This was videoed several minutes ago, maybe 10 or 20 minutes ago. But the boys are looking strong, as they are as well, rounding the outside reef into Bora Bora, catching a little bump right there. Nice work, boys. Grabbing a quick rest and back on.
Yeah, they're looking really strong. They actually look like they're having really good battle right here for, trying to move into position. Would love to get a placement call, but, all in all, we're seeing Hawaii doing really well. They're still in it. But, man, it's all about this top front right now as Huahine, OPT, and Team Air Tahiti is really putting on quite a show. I mean, it's impressive. We saw Shell leading all the way up until just now, where Shell got passed by all 3 canoes.
They are certainly pushing really hard to get through this.
And check this out. Watch this view right here.
Oh my God.
If you guys are tuning in, this is where you need to be. We've got, again, about less than 1 hour away from seeing potentially someone cross the finish line. OPT trying to hold off Team Air Tahiti and Huahine for day number 3 win and an overall Hawaiki Nui championship.
Michael, what is the time gap between Air Tahiti and OPT?
So the time gap between Air Tahiti and OPT is 1 minute and 37 seconds. So
Okay.
that's what the time gap is. But the time gap for Huahine and OPT is 8 minutes and 16 seconds. So that would be a stretch to see Huahine beat anyone by 8 minutes.
Right.
However, you never know. You never know what could happen.
So it's likely an insurmountable challenge for them to make it into the podium or win overall in the Hawaiki Nui.
But they can definitely win today.
They can get podium today for sure.
They can definitely win today.
Hey, they're in third place already.
Yep, they can definitely win.
And never count Shelva'a out. Hopefully, for their sake, they solved whatever issue they had and are putting it back together right now.
Yeah, and then right here on screen, it looks like, again, we have a veterans crew. I think that might be Nunui right
just
there.
Just inside of them is Shelva'a.
Yeah, and then just inside is going to be Shelva'a. Actually, that's probably not Nunui because they were up ahead. But Shelva'a right there, currently in 4th place. So, but it could be the leader group of the 40s men right there. So we'll get an update on that hopefully shortly. But check this out.
What?
Okay, so Huahine making some moves, trying to say, okay, let's go. It's time for a goal. But this is what you get. Look at that. They just changed the rate. They're putting on the gas. Huahine is like, let's go. It's a battle. This is a neck to neck to neck.
Wow, 3 necks. All kind necks going on.
This is unreal. This is really impressive.
This is drama at its finest, pal.
This is what it's all about. But what I can tell you is, we're almost coming on that backside of the inlet, so we've got a little ways to go. But when we do get there, it's going to be a great sprint to the finish, and that's where it's going to count. So in a sense, Huahine has got to take advantage of the surf or whatever bumps they can get, because it did look like on a more flatter water, they weren't as dominant, but you never know. Again, everyone's endurance levels have definitely dwindled at this point, but it's whatever you got in the tank for the last 20 minutes.
Everyone is certainly being tested. That is for sure. I don't care how fit you are. All of them are working hard. This is not an easy day for anybody out there. Looks like Air Tahiti is going to get a little bit of provisions there. We have a split screen of Team Hawaii.
So again,
on the left there, they're looking strong, looking good. Doesn't look like anybody's suffering or compensating. They're looking like they're still catching bumps and getting some nice rides out there. Good job, Jimmy.
Yeah, they're having a good race. Team Hawaii is definitely doing really, really well. Obviously, they're not here with that top group, but we're having kind of like a fill-in videos that we can get of Team Hawaii as they have made it around Bora Bora as well, and they're running on the reef line just as much as these guys are too. Look like we've seen a little bit of surf on the...
Huahine just took the lead.
Yeah, they
OPT got some provisions. They dropped back for a moment. But in the long course of this race, that may have been a good decision. And look, on the inside there...
Air Tahiti.
No, but on the inside, that's
Shelva'a
trying to knock back on the door. Hey, let me back into the top 3. This could very quickly be a 4-way race, brother.
Yeah, definitely we see right now becoming... for a podium. But you do see right here Huahine trying to take advantage of more of this outside texture. You can see that there's a little bit of a tidal push going against the reef line, so they're just using it to run with. But OPT right in the inside doing the exact same, and of course Air Tahiti. So this is a 1, 2, 3, just an incredible battle for who's going to take this top spot here. But Huahine knocking on the door for, of course, a podium finish right now. But, man, looking great and looking strong. But none of these crews are backing off.
No way.
This is going to be an incredible, incredible finish right here.
And it really has to be a very trained eye to understand how each crew is able to make these small movements or small pieces on top of each other. And here goes Huahine. They're going to take that. And look, just like that, half a canoe on OPT.
Yeah, and again, you can see that little reef run, and they're trying to take advantage of everything they got. I think this outside has a little bit more energy, but again, they still have to come into the pass. So there's still, like, you know, some time to be made up by all of these crews. So
and in a moment, OPT in third.
Yeah, and in the same sense, right? It's 40 minutes left. Who's going to get there first? What are we going to do? Are we going to push the 40 minutes, or are we going to hold back and then push the last 20? It's going to come down to just pure grit.
Like a lot of races that we see out there, in particular here in Tahiti, because of where the finishes are inside flatter water, it tends to be the kind of thing where if you can stay close, it's the better sprinting team that has the advantage, because if you're coming in close after all the outside water and surfing stuff, when you get into that flat water, it's that team that can really just get together, big strokes, and make it move in flat water that will pull it off when it's close.
Yeah, and then we see right now, we just saw Huahine kind of has OPT's AMA, so they're kind of in control right now of keeping OPT inside of them, and they can just kind of keep pushing out and then keep running back down. So we do see a little bit of that. We see a little bit of
gamesmanship on the
you know,
part of their steersman.
Yeah, and you know, it's just kind of that control line. You kind of use it. You always, you know, keep somebody's AMA in check, and it's a great smart move. And he's doing a really good job of maintaining the distance. But we can see right here, Shell on screen. They did push back to fourth place, but definitely not counted out. Again, we still got 40-plus minutes of racing until the finish. So they could definitely get back up right into the top. And, again, all they got to do is beat OPT by 8 seconds to win the overall. So it's, you know what I mean, it's anybody's race at this point. But
I will look back to this to the early comments of today and recall that you had mentioned Huahine might have the potential to be a spoiler today.
Absolutely. I mean, there's just a lot.
He's right again, folks.
There's just a lot that you could learn throughout the last couple of years, while not just analyzing paddlers, but just understanding like a little bit more about the conditions and what they did previously, and just making adjustments. But realistically, I still think we still have a lot of time. When I said that you probably only have 20 minutes left, as long as it's close, that's when you're going to have to make a move for sure. Either leave it all out on the tank, because this is it. This is all we got.
But and look at that. CJ continuing to kind of push. He pushes OPT out. Surfs down. When he was on the outside, he's making them have to adjust.
Yeah, and as OPT, right, you still also need to kind of create some dominance, but if you let it run too much, then you have to kind of push back down, and you can't just let it go. But Air Tahiti also trying to make some moves. We've got Hotu Paroi and company just trying to make some adjustments. Gotta be extremely careful. Man, it is super, super shallow on that reef line, but that's also where you can find the most push.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there is
the
waves.
Wave will stand a little bit more.
But you still got to end up going back out, and you can see the jockeying happening right now with OPT and Huahine. Man, it is impressive. It's so
Huahine
cool.
is pushing him out.
And you know, right now, Air Tahiti might be able to take that advantage and hold this inside line. But again, great. All of these paddlers are incredible. So they all got great steersmen that can surf really, really well. And right now, it's going to come down to what happens in this back 40 minutes of this race. This is incredible.
It seems like CJ and even OPT are kind of working their way out a little bit so they could have a nice long surf run coming into that channel. Whereas Tahiti Nui was bargaining on that inside a little bit. Now even they are starting to kind of bump out. And here comes Shell Va'a with an attempt to refuel their guys.
Yeah, I think it's a smart move to obviously refuel. Provisionals are a great way to keep energy levels high, especially towards this latter part. You're burning up whatever you have in your system at this point. So just a little bit of, some glucose in there is going to help you.
Any little bit's going to happen. And like we mentioned, you want to drink before you're thirsty, eat before you're hungry, and it's that last hour that can really be the golden one,
Man, I hope everybody that's tuning in is appreciating the level of paddling that we're getting right now because, man, this is incredible. We do see on screen Shell just trying to kind of get back in the fight, if you will, and, just making their way back in. They still look really strong. Again, we still have quite a bit of time to make up ground here, but just you can see that there's a little bit of texture on the water. But, man, just incredible. And we're just going to go back to more of a split screen, give you the update. Team Hawaii is battling. They are currently in 11th place, trying to close the gap. So Team Hawaii on your left-hand side, they are also around in the lagoon there, or on the reef line of Bora Bora. They are currently in 11th place and having a really, really good race right now. So that's our update for Team Hawaii. And, man, they are doing really, really well. Minus the day one, they would be right now in the 9th and 10th position overall. So just really, really good stuff by Team Hawaii. As you can see, they're trying to hunt down, looks like they're trying to hunt down potentially Bora Bora right there in the foregrounds. But this is where it's at. This is the battle that we've been watching. This is Team Air Tahiti and Huahine going head-to-head with one another, as well as OPT trying to maintain. But this is it. We've got about 40 minutes left, and again, it looks like OPT kind of getting that run and was able to kind of sneak away from Huahine for a little bit. But, man, Kalai, this is insane, the type of action that we're getting. I mean, you definitely do not want to turn off your TV or your screen because we've got 40 minutes left to go, and we're going to see who's going to take home the championship for Hawaiki Nui 2024. But OPT, once again, trying to, put the pressure on because they just, man, it was crazy. Screen pulled back. All of a sudden, OPT back up in front. It is incredible. It's been.
I love just the exchanges between them, and it could be just the slightest angle change as they're rounding this reef. Maybe one steersman is better at a little bit of that side angle kind of work, where this other steersman might be better with a more obvious kind of surfing line. And have a better motor as far as his crew.
Sure.
But it's so – everybody would just assume like, oh, okay, whoever can paddle the hardest for the longest wins. No, not at all. There's so much more to it. Fitness, how you plan your nourishment throughout the course, technique and how you paddle. It's the steersman. It's how you rig your canoe. It's the course line that your coach is calling. And look, beautiful surfing right here from OPT. And what's great is they are taking advantage of this surf run to work the hydration into their race. And they are starting to pull away. And look at that. Now, Huahine back in third place.
Yeah, check out this battle. I mean, it's just insane to see how much we've seen in the last 20 minutes of racing. We've saw 3 different exchanges of who was in first place. It was just incredible to watch. Huahine coming up from behind, trying to press their course a little bit, took advantage of a little bit of that surf run on the backside of Bora Bora. But right here, OPT just put on some of the gas right here as they started putting people behind them, a good, boat length or 2 behind. But, man, just incredible to see. And I'm just looking forward to seeing them come into that pass and see where everybody lines up. But this is incredible.
All right, bro. We got caffeine. We got some Halloween
about
candy.
provisionals, man. Let's go.
We're provisioning up here in the studio, getting ready to get pumped on this last hour of paddling. You know, mahalo to Alex and all his ohana. It says right here on the front of the Ziploc bag, Mom and Dad. I guess these are
No, it's Micah and shoot.
It's been so long since you called me Dad.
Man.
We're having fun over here, bringing you this, blow-by-blow action. Hawaiki Nui day 3. We had a record set on day 2. We had some amazing surf runs on day 1, and now just the ensuing drama of day 3. And there, a shot of Shell Va'a. They still, as always, look strong. It'll be interesting to find out what caused that hiccup.
Yeah.
To push them back now into, I think it's fourth place.
Fourth place right now.
But again, with that much water, can you really count them out either?
No, not. There's still quite a bit of time to be had. I mean, we're looking at about, give or take, I want to say we got to go around the 6 mile mark, right? We still got quite a bit of race to be had. We just saw in a matter of 15 minutes exchange of first place 2 different times.
Yes.
Just incredible. I mean, we've seen Huahine come up front, then Air Tahiti push on the inside, and then back to OPT, so just...
What's going to be interesting for me is seeing what Shell can do now as far as maybe a first place overall might be out of their reach at the moment.
Right.
But will they be able to keep Air Tahiti Nui in third?
Yeah, so all they have to do is keep the distance within a minute and 30
of Air Tahiti Nui?
Of Air Tahiti, just a minute and 36 seconds, and they will maintain that lead in second place. Of course, chasing down OPT looks like quite the challenge, but I mean, if anybody's going to count Shell out, you wouldn't be a good gambler. Because Shell can absolutely do quite a bit in a matter of short time. But right now, we're looking right at Bora Bora. We see a ton of texture on this back half. And, Bora Bora is known to have, these little rain squalls that come in. And all of a sudden, just bright lights. I mean, look at this pan-out view. What you're seeing on screen, we weren't seeing that just like a second ago.
Right.
And, just that squall that comes in maybe just changes a little bit. So,
hey, man, Micah, have a Snickers because you're kind of a diva when you're hungry.
Okay. I might have 2. All right.
Classic Halloween candy all the way.
Eat a Snickers. You're not yourself when you're hungry. Apparently, he thinks I'm quite the diva when you need a Snickers.
You must be hungry all the time. You're so skinny.
Yeah, I'm always eating. Yeah, definitely. Right now, we're getting our provisionals in, but
look at that armada of boats. My goodness.
Yeah, just
so cool.
Just really exciting. We're at the 3 hours and 30-minute mark. If you're looking at record time, that means we have 37 minutes to break the record. So, I mean, at this point, I'm going to say it's not going to happen only because the conditions doesn't look like it's allowing it to.
Right.
But we've saw 2 days where records almost got broke on the first day and it got broke on the second. So we'll never count out anybody because, man, these paddlers are extremely talented and strong.
They done got broke. Sounds like my bank account.
Anyway, we see Air Tahiti making their move. I see Air Tahiti, and like I said, to me, that's the team that I think has the most capability of making day 3 the best day that they could have. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this back 30 minutes is going to look like. But they're starting to kind of move up on OPT, but Huahine running that little outside, and like I said, I think Huahine definitely is known for maybe trying to find a little bit more of that surf, anything that's going to get them into a position to maintain presence. I think that's what they're doing, but they're having an excellent race as we saw them just literally come out of nowhere, take the lead for a good 10 minutes or so, and then still maintain position in third place.
Great race by all these top crews, and man, Air Tahiti Nui's they're not letting up, man. They're just kind of riding the AMA of OPT, staying within striking range for sure, and getting ready to lay it all on the line as they come in the pass here. Sorry, not much talking. We're all eating candy. Got to sugar up for the finish, right? What is it? The last hour of Molokai Hoi, a Snickers and a flat Coke. That'll get you through. Yeah. We're looking for comments from all of our gang out on Facebook and our YouTube that are commenting in there. What is your magic sauce for that last hour of distance race? What do you take that's going to keep you pounding all the way to that finish line? Go ahead and comment and let us know what you're seeing. And hey, if you've got friends that are not watching this, friends that love paddling that are not watching this right now, you are not being a good friend. Send a message out to them. Let them know that they need to kind of get logged on here to our Facebook or YouTube and watch what is happening. This is the biggest race in the world and probably one of the most exciting finishes of this race in the last few years. So we are so stoked to be bringing you this simulcast. So whether it's on your YouTube, on Facebook, on Eventual Sports Network, get your paddling buddies. There you go. Get your paddling buddies teed up on this. They can take their lunch hour early and see the finish of today's race right from their phone, because it's worth it, man. This is what paddling is all about. Doing a very respectable, like 10th
right now. But man, lined up right next to the previous champ, we start off the race, and then because the pack is so tight, a boat ended up hitting our tail and causing us to spin out, and we lost a little bit of control because that one boat's pushing us.
The big medal, the big gold
here. So happened the shell was also getting pushed a bit, so we ended up colliding with each other, causing our alma to climb up onto the boat.
Are still making their way around to the backside of Bora Bora, where shortly they will be coming to the pass. But we're going to take a quick commercial break so we can have some more candy, and we'll be right back with more live from Hawaiki Nui 2024.
Is a boat who can increase the glide like very high. You can, in 2 or 3 strokes, you can improve like 1 or 2 kilometers. So that's why I love the Marara.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
The Miko has made me a better paddler. It helps you read the wave even better because you're on that wave for a longer period of time without having to think as much. Yeah, having the Miko be a little bit bigger and wider in the cockpit actually is nice to be able to move around and situate yourself different. It gives you an option to be able to be more versatile in your seat. It kind of reminds me of a longboard. It stays on the wave, it's easy to ride, it's super stable, so it's friendly for beginners or expert level. There's nothing like the pure paddling performance of RA Tahiti rudderless canoes.
Love me some Halloween candy.
All right, we're
That's
back.
My favorite part about November 1st, man. I get to strong arm my kids for all of their candy.
Man, well, thanks to I
make them pay me back in candy, right? I purchase or help them make their costumes, so you got to pay me back in candy if you want to go trick or treating next year.
Yeah. Well, right here, this is where the talk of the town is. We are watching your 2024 Hawaiki Nui Championship right here, day number 3. This is, again, Taha to Bora Bora. And on screen, we're watching Huahine absolutely come from, way back from the inside and actually made their move to the front. They're currently in 3rd place, and it's right in front of them. It looks like we have, again, Team Air Tahiti, and then just in front of them is going to be OPT. So what a great battle we're seeing live. Big shout out to Tahiti Nui Television, so TNT TV, for providing this simulcast for us. But right there, you see the pass.
Getting ready.
We are coming to the pass. We still got, again, quite a bit of distance to go. Man, this is where it's going to be the excitement, because we're going to get into a lot calmer waters. Again, the winds are completely down. We're looking at maybe 10 to 15 miles per hour. So we should have a great sprint finish.
I don't know about you, brother, but I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It doesn't seem to me that Shelva'a is either closing the gap or even keeping the distance.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see, maybe just that last leg where the body is just, that's it. I mean, not enough energy to kind of try to make up ground. But, I mean, we still have quite a bit of time. We still have some mileage to go. We're still looking at about 35 minutes or so to get near Matira. So right now you're going to see on screen, this is the course map that we're looking at. They're at 20. So you're going to see it now. So here we go. So they're coming back out. We're going to be seeing their update on the right-hand side. As you can see, they're showing them going into the pass right now, and we still got quite a distance to go.
Past Te Awa Nui.
Yeah, so again, we're still looking at a 5-mile sprint to the finish. So
at least, yeah, they're coming back up.
Yeah,
like
basically where we saw earlier, that nice bright turquoise, that's where we were coming around. They're going to head back in and finish exactly where they seen earlier. So, man, just super exciting stuff. But, man, look at this. This is the battle that I think is going to really count right here, is OPT holding off Air Tahiti from being that strong group of paddlers that they are, because Air Tahiti has a chance to sprint past them and potentially take the entire Hawaiki Nui away from you. Again, there's a lot of possibilities here. There's still a good length of time, whether it's about 5 or so miles, to make up the difference. It's definitely possible.
I am looking forward to seeing Huahine podium today.
Oh, man.
That'd be great to see that. I am still a big fan of Shelva'a, but at the moment, from what we could just see from that aerial view earlier, it didn't look like they were holding position so much. Maybe they were even fading back a little bit. But as you know, Shelva'a can never be counted out.
Right, and this was your finishing last year, pretty much the exact same thing. It was basically OPT, Air Tahiti, and then as well as Huahine.
Would be cool to watch Air Tahiti win a race, after coming third on a couple of days, right?
Right.
All right. Big mahalo to all of our folks joining us on our YouTube page and our Facebook page. We love the comments. You guys got questions, or, there's only so much we can control. We don't have, we're just getting this feed and trying to talk over it. Maybe some of the information is being said in French, which unfortunately we don't speak French, but just, man, if you have comments, questions, we're looking to hear back, especially what we talked about earlier. What's your secret intake on that last hour?
So we got a few people kind of tuning in and kind of giving us their what do you take, to fuel yourself? I mean, we've got the dry aku and poi.
Yeah, that's always it's funny Sunny. Because dry aku and poi is actually scientifically a good mix of salt,
right?
Protein and a slow burn carbohydrate. It actually, I knew a guy that used to mix in sardines into a big bag of poi and take that with him on a long race.
Yeah, smart move. I mean, that's what we're getting. We're also getting poi and bananas with bananas in it. That was from Auntie Carlene Ornelas.
Oh, that's a good one.
So good insight from her, and then just like baby food kind of stuff.
Like those little applesauce packets are good.
Yeah.
You know what I always like is it's not only the caloric intake, right? And you got to have some protein in there, but I love a fruit cup. Because your mouth is all dry and salty, and when you get that squishy sweetness and the sugar in, it really kind of like wakes up all your senses and kind of gets you mentally back in the game. I love that.
So just a little bit of that, that feedback, and we love that because, there's some Hawaii feedback there, but I'm digging some dry aku and poi. That sounds pretty
man. We're going to have to go get poke bowls after this.
Let's go. But other than that, guys, tuning back in, we have live coverage right now on the right-hand side of your screen.
Now, let's talk about dry aku somewhere.
Oh, right.
I love the dry aku and tegu.
Or some opelu or something.
Oh, bro. Okay, sorry. Back to the screen. We got OPT and Air Tahiti battling out.
This is going to be incredible right here. This is an all-out sprint to the finish at this point. It's really right now, it's all you got in the tank. This is really how it is. And if you ever watch like other sports, maybe something like basketball, coming down to the final minutes and you start fouling just to get free throws. Well, this is kind of what it kind of is like. You're either somebody's going to break you or going to make you better. So sometimes that's what it's going to take. You got to put a little bit pressure on. And I'm not saying to, outrun them as fast as you can, but you definitely need to make your move now because this is it.
And this is where, you talked about earlier, the chemistry and the trust that you build with your team and that you have in the canoe and that take you. And look on the right side, here's Shelva'a responding. They don't look like they're out of this race, bro.
No, they're not. And
they look great.
And that's the thing is you can't ever count out teams that, again, train so well together, put a lot of effort in and say, you know what, we are the best of the best and we belong here. And that's what they're doing. They're saying, hey, we had a mishap maybe a little earlier or, last year wasn't as good, but they've won a leg. They just won yesterday and they weren't too far behind on day one. So it's like, again, come in here, try to podium. Don't let anybody else get any separation.
They could still easily get a second place overall.
Oh, for sure.
In this race,
for sure.
In the overall standings, but I really think this is that point, where when you have a crew that you've been with for quite a while and you believe in the capacities of your teammates, that it really now becomes it switches to an internal,
right?
And you're making sure that you're not worried about. There's no doubt in the guy next to you. Right, and that he's giving you everything that he's got, and you want to make sure that you, in turn, are responding appropriately and giving him or her everything that you have.
Yeah, this is what it's all going to come down to, and right now we see. Look at that, just some beautiful, clean water, no texture, just absolutely just a pure sprint to the finish. Left-hand side on your screen, we've got OPT battling Team Air Tahiti for first place. This is what it's all about. All they're doing is they're going to go around that bend there. They've got another maybe 2 miles to go, and it's the finish line. Matira is right out front. So, I mean, oh, man, does it get any better than this type of finish? Look at that. This is what you call the battle of the battle because this is for first place.
This is the battle of the tough guys right here.
Yep.
Because when you've gone this far over this many days, neck to neck.
There it is, wow, they're reading our mind. And this, I'm telling you right now, Team Air Tahiti right now turns on the gas, puts it in. All they're going to do is just, if they can walk away and maintain the walk, they might be able to break OPT. But, I mean, that's going to be absolutely hard to do when you're the defending champion and you know that you need to just keep it within a minute and a half.
I've heard Danny Ching talk about this where, it's at a certain point, the level of paddling in all canoes is pretty darn high, and it just becomes a point where it's who's tougher. And speaking of a bunch of tough guys on your left, that's Team Hawaii working their way in right there, looking good, looking strong. Our boys are putting together a great performance here today.
Man, they look great. They look solid right now,
Hawaii
actually.
boys looking strong.
Yeah, so they're Team Hawaii on the left-hand side. Looks like they're in that 10th place position, right around there. Look like they're still having a really good, strong race. They this again was sent to us about give or take 10 minutes ago, so I'm assuming they're already inside of the lagoon and they're making their way back in. But on the right-hand side, we've got Huahine on your screen, and just like that, they as well are trying to hold on to that third place position, trying to just stay ahead of Shelva'a that they actually passed earlier. But man, this is this is the grueling part, I think, of the race is. You got, a few miles left to go. It's considered flat water, nothing for you to kind of take advantage of. So what does that come down to?
And you're just praying at this point, as there's certain things you may not have control of. You can have control over your mental state. You can have control over what you're trying to give out. But at a certain point, if your body's going to break down, it's going to break down.
Right.
Or you can't control the conditions.
Sure.
Right? Or you can't control necessarily where the canoe is going unless you're the steersman.
Right.
And you just got to get within yourself and make sure that you're giving absolutely as much as you can.
Yeah, there on screen you see Manuteo Mion and Kevin, CJ, just in their va'a here. Huahine having a really good race for day number 3, trying to sneak into the podium finish for today. They were just outside of it both days, so this is their chance to get back on the podium as they did it last year. So we'll see what happens. Overall, might not be able to make up that 8-minute difference that they've had, but for day 3, man, it'd be incredible to be on that on the podium.
Sure. Be podium on a leg, but great performance by these men from Team Huahine. They are trying to maintain a 3rd place position.
Oh, there we go.
Closing down. Oh, my goodness.
Let's go.
You said it.
Let's go. This is it. This is the moment where you really need to just try to put it on.
A half a boat length.
This is it.
On leader OPT.
So looking at this, all they do, they need to put 1 minute and 37 seconds in between them. This will allow them to win the overall Hawaiki Nui. Not just today, but the overall. So it's going to take an extra special group of paddlers to go in there and break a team like OPT. I mean, it's not going to be easy. But just taking the chance to go over shallow reef is...
They could go first place for the day. I will say it's going to be certainly a challenge for them to win all
watch.
I don't know if there's enough real estate left.
Watch.
And they are all tired. However,
what
I do think is that there may be a chance for them to
edge
get
Shell.
second place
overall
and
sure.
edge Shell. And wouldn't that be a turn of events? On one day, the team is breaking the record.
Right.
On the next day, they're being bumped out of second place down to the bronze medal
for sure.
by a strong Air Tahiti.
Check this out.
The folks have started to congregate here on the beach in Bora Bora at the finish line of Hawaiki Nui. And, man, that looks fun.
It's one of the best places to go and race, as we did get to do this. Talifit race is held in April,
right?
And this is where we've gone down to go and race. So we've done a sprint race, a short course, as well as a long course, both 6-man and V1s. So Talifit will have a race in April of 2025, hosted by none other than Jerome and family. So definitely looking forward to that. And that's right here at this location at Matira Bay. So, man, if you want that experience, then that's where it's gonna be. So right now, currently, there's your top 10. So it looks like Hawaii's just outside, right behind Pire.
Yeah, minute 30 seconds between Air Tahiti and Shell Va'a. But we'll look at bringing you some of that video of the Talifit race from last year a little bit later in our broadcast. But that does sound like a fun race. And you know what? I got an idea. Why don't we go down? Why don't we go with you? And
we should all go down.
I know you took the camera guys last time. But
I can take you.
I don't mind going. Put me in your suitcase.
There we go. So right now, your top 10 is currently on screen. We're coming down to the last, couple of miles left of this Hawaiki Nui 2024. Man, we've seen a ton of change of first place, second place, third place. We've seen some great surfing, and then just drama.
What is it important for folks to notice as they look at this on the right-hand side of the screen?
Yep.
Is not Olivier, but the difference in the times between those, and really, I'm looking to see if Air Tahiti
can edge out Shell.
Break that minute 30 seconds.
Right.
Minute 30 seconds is pretty far, though.
It is. I mean, it's definitely quite some distance. I mean, you're looking at least a quarter of a mile, roughly around that range. So as you can see right now on screen, though, Team Air Tahiti trying to kind of hold off OPT, and OPT trying to defend their title.
They are not letting them walk away.
No, they're not. And they're doing a great job of not letting it happen. But look at this water. Look how amazing and beautiful this is.
I got 2 words for you, bro. Pristine.
Oh, yeah, me and your English. Let's go. This is Air Tahiti right there on the inside in the white and red, and OPT, currently your leader and champion, right there in the yellow and black Va'a. But, man, this is turning out to be quite the finish, and it's really going to come down to just a matter of seconds. There's not much left in this race, as we have probably, less than 20 minutes. It's 3 hours and 50 minutes. The record is 4 hours and 7 minutes. There's definitely enough time to create separation, but like I've said before, is it a matter of who's going to break first, and are they going to just let them run away?
And this is kind of the thing, like, it's like somebody killing you slowly.
Right.
You know what I mean? They inch ahead of you, and you try to respond, and they inch ahead of you, and you try to respond. And there becomes a point where the finish line is too close.
Yep.
And you just cannot make up that gap. They are going to give you that little hair more than what you're giving them.
Yeah, and it's no easy task. I mean, they're all incredible paddlers. It just really comes down to, hey man, this is it. We have 20 minutes left in our race or whatever it is, 3 miles, and they're just they're just on it.
A little bit of frozen screen there, but this is, I would imagine, the type of part in the race where your kapena, your captain, kind of makes a big difference. His ability to strategize about when to push, how to push, and how he's going to keep his crew together up until that moment where he wants to deliver his biggest response.
Yeah, and I think you're going to need that, especially in the captain's seat, especially at this end where in conditions, obviously, it's just pretty much flat water. It's a sprint, and how much can you get out of your guys for the remainder of the duration? And especially because right now, winning leg 3 is going to be a big position for yourself, but can you push them enough to maybe win the entire thing, whether it's that minute and a half? Definitely possible, extremely possible as of right now. And again, it's still in that potential combination to be had. But check out this finish. I mean, this is literally what these paddlers live for and get to experience. I mean, it's going to become a flotilla for sure on the outside. You're going to see hundreds and hundreds of people.
It's beautiful paddling conditions out there right now, but I tell you what, it's not beautiful conditions for is canoe sailing. We just got a report from I think it was at Carlino or Nellis about Ikaika Kincaid and Cromwell Day and those guys about where they were in the sailing race. It was kind of rough going, a little bit light wind, but they're currently in second place. So way to go, boys. Keep it going. Great work out there, and we are excited to see you come across the line as well. But you can see our folks here on the beach at Bora Bora continue to congregate and come together, getting ready to cheer on and just erupt as our top paddlers are coming across the line. And I'm sure so many of them are on the beach glued to this.
I mean, right now, just being there, obviously witnessing this finish is nothing like anybody can ever experience unless you've been down there. But to at least view this on screen, you can see how much support the VA community gets. And we're just so excited. But just because we're looking at Matira Bay, we're going to show you the Tali Fit race that they have in Bora Bora, and we'll be bringing that to you. So our viewers that want to go ahead and actually experience this finish line and see exactly where the location is, you'll have your opportunity in April. Right here on the split screen on the left side, this is a view of the Bora Bora Tali Fit race right there in that same bay, and it's just an amazing, amazing race. And so right there on the left-hand side, that's the V1 Tali Fit race that happens in April. It's going to be April 10th and 11th, hosted by none other than Tali Fit.
I recognize that guy.
It's going to be about 12 miles. This is going to be a sprint for most of these elite paddlers. This course is more of a mile course, but it will bring out some of the elite paddlers right here racing in the backyard of Bora Bora. And there you have it. So that race happens. There's a V1 sprint race. There's a V6 sprint race. There's also junior events for both sprinting and as well as 6-man. And then there's a long 6-man race for those that are coming to visit. And of course, none other than their own Aito or Tali Fit V1 long distance race.
So how would somebody, like, let's say from here in Hawaii, get a chance to go up and enter in this race? You got to put together your logistics and stuff. And was it a challenge for you?
Yeah. So what it does is we basically reach out to some of the paddlers, or P1 paddlers, or 6-man paddlers that want to actually go out and race. We have connections with Jerome and the Tali Fit crew down in Bora Bora that will help you with housing, but we want to just arrange your flights. When it comes to canoes, they're getting provided canoes from Ade Tahiti is going to provide canoes, as well as V1s for those that want to compete. But check
on
this
screen.
out.
Look at OPT.
This is insane. Let's go. This is a battle
as neck to neck as you can get. They are literally neck
They
to
are
neck.
going to go for it. This is going to be insane to watch. Check this out.
What's interesting is that the OPT steersman put himself on the starboard side of that Hawaiki Nui, the Air Tahiti Nui boat.
Yeah.
And so now they're going to have to contend with his ama.
Yeah,
and that
so
might throw them off ever so slightly.
Yeah, Air Tahiti has an opportunity to maintain and keep the ama. And, right now I think Air Tahiti has the advantage in that essence. But, man, this is going to come down to literally one paddle. It's going to come down to one potential pull of the stroke. But right now the advantage probably is going to go to Air Tahiti as they round this area. They're going to head around the bungalows here, make their way to Matira, and as you can see right here, it is anyone's race. They're going to go for it, but this is it. This is the race right here.
What? How far are you thinking it is now?
Oh man, not that far.
Look at the time.
Yeah, they're not that far. They're about a mile and a half away because
there's 10 minutes to break the record.
Yeah, so they're just outside of the pass. So they're at the bungalows. This is kind of where we were staying.
Nice.
They're gonna continue in and kind of pull a little bit to the right. So they're heading in towards Matira, but
neck to neck.
They still got some time to make up right here. This is just a battle inside the small lagoon on the way to Matira. Oh man, this is gonna be a jam.
My goodness. And really, you don't want to wait till the last 100 yards.
No.
If you're going to make a move, you almost want to do it about
half a mile before.
Yeah, there's a point where you want to make your move where they don't have the time to respond.
Yeah, as you get closer to Matira and you see the finish line, we're definitely going to be able to see that sprint finish, because that finish line is well over, probably close to a half mile. You can start kind of gauging. So that sprint line is almost a quarter right there in that bay.
Okay.
So quarter mile sprint line at the finish. But right now you see maybe about one seat ahead is Air Tahiti. But OPT definitely has a faster rate, but they're still trying to maintain. But, oh, man, this is going to be awesome.
And if you look, we have 4 hours, 7 minutes, and 1 second is the record set in 2009 by Team OPT, and they're roughly 9 minutes, 9 minutes away from that right now.
Yeah, they're a little ways out, but I mean, as you can see, we're already inside. We're going on our way to Matira. We've got, again, just a 1 seat length difference, not much. But, man, this is going to be a jam. So there you can see. So out in the distance, all they need to do is go around this point right here. So you see this green point up ahead of you. Once they get around there, that's a straight shot towards Matira. And, oh, man, it's going to be incredible to see. But both crews, man, definitely stronger than strong right here. Update on the left-hand side. Team Hawaii is also inside of that same bay.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, you've seen them making a turn on that inside buoy that tells you to make your next 2 turns on the left-hand side, but they are looking really good. Team Hawaii putting it on. But, man, the battle that we're seeing on the split screen on the right side is, it's everything. That is all of Bora Bora in its beauty, along with 2 incredible paddling crews right there.
Yeah, this basically is a feed provided to us and us alone by Tahiti Nui Television, and big mahalo to them for making this possible for us to share this to the world. Yeah, that Team Hawaii stuff is we're also the only ones getting all that Team Hawaii updates as you see it right here, right now. And it looks like Air Tahiti pulling ahead just a little bit. But like you said, there's still room to paddle. There's
still quite a bit of real estate until we get to the finish. But again, putting in perspective, 4:07 is the fastest time for day 3. But as you see right here on screen, there is quite a bit of separation between Air Tahiti and Shell Va'a, as well as Huahine trying to hold off Shell for third place. I mean, this is also another battle.
Oh, man, I don't know if there's a minute and a half of distance.
No, there's probably
Shell,
about 40 seconds right now
between Shell
and Air Tahiti.
Air Tahiti. So I was hoping to see them pull off a second place overall, but it'll be nice.
It'll be close.
If
it'll
they
be close.
can pull off a gold, and just kind of everybody has something to hang their hat on.
For sure, because that means all top 3 teams, if they finish, will have won some part of the leg. But right here, Huahine trying to hold off Shell from the third place, and man, this is
not easy.
This is going to be a testament and a test for Huahine to hold on to third place, because Shell is coming up quick.
And that would be something for them to hang their hats on, right?
Oh, man.
If they got a third or medaled on one of the legs, because they have been putting in some nice racing all 3 days.
I've watched quite a bit of the Hawaiki Nuis over the years, and I haven't seen something as close as I'm seeing with Air Tahiti and OPT right now, because, I mean, this is a battle. Like, this is as close as you're probably going to get to a third leg finish. You're talking 4 hours of paddling, and this is how close that race is.
This is literally neck to neck.
This is insane.
Yeah.
Crazy.
This is crazy, man.
But even just seeing that battle in third place right now with Huahine and Shell Va'a, I am just beyond myself right now, and I'm like, I just can't wait to see them come into They're gonna come into the finish line. They're gonna hear a ton of people just screaming their heads off.
I mean, talk about motivation, right?
I'm telling you right now, when they get to see that, you're gonna see both of these crews just full on sprint it out. And they are going to give everything they have, because there's not much left in the tank for all of these guys.
OPT's got to be thinking about any moment they need to make their move.
Yeah, at this point, I do believe OPT is going to secure the overall victory for sure.
Yes.
As for Air Tahiti, I think they might have the chance to create that minute and a half separation. It looks like they definitely pulled ahead a little bit more. And as far as being a minute and a half, of course, ahead of OPT seems like out of the question at this point. But, man, it's just right now, this is impressive and incredible racing. Check this out. This is just absolutely beautiful.
Are they going to penalize them for riding the boat wake now?
I think just the fact that they're on the outside, I doubt it. It looks like that was an official boat. But right
they
here.
Are right there. You see it?
Yeah, right here, we got a little bit of movement. Let's go, boys.
Come on.
And, of course, this is the team that I definitely feel was going to do as great as they are. And I really am looking forward to seeing this finish, because OPT is absolutely a bunch of hammers. And, of course, they're defending their title as well as trying to hold on to first place overall. But we are coming in closer to Matira. Again, it's 4 hours and 4 minutes. We've probably got no less than 10 minutes left of racing till we see a finish. So, man, Kalai, this is it.
OPT has got to be preparing themselves to mount a response. But look at Air Tahiti. They are doing their own, trying to catch a little bit of boat wake, whatever. It's so hard to control what's going on in that inside water. And the steersmen just have to be on point, aware of their surroundings, and ready to maximize whatever texture is on this water, because it is literally so tight between these two crews.
Yeah, this is really going to be super technical. When you get into Matira, there's like a little bit of a current that pushes out back into the reef line, so you can definitely get that. And when that water recedes out, it's more like headwind, right? So it's just a battle into the headwind, and then you can see they're getting closer and closer to that bay. And, oh, man. So you see all the boats lining up on the outside.
Right.
Those are just the entry side. This rock area, there's not much real estate left. OPT wants to win. They're going to have to get right back up next side to Air Tahiti. Otherwise, that inside might run away. But, oh, man, this is going to be a nail-biter.
OPT needs to think about mounting their response in short order here. If they're going to
there we go.
But
there we go.
Is not. Maybe they're going to throw the punch first.
They're going to go for it. I mean, there's nothing to hold back. They know they need to create separation. They know they need to be up a minute and a half. They're going to go for it. I mean, you got less than half a mile to go. It's go time. Let's go. you saw them just change that rate like almost instantly, just attack the two changes.
Trying to catch any little bump that they can find out there. Credit to their steersman for just kind of working this water here.
Hotu Poroi is just an incredible waterman, a great champion on the V1, but steering a great race. They've got their captains, Kyle. There's also got Manatea in there. I'm sure there's couldn't see all the faces up close, but just a great group of paddlers.
I remember World Sprints where Manatea put down an incredible finish in the V1. In one of his races, and it was just impressive to see him just lay it down in short order and change place right there. So a lot of these guys are no stranger to laying the hammer down or being able to really have a good finish.
Yeah, this is it. This is the part where they've absolutely put on some pressure. OPT is trying to catch up to try to see if they can actually keep the win. I do think that Team Air Tahiti might create that separation they needed to put down Shell at this point, because this battle that OPT put on with them gave them that chance to really exceed, and we didn't really see that between Huahine and Shell yet. So until we see that, right now Air Tahiti has a great opportunity to maybe maintain about a 10-second gap at this point, but let's go. These two crews have put on an incredible race for us to watch.
OPT is not going to go quietly into the night, though. I tell you right now, they are trying to hunt down this Air Tahiti team that seems to be, by all recollection, and again, it could be
just an angle,
camera angles,
yeah,
that
maybe
they are
pulling
away. They are certainly ahead. I don't care what angle you might have, but they may not be as far back as you might think. But it'd be interesting to see at this point what Shell has been able to, if they've been able to make up any ground on Huahine.
Yeah, you got to love this and appreciate that.
In the background there, you're going to see Shell and Huahine neck to neck in the background there of our leaders.
I think we see about a 1 minute separation between these top two crews as of right now. Air Tahiti's got to push it and put on the gas pedal right here. They really, really need to gain a few more seconds to create that separation between them and Shell, and they are going for it. They're
Look
having
at the chemistry they have in their crew and being able to still walk away.
Gosh, they look amazing.
Far into the race.
They look so good right now. Just got to stay on it, hold the line, keep pushing, keep battling. They are doing an incredible job, but man, Air Tahiti just having a great race right now.
OPT has dropped back as much as 2 boat lengths.
So 1 kilometer left is what we heard on the screen. So we're looking again. It's a sprint basically. It's a 500 meter or a 750 meter sprint to the end. It looks like, but man, incredible.
Air Tahiti just went out hard in the last couple of minutes, and OPT, it seems, was just unable to respond.
Yeah, I think we're seeing them just about, 2 canoe lengths back. That's going to be about 10 seconds on the gap there. But let's see if Air Tahiti can keep opening up. Remember now, a 500 meter or half mile is about a 2-minute sprint. So if they can create a half mile gap in between them and Shell, it should be great. And there's Team Hawaii battling it out. They were in the 11th place trying to target the 10th place position. But it looks like a great fight right there for Team Hawaii as they too are making their way to Matira at the finish. But there is the flotilla just straight ahead.
Wow,
let's go.
That.
This is going to be considered, the battle of the battle for this finish line.
Incredible work going on there on Team Hawaii on the left of your screen. We're getting that video update a few minutes ago from Mike Spalding. Hopefully that means Team Hawaii is crawling up in that top 10 places and able to break into the top 10. That'd be great for those guys to see. And you can see on the right how close they are to the finish line here.
Let's go. This is the sprint that we're talking about. This is the half mile that we need to see. And I'm telling you right now, anything can happen. There's still about a half mile left of this race. And all it is just a full-on sprint. Air Tahiti's got a good 10-second lead on the none other than OPT, the current leader. But day 3, right here, guys. 2024 Hawaiki Nui Championships, unreal.
What a real testament to the level of all these crews. I mean, you're gonna have a different winner on every day.
Yeah,
a record broken.
Right.
You know, and so that is absolutely impressive to me that you can have that many crews that tight in after so many hours and miles of racing.
Yeah, here we go. So this is your finish right here, coming into Matira Bay in Bora Bora Island, and let's go. Let the shouting begin, because these crews are about to enter that last quarter mile of the race. But man, this was incredible. Not a record, but definitely really close. I mean, not too far off. We're talking about just maybe a 5-minute gap between the records. So definitely conditions seem pretty favorable all 3 days. Definitely probably a hard, challenging race for all of our competitors. But check this finish out.
I'm excited to see the split between
Shell and Air Tahiti.
Yeah, that's going to be the story of the day. Air Tahiti has just kind of pushed themselves to the next level here and just solidified this lead. OPT, certainly, as you can tell on the left side of that display, are not letting up. But man, that's a lot of ground to make up and not much space to do it.
Yeah, check out this spread right here. But this is the final bungalows right out front of Matira, so definitely not far away. As you can see, right now on the left-hand side, Team Hawaii is, again, we've been getting about 5-minute intervals, so they've definitely made their way in. They're close to Matira, but let's watch this finish on our right side of the screen as, again, we're about to see OPT close up the gap with Air Tahiti, and man, this is it.
Like you had mentioned, this water here looks a little sticky.
Yep.
It's not helping these guys out much, and so after all this space, they're having to work hard getting upwind. But man, it just seems that Air Tahiti is flying over this water, making their way into that finish line. And shortly, you're going to be able to hear in the background folks just erupting to see this red and white canoe coming in to the finish line. And great to see a whole different crew pulling off first place finish on one of the days here at Hawaiki Nui.
Here we go, boys. So again, Air Tahiti currently your leader, followed by OPT trying to chase them down on the inside. But here we go. You can even see all the stingrays swimming underneath the va'a. That's what it's really known for there in Bora Bora. But check this out. Looks like...
And it is really sprint racing. Look at them. They're only taking about 8-9 strokes on either side.
Yeah, definitely. It's quick. It's bang, bang. Let's
They're
go.
All up front.
Oh, man. This is what a race this was. What a close finish we're seeing. Again, day 3, just incredible, incredible paddling for us to view. This is your team, Air Tahiti, on screen coming into the finish at Matira Bay.
You can just see in their body language, they are literally just propelling themselves forward, collapsing onto each stroke, giving it everything that they've got to get across this finish line in a lead with the gold medal. And what a tremendous display of gamesmanship and pride by this Air Tahiti team.
Yeah, so Air Tahiti coming in on that final stretch, looking like they're going to hold off OPT. And here we go. Watch this pan-out view of this beautiful, beautiful bay. Oh, just incredible. Incredible.
Bora Bora, take me away.
Let's go. Check this out. This finish is going to be incredible. And you can get a good sense of the gap that they've created with OPT. Air Tahiti has a good 6 boat lengths on top of OPT. That's going to give them about 20 seconds.
Wow, talk about digging in.
They tried.
Setting your heels and just going all the way. And look behind them.
Huahine
has closed the gap.
Yeah, they definitely did. Huahine and Shell is going to have a battle for third place. I think
it's like neck and neck and neck and neck.
Oh, it's incredible. But for sure, if you look at this pan-out view, we are definitely going to see a good separation in time. I would say Air Tahiti is going to have about 17 or so seconds on OPT. But Again, OPT is going to win the overall championships of the Hawaiki Nui 2024.
And it would seem that Shell Va'a is not over a minute and 30 back from.
Yeah, it's going to be really close. It's going to be about a minute in separation between them, but
we'll see if Huahine can hold on and get podium today.
Yeah, and there we
Here
go.
they come, the splash, the cheering, the beach is erupting.
Yep, this is it. But I do think right now we're seeing Shell actually beat Huahine for the third place spot potentially.
Oh, you think
it's
so?
getting close. They're having a battle.
Oh.
But here we go. Team Air Tahiti is going to be your champion for day number 3. Congratulations, boys, because that was incredible.
Great work.
What a great race.
Grueling.
This was insane.
4 hours.
Let's go.
17 minutes of racing. Holy mackerel.
Let's go.
You could see them just inspired by all the cheering and the fans.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Air Tahiti coming away.
That is a finish line.
Let's go.
Bro. That is a finish line.
Let's go.
Incredible.
Yeah, boys.
Yeah.
Air Tahiti. You.
Congratulations.
Let's go.
4:16.
Okay, let's see.
48.
Here we go. We're going to see OPT is going to win the overall, coming in second, leg number 3, day 3. And they got some good gap time on that.
Yeah.
They're going to have.
We're getting comments about the amazing camera work. That's.
I'm going to go out and say
seconds.
they might have a chance to potentially be pretty close. It's going to be close. That minute is looking a lot better than I thought. Here comes Huahine coming in third place, it looks like, just ahead of Shell Va'a. And, man, what a great turn of events for this team right here. Huahine coming in and surfing.
Yeah, they made it onto
the way
the podium.
they did. They are excited. You can see them fired up, and well done for day 3. Huahine having an excellent race. And,
Good
man,
for these guys.
I just
Congratulations.
so
Way to get on the
stoked to see
podium
that.
after 3 hard days of racing. But look at the top. Look at the overall time.
And this is going to be close. This will be very, very close.
So what would it have to be?
A minute and 38. Oh, my goodness. This is going to be absolutely close to see if Shell can actually hold on to the second place overall. Oh, and they do. Shell looks like they might have held on.
Are you kidding me? Was that by like a couple of seconds?
We will find out shortly.
Oh, my God. So, folks, if you didn't understand, Shell Va'a had only a minute and a half lead over Team Air Tahiti Va'a throughout 3 days of racing. And they may have, just by the smallest of margins, maintained a second place overall finish. And so there is, hey, we both went to Iolani, so maybe our math is
it literally is coming down to the second. When we talk about cumulative time.
And you would think after all these hours of racing, how can it be this quick, this close? But it literally is. And what a testament to the level of racing that we're so lucky to be able to witness. The level of just all-out effort. And again, back on your left side of your screen, there's our boys from Hawaii. Give them right there. Hikino boys can do. Looking good out there. Team Hawaii. Congratulations. That's Manatea Milion being interviewed there.
Yeah, with Team Huahine. They took third place in this last leg. But, man, Hawaii looking strong. I'm excited to see where they finish. We will get to see most of the finishers in the top 10. So they were vying for the 10th place spot. And really excited for those men that got to paddle today. What a great opportunity and representation of Hawaii.
Yep.
So really, really proud and congrats to them. But on screen, Manuteo Mignon just coming in third with him and CJ for Huahine. A really, really great race. I mean, we've seen them really come out of nowhere in like the third hour. And all of a sudden,
where were they? All of a sudden, they were
ahead
in the
of
picture.
everybody.
Yeah.
And just incredible. But here we go. We have Poporo Te Hoemamu just coming in 5th place, followed by Pire. Then looks like Pire is going to take that 6th place position. But unreal. Just what a great performance by all of these paddlers here. And, for us to get to witness all of this is just incredible.
So you were saying it was a minute 30, right?
Yeah, so it's really going to come down to a split second. See?
Yeah. Holy mackerel! It's coming down to literally a split second.
I'm telling you, it's
hundredths of a
second, maybe 0.6 of a second or something. Crazy.
Wow, that's one stroke.
Yeah, if that.
Not even.
That's what I'm saying. So we're gonna get the ultimate time.
Okay, so we'll translate to you. What we're looking at is that they are literally the difference in time overall between Air Tahiti and Shell Va'a is less than a second. Now you're not seeing on the screen here the hundredths of a second category, and so from the timers they are giving us hundredths of a second on this printout. So what that means is over the 3 days, it may be the hundredths of a second, less than a second, that makes the difference between
who takes
second
overall
place and third place.
Yeah, for
not overall. Overall is going to be OPT.
Yeah.
Yes, but second and third place overall
will be
between
different.
Air Tahiti and Shell Va'a will be 100th of a second.
Crazy.
Amazing.
Right here on screen, Team Hawaii coming into the bay shortly. We got some great footage of them.
There.
What a great race that Team Hawaii had. So they were vying for that 10th place position earlier. So we're going to see the top 10 finishers here on screen. But for those of you that tuned in, you guys got to witness one of the most incredible battles we've seen on day 3, Hawaiki Nui 2024.
And the drama is not over yet.
It's not over.
It has not been left. How great was it to see a different team win every day?
It was amazing.
How great was it to see a record being broken yesterday? How great was it to see this 2 neck-and-neck battles between first and second and third and fourth? That was amazing. And there is your winner in the veteran 40s category coming in right there. We're going to try to get a look at who that was.
Looked like Nunui Va'a. I believe that was Manutea Owen and company.
Yes,
that did look like them. So I'm going to say that could have been Nunui Va'a from Bora Bora that just pulled that one off. But right here, it looks like we might have either Hina Raurea coming in currently. It looks like they are pulling up. But, man, what a great race. I think we have, Shells, none other than Charles on screen giving his interview.
He's their captain, huh?
Yeah, and then you've got a lot of their team members and I'm sure just a hard-fought battle. And well done. Good job, Vairoa. Yeah, just Charles, trying to go over exactly kind of what happened, And just well done. Again, they're just interviewing Shell in regards to maybe kind of what happened just now, but for sure it looks like Shell will be podium for overall. They were able to take third place on day 1. They took first place on day 2. Currently, they took fourth place on day 3. So,
so that's got to be rough for Team Shell Va'a. They had second year in a row where they had I wouldn't say nothing short of a disappointing race on day 3. Not quite as bad as last year, but at this level you would hope and they all expect it of themselves to learn from what happened and come back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just the fact that they had to go and deal with, obviously losing today, as they're expected to always do pretty well, and coming off of yesterday's win and the excitement, but
those paddlers at Shell Va'a, they totally expect of themselves that if you are in the lead at any point in the race, you should win.
You should win, yeah,
for sure. that's what they are accustomed to. But obviously, he had some kind of complications that
Yeah, and then there we
we're
go.
going to try to figure out what happened and maybe get you some information on that. But here's Rorutu.
Yeah, it looked like District of Rorutu. They had a great race, and they've been finishing in like the 13th position today, having a great race and finishing top 10. Great job on their part. But right here, currently on screen, boat number 70 is Tumara'a Va'a. They're going to be from Raiatea. They're going to round out the top 10. So right behind them, we should potentially be seeing a Hawaii crew very close behind them. Very,
soon.
very close.
We'll be keeping our eyes out for them.
And it looks like what potentially could be an all-white canoe right here. And I think we're going to see our Hawaii team potentially crossing right now in
Nice work.
in 11th place maybe. They were battling with another team. So we're about to see potentially if that's a Hawaii crew coming across. But we're getting an interview from none other than Stevie Boy, Teo Tata from Pirei. But right there on your screen, on the right side,
is that our Hawaii guys? Is that the other Jimmy Austin there?
It looks like we might.
That looks like Tristan. Or,
yeah, it looks like Tristan
yeah.
in front. So it looks like we're gonna have our Hawaii team potentially right here, and it does look like Jimmy steering.
Nice work, fellas. Team Hawaii.
Yeah, so there's
overall.
Team Hawaii coming
11th
in.
overall today.
11th overall. Definitely closing up the gap
Yeah.
between them and the first place finishers,
Yeah.
which is going to move them up for sure in the
I think
standings.
it would be 12th overall if you consider that 40s crew that came in first. But, yeah, they're going to be 11th in the standings.
And there we have it. So we've got Tristan, Kekoa, 1 and 2. We've got Avon in there as well as I believe Jimmy was steering. In seats 3 we had but well done to our Hawaii team. They just coming in at just about 4 hours and 29 minutes.
Yep, that was Rylan Hart and Miles Orr rounding out the 6 representing the Aloha State there. Congratulations, gentlemen. You certainly have done us proud with your effort.
Well
and
done.
We're so stoked to be able to bring some coverage of your race home to your friends and family here in Hawaii, courtesy of your Uncle Michael Spalding. So, of course, folks, please be ready to see updates of interviews from their race and all that kind of stuff that we're going to be posting up on our Facebook and Instagram social media pages coming up. But again, continued coverage of Hawaiki Nui 2024. This is the big race. This is the big day, and we've had certainly a big finish. We were not at all disappointed in the performance of our paddlers here today. Amazing stuff, gentlemen, all the way around.
Yeah, just what a great race that Team Hawaii had. But, man, hats off to Team Air Tahiti for winning day number 3, followed up by OPT and Team Huahine. So that's your 1, 2, and 3. But, man, I would love to see the overall because that is going to be really close.
I like his shade.
Yeah, this is like full on, bro. But check out this finish line. What a great place to come to and have a finish. I mean, look at that. Just unreal. Just incredible finish line.
A couple boats.
Just 20.
1,000. Nice work.
Wow.
Man.
Check it out. Just incredible to go there and represent and see this. But we've got a whole bunch of paddlers coming across now, including our veterans 40s and 50s rounding it up. But again, just a big shout out to Tahiti Nui Television, TNT TV, for bringing the live coverage as we gave this simulcast to all of our viewers across the U.S. as well as internationally and on all of our platforms, Facebook, YouTube, and, of course, all of our find us on Sports Adventure Zone Network. So just really, really happy to have everyone tune in. But we got to witness great days of racing, Kalai.
Craziness.
Yeah, big shout out and just great job by, again, Kule, Bailey tuning in. Awesome job. Hawaii, 11th place. Absolutely. I mean, it's definitely a big challenge to go iron 38 miles from, of course, Taha to Bora Bora and finish in an incredible place. And, paddling against some of the biggest names such as Enviropol or Paddling Connection or anywhere along the lines of Arue. Man, just incredible racing to be had. And it was just really, really awesome to watch all of our viewers.
Mahalo to Mario Masio for tuning in, man. Hey, this was certainly fun bringing you this coverage and getting to witness not only an incredible day of racing, but bring you the blow-by-blow and follow our gang from Hawaii, whether that was the amazing job that our women did over the last couple of days, not only Team Hawaii, but Kalahui Kai and
Team Nalu and Team Kailua.
Yep. Great performance by all of them. Maruru for sending it down there and really having super strong representation. I would love, again, to see so many of these other countries on the periphery, like New Zealand, Brazil.
Would be great
Brazil
to see to come
great.
down.
Have
Australia.
them put together a team.
Yep.
Australia, mainland U.S.
Sure.
Canada, I think.
Canada would do
really
great.
Good. Canada women in particularly, they would do really great here on those 2 days of racing. And so I'd love to see the participation internationally try to grow for this race, and hopefully that indicating that we would be a conduit for that, which would be pretty cool.
Yep.
But either way, we're gonna look forward to see the Talifit race coming up this coming spring.
Yeah, we definitely should go and take a look at the Talifit race that we're going to see. So we're going to give you some footage and give you some coverage of the Talifit race hosted in Bora.
I don't know what he's talking about, man. So, but we're gonna get some of a quick reel of Team Hawaii highlights. Is that ready now, boss? Almost ready. Okay, we're gonna get there shortly as we're seeing these last next few crews coming in. This is kind of more of your middle of the pack. This is Air Tahiti Nui, not to be confused with Air Tahiti. That can get kind of confusing.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, we've got to see a little bit more on kind of the split time, so we're hoping to get a little bit of that. But here's the recap and highlight of Team Hawaii on your left-hand side of the screen.
We got a pule from this morning. Coming up to the line, getting ready. Beautiful morning today. It looks like our first sailing canoe is across a line on the right-hand side. But some great surfing over there by Team Hawaii paddlers on the left.
Yeah, so this is our highlight of Team Hawaii for day number 3. They had a really good start as well, and continue to find some good runs throughout the channel. We're looking at probably maybe less than an hour into the channel, and we just seen Hawaii try to connect the dots here and there. They've seen some really good battles between them and other crews such as Enviropol that they were able to kind of pull ahead of as well. So that's been a great opportunity to see Team Hawaii do their thing.
Over the last couple of days, it has been great. They have been having some really good racing. We are aware that on day 1 there was some kind of a mix-up where they got into a log jam, and they kind of got stuck in the very beginning of the race and had to play catch-up. That kind of explained their placing on day 1, but they certainly put together a great 2 days of racing these last couple of days, and doing us proud here in back in Hawaii, back home in Hawaii.
Yeah, just they had again just a really good crew today that were able to kind of put together a really good run, finishing 11th overall. But here we get to see them actually catching really good segments, some good bumps, some good lines, kind of passing a few crews and, catching up and taking over, because we found out that they were in like 3rd or, 12th place, and obviously to work their way back up and kind of get in almost to the top 10 was incredible all in itself. So well done on the 11th place finish, but having a strong finish coming around Bora Bora on the outside of the reef. So, man, just really, really good to see these paddlers putting it on. But here we see them coming into Bora Bora, the inside of the pass, and just making their way along the inside there. But as we've seen on screen a little bit later, they were able to pass Arue and as well as a few other crews such as
right
Enviro.
at the end there. Here's him coming around towards that finish line. Still looking strong. Nice big stroke.
Yeah, looking
beautiful
great
stuff by Team Hawaii. Yeah. Coming around the bungalows there and into the finish. But congratulations to all, and mahalo to the families of all our paddlers who were able to celebrate them for back home. It's a lot of effort and time to be able to train, to show up to the race, to take the time off from work, to go down there and do things.
Yeah,
so there's a lot that these guys sacrifice to take this trip down to Tahiti to race and represent us.
Yeah, for sure. And then, just a lot of family support, moms, dads, wives, kids, things like that. So definitely being a paddler and having to travel, there's a lot that goes into it, trailering canoes, borrowing canoes, all the help and the hands, finding a place to stay and the food and all of that. So for sure, if you haven't gotten one, just a big mahalo from, us Hawaii people for your guys' consideration and taking in a lot of our Hawaii paddlers. And we too really want to, again, always welcome everyone to come to Hawaii and race with us, as we will be, again, Molokai been back on, but we do have other events available for people to come and witness and take part in. So big mahalo.
And speaking of mahalo to all of you that were out here taking time off today to view our broadcast. Guys like Jerry Best from over there on the Big Island. And speaking of the Big Island, of course, that's the place for the Liliuokalani race, the Queens race. We're looking forward to covering that next year. We're looking forward to a busy year, maybe doing some world distance stuff.
Yep.
Getting out to the Talifit race in Tahiti in the spring. We got Aloha Aito coming up
March
as well in March in the spring. And so it's going to be, we're looking forward to another full year. We're going to, I don't know if we're toning it down a little bit just for the holidays, but we're certainly got big plans for next year. Yup. Oh, yeah, we got the backdoor shootout coming. Going to go into our surfing segment of the year for us. But man, what a privilege to cover this race, huh? All right, we're going to throw it out to a quick commercial to thank our sponsors before we wrap up our broadcast. We'll be right back with more footage and some results from the 2024 Hawaiki Nui Va'a.
Of course, it's the number one V6 we go to when we talk about the Matahina.
Maybe for Hiwi it's heavy, but for us it's very light, because in Tahiti we can increase the speed, the canoe is more adapted in long distance.
When you are steering it, like you are able to manage the steer easy, she change her way very easy. I feel very comfortable on the canoe, and I love the glide of that canoe.
It was awesome to see the Matahinas do so well. They glide super smoothly. It's like cutting butter.
Inside in the lagoon or outside and in the ocean, it's a canoe that can catch waves easily in every kind of conditions. This is the best canoe right now at this moment.
For sure, the new Matahina is amazing.
Around the world and in every type of water, the Are Tahiti Matahina is at the front of the pack. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. Zone Media is proud to be celebrating 20 years of Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, Hawaii's leading action sports program. 10 years of Ocean Paddler TV, dedicated to perpetuating the sport and culture of paddling. Our groundbreaking and cutting-edge live broadcasts have made paddling and surfing spectator sports, showcasing Hawaii's heritage to the rest of the world. Zone Media is the world's leader in Hawaii-based action programming. Let us help you grow your business or sporting event. Why do the top Tahitian paddlers prefer Timi Va'a? It's the way it cuts through the high surf, big bumps, and flat water. It's a V1 that's tons of fun, and it puts more paddlers on the podium. Timi Va'a, fast by design since 1968. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. All right, folks, and we're back. We're looking at just, some footage of Bora Bora here, getting some interviews of our paddlers, watching some of the last crews come in, and you can see on the right-hand side of your screen there the finishes of today. It's going to be neat to find out who came second and third overall,
right,
and how much of a difference there was in time today, because it really is bearing down to less than a second.
Yep.
Like incredible how tight the racing is over so many days, and just evidence of a really high level of racing that pervades all throughout Tahitian paddling, and amazing performances all throughout. I think, it was a different winner on every day, like we had mentioned.
Right.
Incredible. Shell setting the record yesterday. That was, there for several years. But really OPT being able to, not finish in first place today, but take the overall first place after 3 days of racing. A great performance by our guys from Hawaii.
Oh, and there we go. There we have it.
That is just for today.
That's for today. So hopefully we get the overall after this. But for those of you that did get to view us today, just really thank you for tuning in. We've got to witness, again, incredible racing over the last 3 days. And we got to bring this live to all of our viewers.
Super fun.
It looks like we might be getting some classmate results coming in. So as they kind of filter out, again, the overall drama we await. And there it is. Air Tahiti, can you go ahead and give us that full screen?
I want to see that full screen.
Full screen on the right.
Full screen.
Full screen. And there it is.
Wow.
Air Tahiti 5.02.
Oh,
like
my
crazy.
God.
So you guys seen it live.
Hey, this is Team Hawaii coming across. Is that Cromwell Day with his long hair in the back there?
That looks like it.
That looks like our boys from Kailua.
Team Hawaii.
How lucky are we? We get to see that coming across. Cromwell Day, Chad, and Ikaika Kincaid and congratulations.
family.
I think they were the second place crew I seen.
Yeah, they're second place.
So second place, I don't know. I know they got first place on one day.
Right, they did.
But awesome.
Oh,
Look at him. Yeah, brother, blowing the poo.
Yeah. So for those of you who got to view, we're
Honeys
seeing
all around.
We're seeing our Hawaii team, our sailing team there on your right-hand side. So we definitely had some Hawaii representation down in Tahiti this year. As again, we're celebrating just 3 days of racing, and just really thankful to see everyone supporting the Va'a community. But
across the board, right? They did well in the sailing canoe. The women, first, second, great representation there with the women. Our men getting really strong, and I only see this our participation increasing, and hoping to envelop some other nations, some other countries.
For sure,
and being able to bring it to all of you. And so, real quick, talking about going to Tahiti and racing, we are gonna once again go and cover the Talifit race that happened this past spring over in Tahiti, right here in Bora Bora, same finish line. So let's run a quick video to entice all of our viewers to get back in and join us over there in Bora Bora in the spring.
The long course is going to be a 19-kilometer race. That's going to be about 12 miles. This is going to be a sprint for most of these elite paddlers. This course is more of a mild course, but it will bring out some of the elite paddlers right here racing in the backyard of Bora Bora. And there we seen our champ Hiti Tua Terai just coming across the line last year, winning the V1 overall. Also paddles with Pire, with Stevie them, and just incredible performance. But that is one of the best races.
We're looking forward to that, man.
Going.
That is going to be fun. So that's going to be next spring,
April,
and April. Okay, and we're going to be looking at getting a broadcast for that one as well, bringing it to the rest of the world. And speaking about the world and world competition, another thing I'm looking forward to next year is the Queen's Race. When you talk about international participation, it is really kind of opened up the door for people to come to Hawaii. For me, it's my favorite race here in the islands. It's logistically easy. There's an international airport. There are plenty of hotels. You can race iron, so there's no need for hiring and trying to find an escort boat.
Right.
You can bring Kane and Wahine teams.
Yep.
There's tons of canoe clubs on the island to be able to borrow a canoe. And I know that Ari is going to be making some matahina available for them next year. And we're looking to, see more international participation. We have seen a couple of Tahitian crew. I've seen Bora Bora there and the Talifit gang in the past.
Yep.
But hey, who knows? Maybe this could be the year where we start to see
more.
The Tahitians coming and making that really the race to come to Hawaii for. And what's great about it is, especially when you're coming from other places, it's not just, hey, come and race one day and do your thing. There's 3 days potentially of different kinds of racing and festivities that you can be part of. And so when you talk about bang for your buck, it's awesome. So there's no race in Hawaii, in my mind, like the Queen Race. But when you talk about the V1 and exploring the V1 and exposing our Hawaii paddlers to it, Aloha Aito, bro. That's got to be. That's happening.
Aloha Aito is happening March 8th and 9th. March
Awesome.
8th is our V1 event. March 9th is our V6 Unlimited Matahinas, and we're welcoming other Unlimiteds to race in that event as well. And that'll be a Hawaii Kai run. So it's going to be a fun race to have. But, that Hawaii Kai run is always a great run to do. So it'll be Hawaii Kai to Sand Island for Sunday. But Saturday is going to be at Sand Island, Mauliola. We have a 3-course. We have our Keikis course. We then have our novice and short course. And then we also have our long course. So just a really good time. And everybody knows that we've now built up to probably going to be upwards to 300 plus V1 paddlers. So we're just looking forward to it. It's definitely putting the precedence on V1 in Hawaii.
Sure.
And everyone is starting to really, realize, man, it's the vessel you need. You got to be on one.
V1 can be fun, man. That's what it's all about. So we want to close out our broadcast here once again. We'll start by congratulating our Hawaii teams.
Yep.
The women, it was Team Hawaii.
Team Hawaii in first, and Kalui Kai in
second. And also want to mention that a team from Kailua and Team Nalu from Kauai,
and a
they
mixture,
had great performances as well. Way to go, ladies. Mahalo for representing all of us. And then our canoe sailors.
Yes.
Kanaka Ikaika. I'm sorry, the Kanaka Ikaika. The Kanaka Ikaika Kincaid. And Cromwell Day Chat and that gang over there doing Chatanaka guys, they had a great performance, seeing them blowing the poo, coming in, bringing a little bit of that Hawaiian flavor into the finish line. And, of course, our men from Hawaii who, after a great race today, 11th place today, they were able to secure a 15th overall, definitely bringing things up from day one where they got caught in a log jam. But great representation, boys, and mahalo to folks like Andrea Muller, Mike Spaulding, Jimmy Austin for continuing to keep us in the loop with some video clips that we were able to share with you folks. But what an amazing last hour in particular of racing today in day 3 to finish off things. Micah, it was neck to neck and like, what a finish. Does it get better than that?
No, I mean, unless next year is going to be anything like that, man, that was one of the best races to cover and see and just witness. And like we said, we promised everything and you got everything.
Yeah.
All the battles, all the dramas, and just really paddling came to life and its full force at that last hour. So just incredible. So caps off to Team Air Tahiti for winning day number 3, followed by OPT, and then Huahine podium for day 3.
Cool.
But overall, your winners are going to be OPT, then followed up by Air Tahiti winning by 0.02 seconds overall.
Crazy.
And then finally, of course, Shell coming in 3rd place. So just all in all, just excellent paddlers, some unreal things that we've got to witness overall. So
what a joy to spectate and be a part of, and really what a joy to be able to simulcast in English and bring this to you, whether that was on our Ocean Paddler Facebook page, our Ocean Paddler YouTube page, or of course on Adventure Zone Sports Network, where you'll be able to relive this broadcast as well as our others and shows we've done in the past. You can find that on your Roku, your Apple TV, your Amazon Fire. So look for it, Adventure Zone Sports Network. But for today, we're going to call it a wrap from the beach here in Hawaii, as you see on the background. That's the magic of a green screen. But mahalo again, Michael, for joining us on this broadcast. It's been a treat being influenced by not only your love of paddling, but your knowledge of what's going on down there with paddling in Tahiti. So big mahalos to you, Michael.
Yeah, and then just thank you for TNT Network, so Tahiti Nui Television, for again providing the simulcast for us, but also the support from Are Tahiti, being able for us to kind of have this moment to share our love for Va'a. So just thank you so much, and to our friends and family.
Yeah, mahalo for letting us be here and share this with the rest of the English-speaking world. But that'll be it for us today. On behalf of our production crew, I'm Kala'i Miller. This is my man, Micah Kalama. It's been a joy to bring you Hawaiki Nui 2024. And until next time, hoi pa'a.
Nuiti Buya qui était au poste de barreur pour cette